seasons in a row.
Bridges burn, tables turn, highs and lows, gotta figure it out.
So in this MSC we have the Geist in jungle and
Oke
not
guys,
shot, and
balik lagi bersama
I
saya.
think he
Oke,
just
jadi buat keduanya
young
yang
talent
udah
like
nonton dan
don't
mungkin
CS2 and he
jangan
has
lupa memberikan
better communication with
dan
him.
sub
His
ya.
mechanics are
Oke
also
teman-teman
great,
ya,
so,
kalau di sini
we
jadwalnya
just
adalah final day hari untuk grup
that
tech,
everything came this
yang mana ke game pertama tim Pir lawan Guangzhou, yang kedua dicaji ini game pembukaannya adalah tim Pir lawan Guangzhou. Lalu di game kedua itu kalau nggak salah game ketiga itu Cherry Onyx, Flash Match, Falcon PH dan Falcon Mena, Full Esport dan X7. Kayaknya kita nonton semuanya deh. Ada nih nggak tahu siapa yang prediksi bakal pulang sih. Sebenarnya tapi benar tim Fury tensinya tinggi udah pasti. Gue dapat ini, ini kayaknya gua pegang Pueko. Onyx lagi awal pasti Onyx lah. Juga dari pihak dari kita MPL ID ya udah pasti bertemu Onyx, Filipina dan Falcon, tapi kemungkinan bisa 60-40% sih. Falcon PH dan Falcon Mena ini banyak PK itu juga berkembang sih. Tapi emang nggak terlalu dari saya terlalu menonton, tapi tetap aja sih layak.
This MSC we hope to prove that
Karena kedua
we
tim
can
sama-sama
beat
dari
tier
satu
1 teams in South Asia.
organisasi,
in a way,
hingga
starting from zero, but
buat
in a way,
mereka ke itu deh ya.
knowing from your past
Kalau
experiences,
menuju
actually
babak
can
knockout
improve the game.
itu nggak mudah guys. Jadi apa solusinya? Ya
We
simple.
always confident, but this
Simple.
time it will be like better
Solusinya
results
adalah
and not only words.
Jangan apa namanya saya. Mana ya bilangnya guys? Saya bilang
Key still in
mungkin
hand and still alive at
jangan
MSC.
terlalu
Better
paku
results
Falcon PH ini
hoped
jangan
from Kid
terlalu
Bomba and the
paku
rest of Team Spirit.
sama
Is this the day that they get them?
apa ya
I hope
sebutannya
so.
ya?
I hope they can unlock that spirit that they
Jangan
have. Team Spirit showed us a whole lot
terpaku
over the
dengan
previous internationals. You know, this one's a big game for them. We have to go ahead and focus too on what they need to change. I think the side lanes right now is where a lot of focus for the teams are for the draft, because someone like Kid Bomba is very reminiscent of someone like Sanford in the sense of their playstyle, what made them so dominant in a certain meta, but they necessarily can't exactly do that now, I feel like, because of this current meta.
Because you kind of have to change the way you see the game, right? Before this, they can play selflessly, meaning playing for themselves. But now they got to play for their team, right? So that means that you're going to use a hero that doesn't necessarily win you the lane or anything like that. It's just like, okay, what can I do to help out my jungler? And it's always that, but the priority shifts, right? Before this, you can outplay and then your jungler still gonna have a good time. Now, it seems like you got to sacrifice sometimes a little bit too much, and that's just not their playstyle.
Where those sacrifices are being made, where those sacrifices are being made in the draft and in the team, in the who plays what. We've seen Paquito have impacts, whether he's in a gold lane or whether he's on a comfortable EXP laner, and that could just be the difference. So teams trying to figure out that balance. On the other side of this, you've got Guangzhou Gaming, who are doing their best to represent China. It would be the first time in international history that China's been able to make a knockout stage. If they win this game, but of course, the Gatekeepers Team Spirit standing by, trying to make sure that May and his squad cannot finish it up. Their road to EWC as well, they're hoping to do something unthinkable.
刚到 GZG 这个战队，我被他从中国的另一个战队买进来，然后刚来到 GZG 就打进了 M7 的外卡。但我想，其实 M7 我们可以走得更远的，但是我们倒在了外卡的决赛，输给了我们的对手蒙古。所以那场比赛结束以后，我觉得很可惜，抱着我的教练哭了。在 SAL 夺冠的时候，就我忍不住在赛后采访里哭了起来。我很想赢，每次赢了我都很开心。但以往经常了解我的观众知道，就是我哭经常都是输了才哭，但那一次是第一次赢了才哭。我觉得我们做得很好，就 就是这种情绪在我心里涌出来，对我使我落泪了。我觉得这是给我们训练，就是我们在训练里付出的努力，我们比赛里。我观看了这次在巴黎开赛的 MWI 女队拿到了8强，其实我有一点难过吧，因为虽然他们拿到了很好的成绩，我本来是开心的，但是我难过的是中国赛区的男队一直都没有很好的成绩，反而是我们的女队先做到了，所以我觉得我们男队需要一点突破的力量。我希望中国的粉丝能看到的是中国队伍热血的一幕。我觉得我们可以创造以往没能做到的目标，所以我想跟我的队友说，放轻松点打，对面很菜，随便赢了。
Unprecedented, surely, but people are starting to realize they're just one game away. A strong result for China and their men's side in Guangzhou Gaming would prove an accomplished EWC and probably one they would enjoy in the international MLBB scene. We'll find out. The game's about to get started. LaFell, both teams, whether it's representing China or EECA, have a lot that they're fighting for.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Even through the video of Road to EWC, we see them that multiple times they've been close. They're always just one game away, one game away. I still remember that one. That was a reverse sweep back in the wildcards. Like, even looking at the odds here, Team Spirit 81% are voting for them to win. But we've seen
saw the odds yesterday.
Hey, man.
Seen what has happened so far. Like, for me, I think that Guangzhou is hungry enough because they know how hurt they were when they were close, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think for a lot of the teams here, this has been the case, right? They've always wanted to go ahead and prove that they're worth the knockouts, worth a championship even. And some of those teams that people might have slept on a little bit going into the Nationals, now they've been making those chances happen. I mean, again, Entity 7, a team to make basically shockwaves across the world of competitive MLBB is a statement enough. And I feel like a morale boost for all those teams trying to knock down some of these teams that have stayed at the top for a while now.
At this point in the tournament, LaFell, you can't expect anything.
No, honestly, anything can happen. Like, I'm all up for it because it has been boring for the past few years because we roughly know what's going to happen. We can call the drafts. Now, every single day, something new comes up.
Well, whether it's EECA, proven to be the gatekeeper so far, whether it's China on the men's side of things, seeing the result of MWI, Women's China's team, trying to match it and maybe go even a little farther. Two journeys collide here as we begin the first matchup of our series where one team is going on and one team will have their key crushed. Let's send it over to the stage to begin our final day of groups of MLBB.
Yes, my friends, you heard it right. It is the last day of group stage here at MLBB MSC 2026. Crazy to think about the amount of surprise results we have had so far in the tournament, and we're only getting through the halfway point. Teams and regions that you would have never expected, dark horse runs that are only just starting, and some teams living up to their names even more than you can imagine. I mean, just look at them. Team Liquid, washed, it just works out.
You know what, honestly, talking about MSC this year, it's definitely a roller coaster ride because we have seen so many of the fan favorites fighting for their tournament life. Yesterday, we even sent home the defending champions. You know what, Milosh, this probably might be the year where we actually crown a new region.
This is the beauty of it, because as much as you want the favorites to keep it up and always have a good result year on year, it's good to change hands that trophy every now and then, because it means that the scene is constantly growing, that there's always new talent and fresh blood, and that means that MLBB has a long many years to go in the future. Things just keep reinventing themselves.
I agree. But once again, today we will be seeing 4 best of 3s where 4 teams will end their journey and 4 will continue to the knockout stages. For our first match, join me in welcoming Team Spirit. This is a team that is known to gatekeep the international stages, shattering the dreams and hopes of the opponent in the process. But the surprise that keeps unfolding this MSC has left a question in mind. Can they keep up?
Can they keep up? That is the big question on everybody's minds. Team Spirit have impressed so far, but their journey is not yet set in stone. Let's welcome their opponents to see how well they'll be ready for it. Please join me in welcoming Guangzhou Gaming. MSC is made for statements, where halfway through the year, you show off your skills and how much you've grown. From a saber pick in the Big 2-6 to being so close to the knockout stage. You heard it referenced even in our introductory video for Guangzhou. Yes, we had a Chinese team at MWI make the top 8. They're looking to do the same here on the MSC stage, and we're all here for it.
Yes, Milosh, this is gonna be one hell of a series because like I mentioned, only one will head to the knockout stages. Boys, you may now place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captains, don't forget to meet in the middle for a little handshake, a fist bump, or any sign of respect.
What do you do when you got two big teams and egos on either side? Well, you go for the respectful handshake and get it loaded.
The question for this match is who will continue their journey and who will end it all here. I'm so excited, so let's show it over to the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, let's go.
Day 4 of the group stage just wrapped up. We start off with YG making it to the knockout stage with Aurora Gaming, sending a titan of MLBB down to the lower brackets.
Another team falls, and Aurora walks over into the knockout stage. First it was Liquid, now it's Onyx.
Melawan Aurora Turki, menurut gua dari game 1 kita kalahnya mungkin Selenanya annoying banget loh. Selenanya jago, terus kita di press juga terus. Gak dapat momen juga buat balikin dia. Hero-hero draft bikin juga bagus buat mungkin meta sekarang gitu dia udah paham banget lah. Jadi kita mungkin ketinggalan kalah step lah. Ya kalau lawan SRG buat sekarang pasti pede banget sih.
SRG, they brought out a new titan, a new giant to the mix, and they move forward for MSC, keeping their dreams alive.
When it comes to fighting Oni, I think that it's just like another script, you know? It's like similar to 2024 where, and the last match was actually Oni Indo. They are fighting for the qualification also. And then I think that we just have to really prepare well, and then we really stand a chance to win as well.
MSC 2026 continued to surprise with E7 out of all teams eliminating TLPH, and now they face Pro Esports. Then we'll have Guangzhou Gaming, who are going to take on Team Spirit. And last but not least, the brothers Civil War, Falcons PH take on Falcons Meta. Who will make it to the knockout stage? We only have 4 slots available. Let's find out in day number 5.
Well, those slots are certainly coveted, but they are not going to be given away easily. You know how we say in EWC, nothing is given. Everything is earned. And Team Spirit, Guangzhou Gaming, are looking to earn it right here. But it starts with the start. Like a journey of 1,000 steps, the first one is sometimes not the most pivotal, but it is the most important to get started. And when you look at this, LaFell, a good draft, a good approach, we have seen be the difference in an early win or a loss. And of course, if you guys want to make sure that you're winning regardless of how your results go and you just want to look good, make sure to check out the 2 champions, 1 pick in my champions pick promotion coming up here with 50,000 diamonds possible to earn 5 winners, 10K diamonds each. Scan that QR code on your phone or your tablet and take part.
By the way, Randy, as well as all of the audience watching, just to let everyone know, in 2036, the saying has now evolved. It's like the journey of 10,000 steps. Like we've upgraded now. It's like 10,000 is the new base.
That's the standard.
Yeah, it's the standard for
10,000 steps. I thought it was 10,000 hours.
Yeah, weight loss and everything like that. You know, it's
10,000 steps a day.
But
you're right.
I 100% agree with you, and I feel like it's especially true for Guangzhou because let's remind ourselves, they're the one that came up with the saber in the jungle. No team has used it just yet, and Zara Egoist is more than likely going to use either Hirara or the Ling.
Yes.
I think it would be better if they somehow made Zara Egoist grab the Ling and then they try to counter it with the saber later on. But legit, I feel like after yesterday, I feel like Eudora should be first pick, or just ban it out.
Yeah, there's now some of these picks, right, and some of these combinations too have fallen into place throughout this MSC. And one thing's for sure, I'll still say it, like a lot of the teams are playing around their own personalities, which I really like, because everybody can actually play a different approach to the draft, to these games. Again, you know, you only have so much room to do that in, because it's a best of 3. And now that this last day is like, all right, you got 4 teams that are going to make it to the knockout, 4 teams that are going to get eliminated. You have to bring your best game plan starting in game 1.
The refreshing thing is, I still remember, I believe the last international, that was the meta where you are punished for creativity, right?
Yeah.
The more you try to move away from the meta, it really does make it so that there's nothing much that you can do. But now it does feel like more of a rock, paper, scissors, but now in broken walls. I feel like this is one of those maps where it really incentivizes having a very beefy front line. And I feel like this could be a game that is good for Team Spirit, in the sense that I think Team Spirit is one of the teams that can actually do what some teams have done, which is give the hyper farm over to the jungle, right?
Yeah.
Basically have 4 utilities and 1 main carry. For Guangzhou, actually, no, I feel like Guangzhou could do the same.
They could do the same, that funnel strat.
But so far, they funneled the best with the Nolan.
Yeah.
Talking about this setup, Freya and Uranus, 2 basically 100% picks or bans most of the time. Uranus sometimes making it through more so on the pick side than Freya does, who is often banned. Modi in that EXP lane, how big of an impact is he going to have in his connection? Because opening up the jungle is so important.
Yeah, XP laners right now, it's in an interesting place, just because, you know, for a while we talked about XP laners so impactful. They still are, and you see it. The teams that have actually struggled throughout the group so far have kind of with the struggle of, what do we put in our XP laners' hands? Do we put something that is one of those tankier heroes that we can play that front line with? Because even for a lot of us, we're used to seeing the initiators, right? Yep. The initiators happened. Now for Modi, he's shown he's really good. For example, with the Yuzhong, right? If he can get a lead, he can get going. You know, he does a lot of damage. But again, teams are struggling with, what do we do there? And then what do we do in the side lane, the gold lane? Also, do we put a fighter there or a traditional marksman? And that's been kind of the nature of the decision making for the teams.
And oddly enough, I really feel like some of these EXP laners,
they got
higher value because they're heroes that don't need the flicker. Yeah. Right? For example, the Freya can use the Vengeance, making it so difficult to take her down. The Uranus can opt for something like a Purify, same as the Esmeralda. Right now, Guangzhou, I honestly don't like this. I would prefer if they pick up the Eudora as well as the Paquito, because Valentina seems like, I haven't seen the problem just yet, but I know eventually it will come out, so I'm just going to take the answer right now.
Yeah. Also because they can.
Ambil aja Belerik
is an answer to the direct.
Belerik,
Team Spirit to pick up something like a Belerik, so that
Belerik,
I mean, yeah, I have to agree with you on that, but again, there could be a method to this already. Again, Paquito himself, that hero alone, has been flexed throughout the groups already. There's the Belric, that's going to be the answer. Belric and the Esmeralda. So this already first 3 picks for Team Spirit. Really strong. Really strong, really good.
Belum ban ini.
Is still like what, 70+%?
Kayaknya ambil MM dulu deh. MM dulu buat jaga-jaga carry. Kalau carry, kalau carry Moskop. Kalau carry Moskop.
Influence the side lanes, because even if Saber goes in, now it is much safer, but going up against a Belleric as well as no such thing as safe. And now we also have to see whether they want to go for a Ling or not, because I feel like for Team Spirit, ban out the Ling and maybe even ban out the Nolan, and after that, not going to have enough good junglers to deal with Team Spirit unless there's another surprise from Guangzhou.
Yeah, this is again, this is one of the interesting things here, just the difference of drafts, you know, throughout the course here. But Clint being banned out just because, again, they already locked in their marksman. They already got their gold laner. The carry hasn't been picked up too much than what we've seen before between, for example, the Claude and the Moskovs. But, you know, you have your gold lane locked in, which then also just shows your hand for the Paquito.
But I feel like it's fine because they know that they need some kind of shred. Everything else, I feel like for Guangzhou is going to be more burst-oriented. And if that's the case, you will not be able to deal with the Belleric, you will not be able to deal with the Esmeralda. And I feel like they at least need one. And now even the Baxia gets banned out by Team Spirit. So they're thinking Guangzhou might go for the tank jungle route.
That new portrait always surprises me, man.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, is that Marcial Franco? Yeah. It could be either or.
Yeah, that little thunder god scheme that Franco has. Like,
Eve band out here, so we'll wrap up our final bands with one more on the side of Team Spirit. Expecting anything funky from them, Cold Star, coach getting them ready for this, and Sunday as well, coming in with a plan. Both teams have seen the stats, like you mentioned, Claude's low win rate, and also the high win rate of Herrera, but that's not necessarily a part of this matchup. So far, some uniqueness. These last two picks going to mean a lot for both teams to see if they can get an edge.
I'm wondering, too, even for the Rome options for Guangzhou Gaming, you know, what do they want to bring out? Just because you're already against the Spellrick, you don't have the Atlas, you guys took that out. You know, what is the play here? What do they want to fight against with this? And now the Cho being banned out too. A hero that's great for going ahead and, you know, obviously going for those pickoffs. So do they pick up the Rome now? That's what I'm wondering.
And the interesting thing here is they pick up the Alice.
Oh.
So is this going to be Alice Jungle?
Alice?
We've seen it in MWI used by Na'Vi, and it did look pretty effective. Because here's the thing, Naisu, the thing that I was about to say about the Rome, they need someone that can either heal or give revitalize. Because look at the three heroes of Team Spirit.
Yeah.
This is a draft that they
Epic
can keep
Lin,
on
okay,
fighting
depend.
for even
Bak
2 minutes.
iya.
Right? They can fight for 2 minutes,
depend.
and then eventually maybe Guangzhou will not have enough. Like Guangzhou, the moment carry
Oh.
dies, that's where
Berarti
Team Spirit
Pak
really
Wito
becomes alive. So
jungler dong
I
nih.
need more sustained.
Pak Wito jungler dong ini.
Hylos or
Dora,
Galaxy is
Brody,
basically
oke.
what we have as an option.
Jujur ya,
Brody,
Team
we
Spirit
don't get
masih
picked up.
solid ini
Solid
dapnya.
choices here. Honestly, for Team Spirit,
Karena
they have
menggunakan Pak
everything they
Wito
need.
jungler
Like Hylos would be a good pick if they want to
bisa aja sih. Nanti lastnya kita ambil Rom sih.
I feel like the safest is that
Tapi Alit bisa jungler nih, Alit jungler nih. Alit jungler masih bisa.
Previously in other.
Makanya last picknya bikinan Rom dan XP.
You can't make them, yeah.
Yeah, you can't make those highlights.
Rom dan XP.
It has to be the Alice.
Well, Valentina,
Apa ya
we thought
cocoknya?
that might just be
Hylos
warding
lah.
off something like the Belleric and using it.
Kalau
Maybe
nggak
Alice was in
Hylos.
mind all along and taking the
Apa ya kalau nggak
Valentina
Hylos
away
ya?
since the mid wasn't shown on the side.
Kalau nggak
So they
Hylos.
could steal from her. The
Grok,
Grok
oke.
picked up at the very end.
Ya berarti
How do you feel about that, nice?
sudah bikinan Pak
I
Wito
feel like for
XP atau Alit
Guangzhou, they're
jungler.
going to their identity, which is hard engage.
Masih
and
cheese
hard
pick ini
dive,
masih
because at this point, basically all of them
tupas
have to go all in, and I think that's
Tahu sih.
dangerous. But if they're able
Ah,
to take Eudora
berarti
first, then they're
oke
fine. They can
Alit
swap them.
XP.
Because the thing about
Berarti
the
Pak Wito
Eudora is
jungler
an
nih.
AO.
It's Paquito
Paquito
Jungle.
Jungle.
Paquito Jungle.
That's why I was throwing
Wow,
out
wow,
there.
wee, wow.
That is a wow, wow, wee, wow.
Ooh-wee.
Bodhi on the Alice, May on the Rome with the Grok. This is going to be fun, guys. Well, what do you expect? 10,000 steps or the journey of 1,000 steps or 100 days or whatever the metric is now. We know the first one is going to be important. Whoever wins this off to a great start in a best of 3 that sends one team to the knockout stages and one team home. And to kick it off, we've got 2 casters ready to go. It's Mirko and Brigida.
We're kicking off the final day of the group stage here in MSC at EWC 2026 with all elimination matches, starting off with Team Spirit coming from a loss and Guangzhou coming from a win. Who will get it this time around? Let's see here in game number 1. Mirko, I feel like the team fights for this game are looking to be pretty long between these drafts.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. It really is going to be a lot of back and forths here for both the team, Spirit and Guangzhou Gaming. Spirit, at least it's more of the Spirit we know coming into this matchup, right? It's also Spirit finally leaning into the meta for the mid lane. For the most part, I think the first 2 matches of Team Spirit, it just looks so weird for Sunset Lover because he's always been placed on heroes like the Valentina, evading away from the meta Eudora.
Yeah, and now the about on the other side.
Buset, wah, gelo.
From Spirit.
Kirarannya.
That's an early first blood.
And that's exactly why you want a Eudora with you when you have a Herrera, right? Like, I mean, people have been talking smack on the Eudora because of certain few matches yesterday, Onyx and TL notably. That's why you still pick it up though. It enables the assassins so well just by bursting them down. Pull yourself together though. That's a bit new, the Master Assassin for Sai, and Hiko's actually taking a Festival of Blood on the Brody instead of trying to bully the laner on the Brody. All right.
Yeah, I mean,
interesting.
The fighter emblems were something we're kind of really seeing now in the gold lane, but
I guess there's been a bit more sustain to be expected here for Hiko, considerably, as someone who could likely be targeted every now and then. There's just so much backline potential, honestly, from Guangzhou. If you take a look at their lineup, there's just so much ways for them to go for the backlines, even through either recall or, let's say, a setup from Modi on the Alice once again on the team fight later on. But let's see, it's the first turtle already up, and all 4 members of Guangzhou already positioned themselves up here.
Zara's already going to be able to get level 5 here from this Lizard. Gets level 5, reset on the neutral objective as well. Side with the rotation first, clears out in the bottom lane, now into the mid lane he goes. He goes to be late to this rotation, Bomba, falling star to the back, recall, still with the red tree, Sour, nowhere to be seen. So waiting for the right moment, and Team Spirit will give over this neutral objective.
Wow. No one went down there. I mean, Sai was there too, but I guess they weren't really able to deal with Sawo nor Kid Bomba first. A lot of their resources were used at the exact same time. So I guess it pretty much really boiled down to who really got the red tree in that scenario. It was clearly Guangzhou Gaming who got the better of them. So now they don't necessarily have the advantage, but I think it's somehow working out. So far, they did lose one in the process, but that's the thing. I don't think there have been any direct trades as much just yet. Team Spirit seem to be the more proactive ones despite everything that's happened so far.
And I like their understanding of win conditions here in this game, right? Their composition, yes, is very good at team fighting, but Guangzhou Gaming have kind of like hunkered down for the neutral objectives of the composition. Bomba's though, falling star moon by Bomba. Needs to get that skill 1. Good stun from Sunset Lover. Even an ultimate. Zaur, already using a dash, won't go in on Xig. Knows there's a lot more lockdown that Guangzhou Gaming can provide. And again, for Team Spirit, it's all about just understanding the win condition and taking a chill pill, not going too crazy, building upon their already winning lanes and waiting for their mid-game power spike to hit.
Yeah, and they have really great use of their resources as well, despite them occasionally having to use it defensively. And you know how they pretty much understand their timings and win conditions, as you mentioned. They didn't necessarily force a re-engage after that. They knew what had to be done, and they just wanted to protect each other and set up for the upcoming objective. As long as they don't let go of this lead, things are looking to be great for them, even if it seems like it's not that much at this point. But you need at least see that they understand their timings. So we see the movements right now. There has to be a very careful transition towards this objective because Guangzhou are controlling the mid as much as they can.
Yes, how we're gonna get chunked as well. Has revitalized, but I don't think he wants to use it just now. Sai gonna try to go for the burst down, and it's instant recall with retribution. Now left to try and last onto the stun as well. Connecting in the back as Sour walks up. Bomba with the flanker, finding the damage on Xing as Sour walks up. The knockdown comes around. Throne of Ruin locks 3 members, but Sour is still right there with the rest of the team. Revitalized, kept Team Spirit safe. So again, it's Guangzhou Gaming with the neutral objective. Spirit with the winning team fight.
And it seems like the lead just ballooned for Spirit rather than Guangzhou, just because of the amount of kills that they got, and now they might be the ones to be rotating towards bot lane first. Oh!
Oh my god, through the wall! Rico lands the shot, and May just got bursted.
They don't get the turret, but that was a statement right there from Team Spirit. Now it's a 2k gold lead. Modi already down to half HP. And they've just solidified their lead and advantaged here in the bottom lane. I think they're really taking control of the sides. And as much as you're seeing really careful movements from their mid, it's understandable, it's warranted. And they're not losing out on too much. Zar Egoist, it probably isn't as the most aggressive hero just yet, but you understand that they're also waiting for the right timings for them to find the engage. And the sides are just doing a spectacular job at holding down this early game.
And again, if you guys are still, kind of confused on how the Eudora works, that Ball Lightning second skill, the stun, it has reduced magic defense up against opponents. So even tanky boys like May on the Grok, they're gonna fall, especially when the Thunder's Wrath comes around together with Nico on the Brody, who's munching on turrets. There you go. Oh, Sawa gonna be initiated on. Bomba gonna be caught as well. Wrath of the Dryad lands though on all of them. Still the burst comes through. Both frontliners taken down for the turret up top as Sunset is able to get away. Trying to go for the stun right now as Zaur and Hiko will have to respect this. Guangzhou Gaming finally get on the board. for kills.
Yep, I was about to say, Guangzhou, it seems like their lineup has to be really up front. They
Tapi
have to
dia
close in their
meninggal
points. Oh no,
tipsnya nih.
Hiko.
Beneran
Okay,
dia
he's gonna get out of that. But at least for Guangzhou, every single
dibiarin
time,
banget
that
Guangzhou
can be a problem for them, but that can
gitu.
also be something they take advantage of. The fact that they are very melee, they have to go in. If you see them synced up, then I think when they fight on their terms, everything works out. But when Team Spirit actually make use of these combos, you see the Eudora, you see the Hirara, the burst potential is there alongside even Hiko, then that kind of changes the tempo. Oh, hold on.
You see the instant respect there. Sunset did not have the Thunder's Wrath up. Now it's back, but earlier it wasn't. Xing had to respect Sour Egoist and Sunset Lover straight up with a flicker. And again, for Spirit, it's all about utilizing the space that they made with this composition through these individual lanes. Guangzhou Gaming, they've gotten a few picks here and there. They got the neutral objective, all three of the neutral objectives, but they're just not able to convert on any of the structural objectives, and that's why Team Spirit are the ones still controlling the map. They're the ones holding these positions.
I feel like they do get the wins in the objectives. They start things off. They're the ones who actually engage against Team Spirit. But what happens after that is the question. They're not able to sustain or fight for long, as opposed to what we were expecting from them. Oh, hold on, Kid Bomba though.
Flickers out of the barrier. That's gonna be the ball lightning. Now a Sunset Lover has to flicker out of Throne of Ruin. Sawo trying to look for the taunt now. Walks up onto Modi. Hiko's right there as well to put some stacks down on Modi. But it's a slow game that Spirit want to play, and Guangzhou Gaming can't really force the issue, at least not right now.
They're so careful. Spirit are just like so patient about this.
But Guangzhou Gaming have baited out two big battle spells, right?
Yeah.
Sunset and Kid Bomba, they're very vulnerable to that instant engage now.
That can be an opening. We're seeing the first Lord spawn here in this game. It's Spirit actually starting it out with Kid Bomba once again.
Wow.
Just trying to get the information.
Yep.
But that's not where Guangzhou are trying to come from. They will actually find a bit of their way through. Modi already taking hold of that push as well alongside Mei here in the right mid. But I think it's still tough for Recall. Recall has to have other people to tank either the crowd control or the burst damage that'll come from Team Spirit before he could just freely go in. And speaking of burst...
Whoa, the taunt lands as well. Bomba trying to capitalize on the ball lightning. Magic reduce. Oh, Samo in the bush. Finds the Wrath of the Dryad. Don't know where to win, and the flicker now coming down as Xing is able to walk up, and now he's going to get caught as well. By the stack side to pick up out the Sour Ego is Mexico. Finds a trade in exchange. It's a 1-for-1 jungle for Rome. Guangzhou Gaming walking out with the winning trade.
And that's the sacrifice they were looking for. Mei had to tank the first damage, and that's when Guangzhou, alongside Modi and even Xing with the IMU Wrath of Dryad, decided to go in. Going for the re-engage against Team Spirit, and we're taking a look at it right now in the replay. That was a great two-man setup provided to us by Modi, but the follow-up from Xing, I feel, was really what made a big difference. And now Recall's free to take the objective.
Uh-oh. Thunder's Wrath comes down. Guangzhou Gaming, they get the neutral objective and they back away instantly. Team Spirit are just getting outplayed around these team fights.
I'd like to think that the way they bursted down Mei was probably to them an opening, because you take down one of the front lines, but it didn't work out the way they expected it to. Now it's a tier 1 potentially falling down to the hands of Guangzhou Gaming. Spirit are not even able to defend it up close. It's just Sawa and Kid Bomba standing in front of them. There's just too much threat of backline. Although Modi doesn't have the flicker, but they'll just have to give up on this tier 1.
Team Spirit's structural advantage gone with one Lord. Guangzhou Gaming with a sweep on the tier 1s. Down below, mid, and up above, all gone, as Guangzhou Gaming will look to capitalize on this Lord advantage a bit more with the tier 2 up top. Xing, Bloodwings, Recall. With a bit of poke on Sawo, Bomba. Oh, just 2 on the falling star moon. Baits out the Wrath of the Dryad as well as Mei is going to be able to look for the airborne now on Bomba. Sawo with the pick. Sour Ego is taken very low, bursted out. Now Hiko over, now with Sour walking up as well. Hiko on the board with the stacks on the Sky Piercer. Sour walks up, but he cannot chase. Guangzhou Gaming instantly with the retreat after losing their XP. Sunset doesn't have the Thunder's Wrath.
They lost out on so
ini sulit banget,
turrets.
banget sih.
Guangzhou Gaming, the way that they've been playing this. At this point, we don't really see any lead between the two teams anymore. They've closed out the gap that's been existing, and we're looking at the replay just now. It looked like a fight that they still wanted to take. Modi actually found some setups here and there, but Sai had to focus down on Sawo, and that was a lot of time. That was a Belleric who definitely took a bit too much of their attention, and so they just probably really had to settle with that, also trading Modi in the process, but it's still a huge advantage for Guangzhou Gaming nonetheless. You see a lot of turrets already taken down, and them starting to transition into a playstyle where it feels like they're just guarding all around Sai, who's already 3-0 on a carry, and looking like a massive threat now that we're approaching the 12-minute mark of the game. So it's surprising to us, I feel, to see Spirit in this situation again, because I feel like entering this matchup, considering the matchup, you would really consider that the underdogs would be over to Guangzhou, but it's another potential upset all over again.
At this point, the upset would be if Spirit wins, right? It's the favorite teams losing out. That will be the real upset after yesterday's outcome. Oh my god, I mean, you're right. Guangzhou Gaming also have great scaling now. Team Spirit are going to have to look for those creative angles. Sawo again with the opening. On the Revitalize on Belleric, though, you just lose out on so much proactivity, right?
I agree.
It's just all about reacting to your opponents. It comes down to Bomba making the plays on the Esmeralda, and that's certainly very difficult with a carry on the hands of Guangzhou Gaming.
It's like hopefully Sawo lasts long enough so that they can find some other angles around the team fights as long as Sai has his attention on him, but that's the thing. Will their targeting change? That's the ultimate already used by Sunset Lover.
But a flicker burned out by Yexu. Tectonic charge in the
Hiko, tapi dah kejauhan dia.
Now it's going to be Sour. Walking up, capitalizing on the flicker, already used another Purify burned by Sai. They're going to go for the retro.
Gelo, dia dapat
the flicker in forward, and Sour still able to survive as Hiko picks up another. It's a
Gelo, dapat
as he looks to go for more stacks on the Sky Piercer. Finally, a team fight win for Team Spirit.
Guangzhou still wanted to fight that, even though Team Spirit clearly already took down one. And we're in really great position to go for the contest. No one was really watching out for Zarigo. His recall too, I feel like he was kind of split between having to fight back and just focusing on the objective. Oh, the damage, yep. You could see it already, especially through Sai.
That burst is nothing you can ignore, man. For Guangzhou Gaming, they really got to be decisive with the plays. One wrong move from main, you can see the punish instantly. You need to find these tech charges on these vulnerable targets.
Yep.
If you miss it by just a pixel, which happened earlier, Modi couldn't capitalize on the tech charge. Sunset on recall with that burst, forcing him to back away. Now it's a 4v2 up top. They're trying to get the spacer down. But Spirit will respect Guangzhou Gaming. They built up the lead back to where it was. All the way in the early game, and they're going to be happy with that. Whoa, Berserker's Fury for Hiko on the Brody.
Okay, as I was saying, I was supposed to say, Guangzhou, at least you saw from that last team fight their understanding of who needs to be targeted in this current part of the game, right? It felt like they were just trying to focus down on Hiko. That was a setup attempt from Mei. There was follow-up from Modi. But Hiko was just a bit too quick to react as well. The fact that he is already 4-0 as well is not looking as good. With the Malefic Gun pickup and the Sky Piercer, I think he is going to be a bigger problem right now for Guangzhou. On top of the fact that Zar Egoist seems to be a bit too free as well in just trying to find these targets. Right now, Guangzhou, we understand the idea, but the execution has to be more precise. If they really want to go for Hiko, they got to land those skills.
And if they don't land those skills, even if they do, Zaur can just go untargetable. That's one, right?
Oke, penentuannya di menit 20 kayaknya, di menit 20 penentuannya, meskipun roundnya nanti ada di menit 18. Penentuannya ada di ini ya, 17 atau menit 17 lah roundnya. Ini penentuannya nanti di menit 20 nih. Untuk pemenang dan kalahnya.
I'm gonna have to catch him later on and try to ask him about this Berserker's Fury.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of interesting choices here. Oh, but that's Conceal. Winter Crown pickup available also for Modi. But I think there's another Conceal coming in too.
Alright, just Conceal for Conceal there, a trade already. Good damage on Modi. Bottom lane, slow pushing for Mr. Hiko. Great for Team Spirit. They know Guangzhou Gaming can't send anybody down below. They're gonna have to stick, and that means this base turret will be the next forced error for Team Spirit against Guangzhou.
Okay, at least Xing has the Wrath of Dryad again, but they have to layer their skills really, really well. You see the buffs already on side, you understand what they're trying to play around, but it's a burst from Guangzhou.
Berpikir banget nih Guangzhou nih. Paksa lore-nya, perang-perangin terus. Mah jadi mati cok. Buset kelok. Wah. Ya Iko, mantap Iko. Iko, mantap kelok. Satu lagi. Satu weapon. Weapon. Kalau udah weapon langsung aja clear mid. Oke, mantap. Kayaknya nggak bisa ya. Harus 20 deh.
Oh my goodness, I think we have to see that team fight one more time. Just to understand the entire sequence and process, we take a look into the replay.
Iya, kayaknya Guangzhou ini terlalu buru-buru kalau setiap mau kota store nih. Meskipun mereka dapat, tapi Guangzhou dia bisa ini nih, tuh lihat gampang ini ke distract gitu. Sama tactic-nya yang lain itu.
Or trying to burst down these front lines. Hiko was just there. He was just throwing out all these long-range basic attacks, and no one from Guangzhou was ready to answer back.
Did you see that damage? No wonder he went Berserker's Fury. It was the True and the Sky Piercer. True damage from Berserker's Fury and the Sky Piercer working in tandem. Executing Sai with a quarter of health with one basic attack. Hey, he might be onto something, this Hiko boy.
Yeah, how many stacks could he possibly have, right? If he's 7 kills, we're not entirely sure if he got the Sky Piercer even before he got all these kills. Okay, it's 42. It's 42 right now. Not looking so bad, but
bro,
this is terrifying.
Asla buat apa anjir bro nih, cok. Kepikiran guys. Astaga. Asla fungsinya apa ini kalau kuat nanti bakal dapat kritikal nanti. Jujur itu kan ada speednya itu.
Falling Simon to the back line now with the Wrath of Dryad as well to peel, but Bomba's able to flicker out as Hiko puts in those stacks. Sour with the walk up again. It's going to be the winner crown from Modi to try to stay alive. Hiko missed that first kill. Couldn't get the torn apart memory. Now again, I want to see the items.
Okay.
What did he sell for the Berserker's Fury again? Did he sell the Immo or the boots now? No, he has Immo, so it's the boots. Or is it the Haas Claws?
Because I think he had the Haas Claws even a couple minutes ago.
Wait, wait. It's gone again. What? Wait, I don't get it.
Wait, he sold
boots, and then he bought Berserkers, but it's gone again. Is this a visual bug or is it actually gone? Did he misclick?
What is he going for now?
I got no clue, but like, he bought Berserker's Fury twice this game.
And he hasn't replaced it with anything just yet. Maybe we see it come in. Maybe.
I'm so confused.
Okay, yeah, it's actually the build.
Yeah.
Where
is it? Where is the...
Yang mau adaptasi dengan high picture dan penetrasi sih.
Sell the Berserkers by mistake? Oh god. Oh, he sells it for the win of nature. There you go, Sawo. For the walk-up burst down on Lore, straight up with the carry and Team Spirit.
Yeah. Cepet
We
banget
were too busy with the items, maybe Spirit was as well.
Yeah. Guangzhou, I think the game plan worked this time. The fact that they went for Sawo first, but that was when they were off guard. They were caught off guard, Spirit were not able to respond, they were not ready, and they just barely had their members nearby to actually engage in a full-out punish against Guangzhou. So the moment that they were actually able to take that pick-off, that was such quick movement from Guangzhou. 20 minutes into this game, we still don't know what the next pickup is going to be. The Immortality gets swapped with the Malefic Gun again for Hiko.
Okay, I think there's a bug there because he also bought nature, but he just shows 5 items. Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, so he's got Berserker's Fury. Yeah, that was just so weird. But okay, Wind of Nature. He sold the boots for the Wind of Nature. Now we know for sure.
Okay, I think this is the final answer right now. I doubt there will be any swaps from this point onwards, not unless we see the Wind of Nature actually getting used. Oh, Kid Bomba, that was really far positioning you see from him. Team Spirit, this is 21 minutes, Mirko.
This is very scary. Sour gets caught by the barrier. Lord Evolve charging into that top side already. Throne of Ruin in the Blinker catches Hiko. He just gets wiped instantly.
side, bursting him down. Sour gets
Yup,
away, take
yup,
charge.
yup.
Time to perfection.
Buset.
Sour bursts it down. Bomba
Wah.
sunset. Left to defend
Wah,
against
gila
Guangzhou
Guangzhou.
Gaming. Strike first.
Gila Guangzhou.
Such precise targeting and focus
Guangzhou
on
Gaming tuh.
Tuhiko when it mattered the most. Moldy on that Alice with the setup. And the follow-up to Guangzhou.
Gila,
For the longest
Guangzhou
time,
tuh.
it seemed like they were always just after Samo.
Tapi
But
di
in that
Bahrain
last
sih,
moment, in that crucial
kan
game-ending
kalau
siege,
Brody
they got
itu
the target they
dengan
needed to find
ada item
and
Haskell
Hiko
itu
with
kurang
the
sih.
immortality. He
Belum
had
lagi
it
itu
earlier, but
carry
without it now,
ada
he
dengan
was just a
item
much
ini ya.
easier target to take
Item
down, and we're not
apa
entirely
namanya
sure
teh?
if Guangzhou were aware of the fact
Item
that he didn't have the
pentaker
immortality at
nanti
the
di
time, but
atas
it was
speed.
such a smart
Apa sih kurang anjir itu dari situ tuh. Cepet ada cok. Bentar. Balik. Ini kita mau punya taker. Oh, dia buang sepatunya mungkin jadi nambah kecepatan. Maybe lah, maybe bagus sih. Cuma ya kayaknya meternya ditambah Haskell ke pada taker sih. Dalam darah jadi ditukar gitu. Nah, dia kan ada ini nih. Dia udah pakai ini. Ya ini aja kejadiin itu. Oh, sampai tadi itu masih nggak masalah. Cuma yang ini aja tukar ke sini bagus. Ini ditambah aja. Ada button. Tapi kedengaran tuh si Dora tuh emang 3 item ini memang wajib nih. 3 item ini wajib ratingnya. Cuma kalau ditambah letter ini enak banget sih. Makanya biar dia kepenetrasi atau ultinya itu bisa menambah sedikit damage ya, bisa tambahan gitu. Pakuitonya lumayan lah, cuma dia nggak pakai armor ini ya, armor yang sedikit tebel, apalagi lah pokoknya tuh apa yang sedikit tebel kayak gini tapi yang pasti port ya namanya port armor. Nah, tapi kalau dia udah ada 2 TB jadi nggak masalah jadinya. Nah itu yang bikin gua heran sih. Item MM-nya agak gimana ya?
China.
Kalau dibilang bagus ya atau satu situasional gitulah.
Again, this is how things have been going. You know, it's so exciting to see, and I feel like when you watch that game alone here, they made clearly some mistakes at the beginning, but they adjusted towards the end. I mean, even LaFell and I were wondering, like, some of those initiations from Modi on the Alice were questionable, but then that one at the very end where he caught 3 in the base, perfect. Even with the grok, right, from May, there was a couple tech charges that were kind of a miss, and then he landed some great ones. So again, this is the adjustments that they need to make, and now they have the upper hand against a team like Team Spirit.
Yeah. Honestly, like, Merkel got it right. Where we saw in this game, it was mostly Guangzhou Gaming. They were the ones that's engaging the fight, where Team Spirit just tried to react, right? And this is not new. Guangzhou has been doing this throughout all the wins that they have. They just have that Ni-Hao energy where you're like, we're coming in.
Yes, sir.
And then you just have to accept us coming in. And at that point, Team Spirit, honestly, like I gotta say, for the telestrated later on, it's mostly on mistakes, you know, coming in from both teams, where I would say Guangzhou Gaming, with the draft and the way that they play, they forced a lot of mistakes coming in from Team Spirit that made their team fighting a little bit more awkward.
They were very patient. They fought a lot around objectives. They didn't push towers. They were definitely not the aggressor in this game for most of the time. But they knew, I think, deep down that once their lineup got going in the right team fight, they could snowball with the correct push. Disciplined approach from GZG.
Even the decision to put Paquito in the jungle is, again, something that a lot of teams aren't going to do. They put that in the hands of Recall. He might have had a difficult time
jadinya.
fights here and there.
Terasa
But it
aneh
was more so
jadinya,
finding those
cowok.
openings, which he did so
Keren
well.
aja.
Also securing
Keren,
objectives
cowok,
early
tuh.
on. Again, the team really had to support him to be able to do that. And now it makes sense too to have that Valentina. You know,
Jadi ya masih 1-0 ya. Mau pindah berdua satu di
so
hasilnya.
you can play around and locking down those members. And there was a lot of fights where it looked like something was gonna
satu
start
sih hasilnya.
and then they kind of pulled off a bit. So there was really good show of discipline here.
Ini, cappuccino ini, terus ini, yang terakhir.
A lot of the top of the standings, the power
Gila, kocak juga ya. Kocak sih. Kocak juga sih. Kemarin nih sih anjir. Kayak pegang 2 pil WC itu anjir. 4-0, 4-0, 4-1. Oh, ada kena counter papal. Jadi tim Pamos, Yanggun, dan Vitality. Oh, jadi bakal milih tim sih. Ya pastinya. Yang pastinya Vitality nggak bakal milik Onyx ya. Karena udah pasti. Boleh disamain sih harusnya ya. Hmm. Emang harusnya meet and greet kan. 14 kawaci ini. Maksudnya. Terlalu banyak ya. Yang nge-stream juga. Yang apa ini? Oh, opsi. Sudah. Banyak ya. Menurut gua di emang problemnya dan ya seperti ini sih. Intinya teh kita kan kalau di apa apel kita apel. Ah. Rambut. Ya ini kan belok. Stormy kawan-kawan. Apa nontonnya? Nah, pendapat TNG adalah pentingnya Onyx akan mudah melawan Sirki 2-0. Mengheran sih anjir. Ke salah satu mereka yang pasti bakal jatuh sih. Belok. Mau tahu sih siapa yang bakal jatuh. Apa sebentar. Taruh kosong ya. Moeja mungkinan dokter kelam deh kayak ini deh. Moeja kalau misalnya kerk itu ya kayak Moeja. Moeja pak, ini bagusnya ke tim yang lagi bangun fondasi sih. Kayak ini ya, bangun fondasi kayak apa ya namanya teh? Bangun fondasi kayak IPOS dan artis sih. Soalnya enggak juga bangun fondasi kayak IPOS deh. Tapi kalau misalnya ini ya, dari situasi sih seharusnya apa ya? Tinggal punya terus.
that did not allow them to do what they normally did. So it was kind of like, who can play this strategy of ours the best? And I think that Recall, to me, seemed like the most impactful player because he was so patient with how he decided to go in. And when he did go in, he made sure to have an impact.
That impact comes from allowing your gold laner to scale up the way that happens for CY.
And that beautiful combination of trust, but also execution is what has given Guangzhou Gaming the lead here. In the next moment, we're going to see if they can continue on, or if in this final game, Team Spirit will play their final match of MSC. The key ready to be crushed. Guangzhou Gaming ready to make history for China as they have their chance to jump into the top 8.
For Team Spirit, if they want a chance here, they know that Guangzhou, they're going to go for some kind of dive. And counter dive is not enough. You need a way to counter engage as well, right? It's good that you're able to avoid the initial engage, but how do you go back in? That's something that they have to consider because Guangzhou is a mature team. The moment they know the engage is bad, they just back off and then try again.
I like that point about maturity you made. In the green room, we kind of set the conversation earlier. Big shout out to Maui as well, helping us with these editorial conversations. But Guangzhou Gaming and maturity is what was kind of on display for us. They usually have had histories of not scaling well into the late game. But Naisu, they were actually behind in game 1, and they found a way to kind of keep it together and then start trending upwards. Are you noticing that this is a little bit of a different GZG, or is that more on Spirit's mistakes?
It's a little mix of both, I'd say.
Sure.
A lot of the teams, I feel like, just because of the nature of the compositions of meta, they're prone to making some mistakes. That's going to happen throughout a game. No one's going to play a perfect game, you know? So it's just how fast that these players, these professional athletes basically can adjust in the game, and not just from game to game, because that's what Team Spirit has to do now. They have to go to that drawing board, figure things out, because you got to remember too, again, these matches today will decide who moves forward and who is knocked out. And a team like Team Spirit has been able to surprise a whole lot of people over the previous internationals that they've had. And for GZG, I mean, the same thing. They're a team that is on this quest to make it for the first time into the knockouts from their region, and they're one game away from making that happen.
Got some fans in the crowd as well. I love the early fans. Sometimes, you know, it's tough to wake up early. I get it, morning coffee, your caffeine choice. But at the end of the day, if you're here, you might be able to witness something special and say, I saw China make it to top 8 for the first time in MLBB history.
And again, they're going up against some serious competition here.
Yep.
Like, it's a statement to say you made it to top 8 by taking down Team Spirit. Team Spirit is also a mainstay in internationals. Like, we always look at them as possible grand finalists.
Yeah, it's usually top 5 at least.
Yeah, top 5 at least. But every single time, I think the closest was the previous MSC back in 25. They were defeated by Onyx Philippines, and that was close. They already had a 10K gold lead, so they should have went even further. But now, hey, c'est la vie, Team Spirit, they just make sure they get the Paquito early, and then the Valentina again, and this time with the Harara. So just a quick swap of the first picks.
Yeah, I like this though. You know, we kind of questioned that Valentina in the previous game, but Guangzhou Gaming has pretty much proven that they're just comfortable with it. I mean, you can go ahead, take these quality ultimates from your opposing team, and obviously makes them kind of second guess what they're going to bring up. Because you already locked in the Paquito too, which now it makes me wonder, like, where exactly?
Paquito jungle, maybe? They might be like, we might do this too. We might flex it on you.
Yeah.
Paquito goal and use the link.
That's what I'm thinking, because Hiko has played that gold lane Paquito. You can grab the lane just for that classic matchup we're used to seeing. We'll see if they end up flexing it or not. So the Eudora and the Cho will get picked up. Again, Cho was banned previous game. This allows you to go for those pickoffs with the Eudora really well. These should be, just those 2 heroes alone should be an automatic kill.
They should already be fighting fire with fire, because if Guangzhou wants to go in, Team Spirit can do the same thing, right?
Exactly.
There's a lot of forward momentum coming in, and now Guangzhou, they reply with the Moskov. So he's going to be supporting his team in case someone dives a little bit too deep. He can push them away. So I'm liking the opening draft coming in from Team Spirit as well as Guangzhou. Quite a lot of interaction between the two.
Again, with the Moskov being in play here, makes me wonder if we do just see the gold lane matchups now. But Team Spirit will play on that, because so many teams still kind of, if there is a flexible hero that can be flexed, and that has developed over these days as well, then they'll play that into the draft, because it also changes some of the focus on the bans. But you can see this just in case Guangzhou Gaming's like, you know what, we'll just ban out some more gold laners, so they do take out that Quint. Again, the Mozkov is so deadly just because of the mere fact that he can pretty much just stay in his lane, push it, farm up, do his thing, play the off map, and then join the fights if the SOD lands.
Crazy enough, that was the strength of the character, but not the strength in game one of GZG. They grouped up and they committed to that group up. Obviously playing the lineup well. We'll see if maybe swapping over to the Mozkov allows them to be as effective as the Uranus expand.
Day 7 of MWI. Yo, woo! Shout out to them. That is dedication.
Since yeah, that's crazy. And now
that's us.
That's you guys.
Hey, we're here since wild cards.
Yo, that's true.
we're here longer. It's not a competition.
It's like we're dedicated.
It's like we love the game or something. Anyways, yeah, the Uranus gets banned out as well as the Esmeralda here. Good ban on the Esmeralda because right now for Guangzhou, they don't have a proper front line yet. So what else is there, at least in the EXP? I mean, like, I guess they can pick up the Alice again. Oh, the Belleric, yes, is still open.
And you can technically flex that if you want.
Rarely do we see Belleric being in 4th pick though, right?
Yeah.
Usually the first 3.
I think that's because the Valentina kind of worked against that. And I think they warded off, so it's like, why prioritize that? And I think it's been smart.
I do have to say, though, right now the draft does look a bit difficult for the Cho to actually get a good kick in. But, hey, you know what? If you're here in MSC, you should be able to do it. Right?
I think anything's
Pick a target and then grab it.
Ling's still available, but is like the hype on Ling fallen? I mean, so much. Obviously, Paquito's going to most likely jungle here. EXP here. Right?
Yeah.
And so Harley picked up.
Well, this will tell us if it's going gold or not. So it's going to be EXP Barrett's, and then it's going to be that gold lane Paquito. That's why I was saying, you know, he's 3 roles basically that you can see the Paquito go to. So that's the game plan here for Team Spirit. They really want to burst a member down, get an upper hand in terms of numbers.
Maybe we'll see Paquito mid.
Yeah, you know what?
I've heard a lot of things, but yeah, right now for Team Spirit, they're using a draft with a lot of forward momentum, having the Barats being the main escort, and then having the Dura as well. You should get a kill, and now a Kaja gets picked up. So the moment a Cho or a Harley overextends, Kaja can help them get a kill.
That's what he says when he ults. Divine Judgments.
Dude, they're digging deep into the pockets here. Another unique hero for MSC. I can't wait to get an official count on what that is. We're aiming towards 90. We still got like a week to go, so plenty of time.
I hope by the time we get to the knockouts, which is just in a few days away, we still have unique hero picks come through, because it's just been so fun to go through these drafts in this meta.
It is a blast being here and watching MSC live in Paris, France. For those of you watching online, let us know, who are you leaning towards? You might have favored Team Spirit, but now Guangzhou Gaming's in the lead with one more game to go potentially. China could be moving on to the knockout stage for the very first time. And to kick off game 2, let's send it back over to Mirko and Brigitte.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. And indeed, we have a lot of surprises to break down here as we head into game number 2 between Team Spirit and Guangzhou. I'm looking forward to hear Mirko say the Kaja later on.
No.
You're not?
They got it wrong. Kaja doesn't do Kaja when he ults. He does a... It's a whip.
Okay. And I hear you do the Barrett's ult all the time too, so maybe we're
Oh God, it could be, yep, too. Could be, and...
That's a lot. But it's surprisingly actually Hiko on the Paquito this time. So we thought it was a jungler all along, but they do decide to flex it eventually here. Could we expect like maybe better synergy across the board though? Because this is looking like a Cho Eudora, yes.
I don't know. Right now, it's looking very TLPH. I'm gonna be honest with you. The composition of Team Spirit, putting Bomba on a Barats, it's like putting Sanford on a Barats. You know, it's like, I don't want to see that.
Okay, so they have to make this work. At least that's what we're getting from now. And we take a look at the emblems too before we move on to this game. It's been a while since we've seen a Kaja, so I think it's still very usual. See the support emblems come through, the additional speed and the Brave Smite. Pretty much same across the board, I feel, for majority of our heroes this time. Oh, but whoa.
Also putting Hiko on a Paquito. It's like putting Paquito on Teddy.
Oh, okay. You're still talking about that, yeah.
I mean, it's the same side lanes as yesterday. It's crazy.
It does feel kind of the same. And I feel like TS are also in a sort of same position wherein you're just really expecting a bit more from them, but it's been a struggle ever since game number 1 to just coordinate. I think like it's
it's weird to see Spirit in this kind of position, but hopefully they work things out this time. We are seeing a more aggressive laning phase from them, to say the least, here in game number 2.
Oh my god, the Thunder's rat straight up! One shot, May. No, right now, first blood over to Team Spirit with a neutral objective as well.
Yep, a much better start. We can say that for Team Spirit right now. That we're looking at the way they've executed the first 2 minutes of the game. Laning-wise, it's been very aggressive for Hiko, and at the same time, you see better coordination from Sao and Sunset Lover. Which
one shot, May. No. Gaming walking out with the winning trade.
And that's a sacrifice they were looking for. May had to tank the first damage, and that's when Guangzhou, alongside, executed the first 2 minutes.
Oh, lumayan kesekilan bentar.
You see better coordination from Sao and Sunset Lover. Which
one shot, May. No. Gaming walking out with the winning trade.
Oh,
But how are they able to utilize that? That's like 2 potential lockdowns or pick-off setups, and the damage is mostly gonna come from Recall, at least for now in the early stages of the game. But has Recall been having a good time? Because I think he's already a level behind Zarigo is.
Bomba's doing a lot right now with just delaying the jungle. He's going to lose out on a bit on the bottom lane, but it's going to be pretty good to stop Recall. As you can see, Zaur is really capitalizing on the fact that he's getting so much more space, so much more room to farm up, a whole level ahead with a turtle as well. Sao feels a lot more comfortable on a hero that can be proactive instead of a Beleric.
Yep, and that's what we've been waiting for. Right now, Spirits seem to be back on track, at least for now, as long as they get to sustain everything that's ongoing. But the Beleric is potentially, if they fail, I think that could be an angle for Guangzhou to just really go for the punish. At least they have one way to get AOE setups and not just either the Kaja or the Cho if it ever boils down to a massive team fight. But let's see, Spirit are now positioning themselves across the objective. It's not like Guangzhou are looking to contest, however. Or it will take them a bit more time.
Yeah. Guangzhou Gaming were able to control all the neutral objectives in game number 1, and that's what's set up for their late game. Position, space, everything to scale up. This time, Team Spirit don't want none of that. Oh, up top, whoa, what a kick from Sao! Way the dragon kicks the Kaja back into Hiko. And it's yet another pickoff. They're really utilizing the strong side well. Sao with the deadly magic, Sao with the walk up as well. The Purify already out earlier. Oh, that's Thunder. Bang. Goes down to Moscow side. Down Hiko with the hits on the turret.
They've learned their lesson. They've learned their lesson. They gotta be the more proactive ones. They gotta be the ones starting it off. And with this lineup, they're definitely doing it. May has not had a single divine judgment in this game, and you could see that Sao is just starting to feel it on this Cho.
It's like watching. Oh my god, Bamba. He's getting free turrets. Guangzhou Gaming are the ones reacting to everything, and it's not the right reaction either. They try to go mid for some reason, and Bamba just stomps down bot. That's a free turret for a Barats.
Okay, at least for Guangzhou, right? If we're looking for potential angles that they can turn this around, they have plenty, and it's a Flicker Beleric as well, so they could just try to go for more counter-engage as long as they feel like they're already on the same page, because at this moment, oh, hold on.
He goes for the whip now. Bamba with the response, throws him into the wall. Ball of Thunder, Bamba with a chomp. He just swallowed May whole.
You saw that, you saw May, he tried, but Guangzhou, it didn't feel like they were ready to follow up.
Ooh.
On the same page, because at this moment,
Very tough. Recalls, force on the fight, tier 1. Free for Team Spirit. Sao doing a good job on this Cho so far, and yeah, like you mentioned, man, May cannot really go for anything. That's going to be a free purple buff as well. Oh, Ball of Thunder lands on everybody. Thunder's Wrath as well. Wrath on a Dryad. Holy moly, lands on Natalia. All 5 Natalias.
Okay, it's Guangzhou facing a 6.5k gold lead this time. Spirit have completely turned things around and are looking real good in game number 2. A potential game 3 is potentially coming for us at this point. If you take a look at Team Spirit and the current situation that they're in, because I think the panel also touched on how maybe, yes, they can utilize the Kaja to punish some of the overextensions that have been happening or that could come out from Team Spirit, but I don't think we've seen any of those. It's more calculated backline engages either from Zard just to force reactions out of Guangzhou. It's more pinpoint and precise way of the Dragons coming in from Hiko. I don't think he even had to use the Flicker as much just yet because it's always Guangzhou tending to overextend, but they might actually go for one this time. They don't risk it as much though. There's still tier 2 turrets across the board.
Eudor is so annoying. Xing just walks up a bit too aggressively. He didn't even walk up aggressively. It was Team Spirit with a conceal, and he's forced to go back to Fountain. Tier 2 up top taken down already. Team Spirit with a 7,000 gold lead. We've seen comebacks before, but it is going to be very difficult for Guangzhou Gaming as long as Sai doesn't get space to farm. This has been a very difficult Moscow game. Like, Sai has just not been given any space, any lanes to farm up.
And how far behind could he possibly be? Because he's already 2 levels behind of Hiko. I think there hasn't been much opportunity for him to also take some gold to catch up. And Guangzhou are just really investing in defense right now. They gotta put up their walls. You have to have Modi reliable enough to tank everything, because looking at Guangzhou's lineup, it seems like he's the only guy you could really rely on to do that. Xing and Mei, they probably want to go in for the more aggressive setup plays and pick off potentials if ever they do find any. And he also picks up the Eudora ultimate instead of any other setup, so it's just probably all on Mei right now. They need a bit more of the damage to come through because, as you mentioned, Sai is taking a while to scale up and he's probably behind in terms of items right now.
Very, man. He only got the gold staff earlier. That's a second item at 8 minutes, so this third item, Power Spike, might come through in like 10 minutes, looking at the pace of the farm. Spirit gonna get this for free. There's no chance Guangzhou take it unless Sai gets an SOD. But Bowser knows better than to leave that open. He's able to body block for Team Spirit. Zaur also still in the retreat, just in case. I remember a crazy
ada XP yang tahu persis ada Moskov di situ.
On the group stage.
I think everyone learned from that. You know, they're just starting to guard the bushes wherever or whenever there's a Moskov on the other side. But look at that
powernya atau
between
PR-nya.
Sai and Hiko. It's
oh my god,
7 to 4.8k.
It's the same gap for Zaur and Recall.
Oh yeah.
The gold leads are placed where it's best. Even a 2,000 gold lead between the mid laners. Oh god. Xing would just be tickling Bomba whenever he goes for damage.
At least they still have holy shields, but I think they're all gonna pop even before the Lord gets to approach the base. They've made enough room for them to utilize the Lord to its fullest potential, and Team Spirit, they're looking to take down a base turret right now. Sawo goes in!
Sawo terbaju, Sawo.
Taunts everybody with a big whip as well, but it's not going to take anybody down except a Chomp Purify out from Sai. Oh my goodness! What is that damage, my guy? Recall pulled back into the cards! The Poker Trick Sunset Lover again with the lightning. Modi stun, he gets away. Now it's Hiko and the rest of the team. Coming out with the walk up and give the Poker Trick. Is that the knockout strike from Hiko to lock Modi down? Zaur can't get the damage to take Modi out of side. Lands the SOD. 10-minute game for Spirit to equalize.
10 minutes.
Such great macro and usage of their lineup. Team Spirit have completely bounced back here in game number 2 as they equalize the series. And we, of course, have to witness a game number 3. It's all elimination and qualification matches we're expecting for today. And they're just one step away from all making it to knockouts. They're doing what they can. They're fighting until the very end. But Guangzhou, so many questions left in that fight. It did not look like the same Guangzhou we saw in game number 1. There was just very minimal proactivity, but at the same time, even if they wanted to go for more proactive plays, they get punished every single time the Kaja play was read out here by Team Spirit.
And every time the Kaja got the Divine Judgment, it was always just a big whiff because, I don't know, it was either on the Cho or on Bomba, right? And Sawo and Bomba, they like that. Easy for them to retaliate with a Chomp, with a re-engage. And it's just so much better to see these guys on proactive heroes instead of heroes that just were waiting for plays to be made on the other side while reacting to it. Again, Bomba this time, hey, didn't like him on the Barats, but he did a fantastic job. Hiko on the Paquito as well. I think, you know, I think it's the Harley. I think the Harley was able to capitalize on these winning lanes.
Yeah. They need not pay as much attention. Harley could just do what he wanted to do, and Team Spirit, they were all able to do what they wanted to do. So I think it's about time we go back to the studio to talk more about what happened in this game.
You just said do whatever you want to do, and LaFell is here. So let's bring that back. Let's hold off. Because this man given freedom, opportunity, man, it could get crazy up here, Naisu.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm with a bunch of Americans. I feel very free now. America.
Howdy, partner.
Howdy. That was one of the most nothing games I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
Like that game brought me memories of when I was a child of watching paint dry, right? But hey. At least the game was more entertaining than watching paint dry.
And you still remember them, I guess, so that must have been memorable for you.
At least it didn't affect his memory.
No, because I was guessing. I was watching it because I didn't know what color it was.
The way you are?
That's why the way he is.
So much paint. It's not good to inhale a lot of wet paint, man.
Maybe. Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, yeah.
Call Rain Man again.
Guys, that was a big stomp. The average game for both of them lasts around 17 minutes for Team Spirit, about 15 minutes for Guangzhou Gaming. That one was under 12, about 11 or so. So a very fast game. Astam, what went right for Team Spirit there, Naisu?
Just about anything they wanted to, man. I mean, under the 5-minute mark, they were already pushing Guangzhou Gaming behind their tier 2 turret.
Guangzhou's just like,
yes. There you go.
Take this chair. Oh, take this mic. Yeah, go ahead. Like, Spirit could do anything. Guangzhou didn't do anything to stop them.
I told you.
All right, here we go.
Brigida, why'd you give him freedom? Why'd you give him freedom up here? He's acting crazy.
You want my
You're not here to stop him.
Grab the telestrate.
You know what? I could telestrate. That would be a funny segment, wouldn't it? See how I do?
Yeah, that would be pretty funny.
You do have something to break down, though. We also have some post-game stats as well, so maybe you'll hit the post-game first.
Yes,
and
I do.
We'll do a little telestrator later,
Sure.
just to see how it went. I think the big thing stands out. I mean, you see Hiko having a great game there. Everybody had a great game. Sour Egoist as well on the Harley.
Look at all the zeros. 0 turrets,
Zero
turtles, 0 Lord, 2 orange buff, and 3 purple buff.
Like,
talk about not playing the game.
That's why LaFell is illustrating just how it felt in that game. Because they got Team Spirit took everything that they wanted to. I mean, they had to dig down and get that spirit going, and man, did they do it with this lineup. Because, yeah, again, you don't see this kind of, I mean, this was a very one-sided game. I mean, this was a stomp for that. I mean, you could see the reactions there too. So we asked them, like, what adjustments would they have to make? They made all the adjustments, Rain Day.
Yeah, and it actually felt like the Mozkov, and I'm gonna dive in my thought on that, because they played so well, so grouped, so focused on objectives. Head to head, they win 66.7% of the objectives against Team Spirit, and to go 8-0 on Turtles in this one, I mean, that's pretty ridiculous when you consider their normal style of play, which to me felt like they weren't able to get. The way Moscow excels is not necessarily grouping up, but the way GZG excel is grouping up. How can they fix that, LaFell? What did you see going wrong? Because you've got your telestrator. I want
you know how the game goes so wrong that even Rain Day made an accurate analysis, like, bro, why'd you play like that? That's not how you play Moscow.
It's like,
it's a good day, you know?
Yeah, we're gonna be looking at the telestrator.
You want to stand? You want to stand?
You're not gonna do. No, you stand down, sir. All right, all right. So first of all, let's talk about the anti-synergy here in the draft, because we got Kaja here. In case you guys don't know what he does, he whips people and then he holds them down. And then you're hoping for someone to kill the other person, right? But the question is, he doesn't have early burst. She kind of has the pens, and then she also like kind of depends. Like, I would say that Guangzhou's biggest problem here is, I would say, mismatch of what each of the heroes want to do.
Yep.
And Belleric EXP is okay. The only problem is it's slow. So speaking of it slow, let's look at what happened in the game of 20 seconds of nothing happens, right? Look at the mini-map and look at how basically clumped up they are. We can see that the Belleric's coming and it's like, oh, maybe I should protect that.
Never mind.
But then, you know, it's gone anyways, right? For us, got that one, so let's go to mid. And let's not do anything. And then it's just that's like the entire game. They're like, let's all group up together in case something wild happens.
And nothing happened. I know what it is.
It happens.
Barrett's is a herbivore.
Barrett's is a herbivore.
Say it like an American.
Herbivore.
Barrett's is a herbivore.
Barrett's is a herbivore.
America. Fireworks. July 4th.
Don't get him started, please. Rain Day.
Independence.
I've been there before.
I love Madani.
You know, it's always fun to see it. Sunset Lover actually had a fantastic game, and you look at that performance, I believe, on the Eudora again. The first game, it felt like they were surviving the Eudora. Their team was able to go around it, ignore it, maybe work and find a way to still have a win with GZG. But this game, starting 2-0, it was no chance for Valentina to catch up on the opposite side of things. Sunset Lover's control in this game, it needs to be dealt with, I think, at this point. And you have to consider, do we ban it or do we take it away?
You take it. Take it.
You can't spell Eudora without raw. She's strong, bruh.
Yeah.
And also, there's do in her name.
He worked
so
that in.
do pick it up because
Fusroda.
Fusroda. I was talking to someone who hadn't played Skyrim, man. It's like, come on, that's a part of the vernacular. You got to know that.
She has great crowd control, great damage. She even looks like a decent person. Why wouldn't you pick it up?
They have to do it now. Ban it or ban it out.
Or ban it out.
Ban it out. We've seen teams handle it that way. Just ban her out.
Well, that's a good question because Guangzhou Gaming now faced with a conversation that is going to lean them one way or the other, a little bit like this or that. In fact, speaking of that game, we had Guangzhou Gaming make a few decisions that might split the team a little bit earlier this week.
Hey guys, my name is Afel, and right now we'll be playing a this or that, just to see whether the players, are they on the same page or not? Okay, right now you guys can line up straight. So, we got 5 questions here. The first one is, first thing, after you wake up, do you brush your teeth or eat breakfast? All right, you know what? They all brush their teeth. Okay, come back to the middle. So now, before scrims, what's your routine? Do you shower first or don't shower? All right, now we know that they don't shower. So, which jungle heroes you guys prefer? Ling over there, Nolan over here. Only one person likes the Ling. So for this one, how do they like to warm up before a game? Playing rank or playing training mode? Oh, I thought more people would play rank, okay? And now, the last one. Who would you like to go on a holiday with? Either CY or Ming? Huh? Now we know who's friends with CY and who's friends with me. All right, looks like Guangzhou Gaming, they're all good. They are in sync, so no penalties for them. So thank you very much, guys. Good luck for your game, and we'll see you guys next time.
Sweaty scrims. That's okay, though. You know, at the end of the day, you're going to sweat in scrims. So if you shower before, you're still going to have to shower afterwards. I like the logic.
I mean, some people, they might wash away the mojo.
They might.
That's true.
They might wash away the mojo.
Yeah.
It's a different vibe. Might be more relaxed, too.
Different vibe, but then what was that also? They don't like, they do ranked or training mode?
Oh, training mode.
Yeah,
what's up with that?
I've always warmed up in rank. I mean, first game of the day is ranked.
Maybe that's why we're just casters.
Maybe. You got a point.
That's it.
I'm just saying.
That's it.
We're good, but not that good. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Listen. I
know what I'm saying?
How about when you play ranked? Here's a question: is it before bed? Is it at night? Do you get it first thing of the day?
It's 24/7 rain day.
24/7. Wow. Okay.
When shouldn't you play rank?
Haven't you seen us in the talent room?
Is that what you're doing with that tablet right there when you don't have it?
There,
because
man.
we're done with the telestrator, by the way.
You're
just AFKing mid? Oh, he took it off. We know what LaFell's doing. You gave him too much control, Brigida. We told you not to do it. At this point, though, we have everything that we need because this game is absolutely unpredictable. Going to draft for the 3rd and final time between China and EECA. The gatekeepers of top 8 trying to gatekeep China's last hope here at MSC, who are desperately looking to match the result on the women's side of making it into the knockout stages. Can May, right there on your screen, figure out what to bring to the table to get a win?
I gotta say, first of all, I appreciate that whenever something goes wrong, we throw it over to Brigida.
Yes.
It's her fault, not our fault. I appreciate that. And
yeah.
Number 2, I feel like it's more on the mentality of the game, because game number 2, clearly they just played scared, and that's not how you should play against Team Spirit, where you saw that in game number 1, just fight when you have the chance, and it somehow worked out. You kind of have to go back to game number 1.
It's tough to, put it plainly, because that's exactly how it felt. It just felt like they were kind of in this state of, we're scared to move around the map.
Limbo.
They were in limbo, they can't really move, and it almost was that mentality of, you know what, we're so far behind, just go next. And so now it's their chance for Guangzhou Gaming to make this happen here. This is why I was making the point earlier, where it's like, yeah, you have to be able to bounce back from game to game even, not just from the days here, because after getting slapped like that in game 2, like, how do you bounce back in game 3? Well, we've already talked about what can potentially happen in the draft, and that's really where it starts. And you just got to have a better game plan here for Guangzhou Gaming if they want to move forward, because now the momentum is in favor of Team Spirit. And we've seen this before, where once they have momentum, they can usually take it just as quickly in game 3.
I'm only asking for one thing for Modi. Have a hero that can dive, something like a Yuzong, something like an Alice. That seems more his niche, right? Speaking of something like a Bellery, I guess he can kind of do that, but he requires the flicker. So I just want him to use someone that can dive in. That's like his identity. Don't stray away from that.
Well, the Paquito actually taken out by GZG and the Cho as well. The Atlas also denied by Team Spirit, who will switch sides this game. And Expanding Rivers, one of our fastest map choices. I believe it is the second fastest. And one of the interesting things about this situation, which as a fan of MOBAs, every team comes in with a different plan and blueprint. But in game 1, game 2, both teams get a blueprint of what works for them. And so this draft is so exciting because both teams are trying to deny the blueprint of success for the other team while trying to get as many pieces of what worked in the games that they won for themselves. But it also opens up another layer, Naisu, which is, will somebody have prepared to surprise the other team again? Will they have more in their pockets that they'll bring out that might just change the narrative completely?
I think this MSC already has shown us how deep the pockets of the teams and the coaches, and in this instance for Coach Sunday and Coach Coldstar, they might dive into that. If not, then they just play their best game. I mean, this is something that a lot of people have been talking about online too from previous teams that now have been knocked out. It's like, well, sometimes do you go for comfort? Do you go for those heroes or that style of play that's worked for you so long? Or are you forced to adapt in the current meta? And that's kind of what we've seen through the courses of this. So I think as you're seeing the bans, those are even different in this sense. So it's like, the game plan is already going to change. This first blue pick will tell us where things want to go. Do they just grab the Eudora? Is there something better? The Hirara and the Ling still up for contention between them. It's going to be the Hirara for Guangzhou Gaming, at least now. So the trade that we expect, this Team Spirit, just take that Eudora.
Eudora as well as the Belleric. Something that we do have to put in context here, this is the decider match. Win, you make top 8. Lose, your keys get crushed. And I feel like that's going to be a difficult conversation between the players as well as the coach. They might have a hidden pick. And there's two different mentalities. Either like, if we don't show it, we'll never be able to use it. Or, it's like, it's just difficult whether you want to take that gamble or not. Yeah, you risk it.
Because the last draft, I would say, if you look at what Guangzhou Gaming was able to do, they looked uncomfortable on some of the picks.
Yeah,
it didn't work for them. So the answer right now for Team Spirit, go the Barretts, they pick it up, and the Eudora.
And I think this is actually good news for Guangzhou Gaming because it opens the Belleric for them, which I feel they had their best performance on. And then the Barats also a good performance here, but was it so good because Guangzhou Gaming was not playing their game? And I feel like that might be something that enabled the Barats earlier on. It is a fast one.
Oof.
But there's the Uranus also, which is available at this point, which they hadn't seen. And the Lilia.
I'm slightly worried for this Lilia here.
Yeah, you're going to get comboed and instant black shoes.
And you're going up against a Fanny.
Yep.
I mean, let's talk about this. Lilia is very aggressive. She does a lot of damage because level 1 she already has her combo, but the problem is her HP is so low, and the burst coming in from Eudora as well as Fanny, they don't need any items to really take her out of the fight. Like, even if she doesn't die, she's gonna be so low that she can't do anything. So that, personally for me, is a very risky pick. And now with the Fanny being present, I gotta say, Team Spirit opened up this draft very strong.
Yeah, not only that, but also just having this Uranus for Guangzhou Gaming it's not like you can stop the Fanny from cabling through, you know, or deal with the Barretts, or obviously the lock-on stuns that come in with the Eudora. We've already seen it too. Eudora with one item is already scary to deal with. What more, 2, 3, you know, and you scale up like that for your Team Spirit. And this is something that, again, the Lilia doesn't really solve. Yes, maybe you can go ahead and help clear some of the waves. You do a pretty good amount of early game damage too, but based off these first 3 picks for Guangzhou Gaming, you have to be able to go ahead and scale up quickly for them, because the Fanny can almost match that. And if not, if the Fanny's delayed, we've all seen Fannies just result to what we usually see with Mozgovs. Go somewhere else across the map, push that, put map pressure there. And my goodness, Game 2 showed us that if map pressure is a problem for Guangzhou Gaming, they seem to not know how to solve that.
It's also kind of a cool indication of where the hero comfort is, because we're seeing some picks we're not familiar with. It's possible it's a region difference. It could be a player difference. Marcel, one of the only games he's left open and not banned and not picked. Both junglers already picked on both sides, so we won't see him.
Yeah,
which is like a surprise. He's got a 100% win rate.
Yeah, honestly, I even forgot about the Marcel. But yeah, Team Spirit can pick it up after this.
Yeah.
But honestly, gentlemen, looking at both teams' drafts, the best way to say it, and literally go big or go home.
Yeah.
Because these are the drafts that you can win it super early, and now the Marcel gets picked up.
Good call.
I gotta say, Team Spirit, they can honestly like get the inhibitors by 11 minutes.
Yeah. So where's that going?
Marcel? He's going roam.
Yeah.
Wow. Going roam. There's I don't think we've seen him flex anywhere else, but you know, he's the most, I would say, the most annoying to deal with.
Golden Road, right?
Yeah, he's kind of like a mosquito, man, and it's tough to deal with. Matilda and Brody, though, so I don't know, man. Looking at this Guangzhou Gaming draft,
go big or go home. Win all the lanes, push it, and try to end it by 12.
Does the Matilda help solve the macro problem, though?
I think it helps either the Uranus or Herard. They're going to go in so deep, and then that's going to be your backup option. But I don't know. Like, really, for Guangzhou, it looks like all gas, no brakes.
I mean, are these not some of the 4 most prioritized picks in the entire tournament so far on the side of Team Spirit?
So far, and then a Granger to cap it all off to go in the hands of Hiko here. So playing range for range in the gold lane, but a lot of mobility for both lineups here across the map. And, you know, we've seen it before, though. Marcel's golden hour can either work for you or against you.
I gotta say, both teams want to go fast. Both teams put a lot of risk in this kind of draft. So this is one of those games. It's all about mechanics, man.
Mechanics. I gotta go with Team Spirit here,
Team Spirit, you like the draft. Marcel available, 100% win rate. You with Team Spirit as well?
I love Marcel. I gotta go with Spirit as well.
Literally.
So Guangzhou will probably win it.
100% pick ban, 100% win rate. Guangzhou Gaming let Marcel through to Team Spirit. Do they know something we don't? Because if they win, they're in the knockout stage for the first time in China's history in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. If not, it is Team Spirit gatekeeping once again. Let's send it back to your casters, Mirko and Brigitte, for our final game of Series 1.
Go big or go home, as mentioned here by our studio, is the game plan and is what is reflected based on this Game 3 draft from both sides. Both are favoring Team Spirit though. Mirko, would you say that you're also on the same page?
Honestly, if you look at the draft, if you look at the prio, it makes a lot of sense. You know, the Granger for the strong side as well, that outrange against the Brody. The Fanny on the hands of Tower Egoist as well. But Guangzhou Gaming, this time around, it really feels like they're just trying to capitalize on the mistakes of Team Spirit. And it doesn't look bad. The Uranus against the Barats. The Barats picked up, I think, way too early as well. It did well in the previous game, but I guess we'll just find out here as Guangzhou Gaming will have mid-prio for the most part with this Lilia.
Okay. Hold on. So?
Go to Cables, forces out the Revitalize.
Yeah.
All good.
So, we did say it's looking like Guangzhou kind of capitalizing on Spirit and the draft, trying to react to it a bit more, but we're hopefully just seeing that in terms of the draft, because I don't think it'll pay off to be as passive when it comes to the game, and you're seeing it even in the gold lane matchup. Both gold laners so upfront and aggressive in terms of the laning.
Yep. But it is Hiko who has to burn the Flicker first, so that's a massive advantage for Guangzhou Gaming as they look to dive past this front to back that Team Spirit wanted to play with. Recall with the rotation up top already, waiting in that bush. And Guangzhou Gaming have set up a brilliant freeze. Hiko's gonna be forced to lose out on a few minions here.
Wow.
Or maybe even die, right? Like, he has no flicker, he can't just walk up.
And that's two of the marksmen with maybe or probably the longest range to just going at it. And so we leave them for now as we take a look at how this first hurdle is going to pan out. You see Guangzhou taking a hold of it, Recall starting it off, but there's still Sao, there's still a threat of a Marcel, but there is no golden hour just yet. So I feel like Guangzhou are still somewhat trying to take control over this.
And again, the disadvantage of the Fanny with now purple ball. Look at the zone coming down, retreat battle. It's gonna be won out by Sao still, despite no purple recall. Gonna fall to first blood as well. Sao pops in and revitalized to keep everybody healthy. Spirit with a massive win. Thunder's Wrath in the mid lane, just one more splash of damage. Sunset picking up yet another 3-0 and the neutral objective.
So unfortunate for Guangzhou. They wanted to start that out. It was Recall trying to actually get some damage in for the objective, but looking at where Recall decided to position himself to, the fact that it was both Kid Bomba and Zara Egoist just locking down onto this jungler and making sure that there was no other way he could go in for the contest on the objective was what granted Team Spirit that win. You have to pay attention to the Zona's welcome. You have to pay attention to where you actually position yourself, because if you're somewhere, anywhere near walls, Zara Egoist is just gonna have the time of his life.
And if you see that replay, man, Modi, he did all that he could to stop Bomba from getting the chomp down on towards Recall, but Bomba flickered past Modi. Yeah. My God. Beautifully done by Bomba to secure that neutral objective. That's how Zaur was able to just walk up, get the retreat for free. Recall. Not gone to that spot. Able to go for a golden hour. Catches the ball. He's going to build on the Rhapsody. Another kickoff up top, and it is against Sai on the Brody.
And this is how you like to see the Eudora being played. Now that they're ahead, now that they are actually being the more aggressive combo. And it's also probably because of Sao, just the way Sao moves around the map, which doesn't make things any less or any more difficult for Sunset Lover to just also go in with the flickers, because you are fully aware of where to anticipate Guangzhou Gaming too. So that was a flicker play you got to see from Sunset Lover. That was a burst landed onto the right target. And this is going to be a problem for Guangzhou, because you see a lot of, I think, targets for Sunset Lover in this draft, honestly. You could consider so much people to just use your burst damage onto. Oh, if that cable actually landed. Okay, they're gonna get out of this, but does Kid Bomba had the flicker.
Even the chomp to get away. Made with a circling Eagle Bomba. Oh, that's a very sad. Dino Revitalize. Oh my God, saves him. There's no damage from Guangzhou Gaming. Even after all that, a good stun coming out on Modi as TS are able to clear out the wave in the bottom lane. Sour, no purple buff, recall on the neutral objective, and this time Kid Bomba does not have that chomp.
Oh, revitalized this time from Guangzhou too. Golden R.
Great delay. Now the retreat. Sour trying to steal the recall. Stays patient on the retreat. Waits for Sour to show it, and now it's Guangzhou on the board on the neutral objectives.
Okay, at least if they weren't able to get anything down that engage in the bottom lane, they were able to convert it into something. The fact that they at least had to send one member of Spirit back and they weren't really prepared to take on that objective was already a win in itself for Guangzhou. Kid Bomba, did he get anything from that?
Got the Purify out of Xing, but that's about it now as the torn apart memory comes around, but the double flicker goes for Sunset and Hiko to get away. The dinosaur won't have a good time there. Gun down, taken out. Modi doing a good job again, gaining this map control and giving the space for Sai to pick up a turret.
Maybe allowed for a bit more room for Guangzhou to really set up for that fight, which they are really taking advantage of this time. May even gets first down, but they're just really looking to steal away this orange objective. There's a concealed from Tiesto.
They got the frozen moments on a few members, but no battle spells worn. Guangzhou Gaming just playing it safe. Draw with the cutthroat. Nexing has black shoes, doesn't even need it though.
Wait, Sai, okay. It seems like he's trying to hold this bush for a while. No one really passes through from TS though, but just like that, Guangzhou have regained control of the map in some ways. It's still a mirror trade for that tier 1 up top and down bottom, but since the next objective is spawning here, Guangzhou, they probably are looking to take advantage of this. And the fact that Kid Bomba, yes, has been doing a really good job on the Barret so far, but so long as they get there first, you could expect it to be pretty slow for the XP laner here of TS.
And this is why I had my concerns, you know, even in the early game, even though Guangzhou Gaming technically only have one resource to deal with the Fanny, that skill 2 of Psy, it's still very troublesome because for Team Spirit, they're going to have to outplay Guangzhou Gaming around these neutral objectives, around these team fights as well.
Okay.
While Modi can just stand in front of Bomba to take those steps as well. The Golden Hour placed down as well. Oh, Recall trying to go for it. He's going to be able to get away right now. The Chomp comes around, and that's going to be Sai who gets locked down, but he's able to flicker out the safety of Sour. Goes over the cutthroat. Can't find it. Good stun over Spirit with the neutral objective. Take Recall walking up now with immobilization on Sunset. Just one more shot, you get it down. Recall jumping forward, finds the kill. Immobilization on Sour, but he's able to escape as Bomb appeals for him. Sour in the mid lane, down on Recall. Untargetable. Eco with the dash in forward. That was actually a flicker. Burns it away. Good eye phrase by Recall. Xing thrown again, but he has the black shoes. Sour low. CY won't be able to go for the kill.
The revitalize from both sides just made that team fight much longer than we expected it to be, but who won it out and who were still able to commit and prolong things even after the revitalizers went down were still Guangzhou Gaming. They have such low dom times, but Recall!
Uh-oh, against 2, gets away for a bit, but Sao was just waiting there. Together with Zaur, Ego is the free kill up top. Oh, chop down, Purify out from Modi. Turret 4 sign, bottom lane on the Brody as Zaur is able to go on a tier 2 up top, and this will be a win for TS. This is a very good trade on the board for them.
Yeah, even though they lost mid though, but the purple, I think that changes things a bit.
It's okay. He'll be able to steal the purple buff on the other side of the map, and Modi has no Purify, still goes up. Has the guiding wind to get him out, but the purple buff, again, not even stolen by Guangzhou Gaming. Still a massive win for Spirit.
Yeah, they just swapped purple buffs basically at this point, but Guangzhou, again, despite them getting a couple more tier 1s, even in mid, TS though, they still have the 4K lead and they're looking to take that one turret in mid as well if only they find an opening, but they're going to respect Guangzhou. They're literally around these members though, and they will be first to prio and position themselves in this upcoming Lord.
This is really not looking good for Guangzhou Gaming. Their jungler is so behind, and their idea right now is to get the orange buff over the side. Recall's 2 levels down. How can he win the red tree now? Zaur just needs to go for the red tree, gets it in time. With a 2-level lead, it's almost guaranteed. Recall to walk up on Sunset. But TS get away.
Yep, as much as Guangzhou, I think, wanted to do something there and at least get a trade, Sao was just too eager to stop them in their tracks. This is a Marcel who has been very proactive in terms of the gameplay. Okay, he's gonna spot Recall there too, but at the same time, you can just rely on him to really block off Guangzhou Gaming in case they want to go for the chase, just because of the fact that you probably are not expecting as much burst from Guangzhou just yet. Oh, that's a flicker though.
Uh-oh, great golden hour. Catches mid. Oh my god! He still flies by and Hiko punishes him. Now it's out with the cables. A chop down with Purify, already baited out. Sai gets pulled back by the missiles of Bomba. Pops into it in nature, but this does have no damage to deal with these tanks up front.
That's the difference. You see TS, they have Sunset Lover, they have Hiko, such reliable sources to just burst down one of the front lines, quote-unquote, here for Guangzhou, because it's always Mei who pushes forward and has to push forward, but TS this time with a siege.
Modi's low, still able to get away, has the concentration, pops it here, the retribution from Recall. And a good clear with the Lilia as well against Team Spirit Siege.
Oh. They're gonna lose out on so much though. That's a tier 2 down bot and in mid, falling into the hands of Spirit. At least Mei is back right now, but these synced up waves are really becoming a problem. Now it's TS with a 6K lead. Initially it was just 3 to 4K, but now even take a look at the items. But before that, Zor!
Oh no, gets stunned up, torn apart memory. Not enough to take him down, very close though. Not enough Sky Piercer stacks just yet. And it's because of the Dreadnought armor that Zaur got that saved him.
Yep. Okay, that's a flask 2 for Sao. Guardian already picked up by Kid Bomba here on the Barrats. So you could expect them to just really stay for much longer. And they're going to be very calculated about this. They fully respect, we all know for a fact Guangzhou have pretty much reliable wave clear. That's a Brody, Lilia you're already looking at, on top of the fact that Modi can just be the one to put himself up front. And TS are just looking to wait for this next, but do they actually wait? Zar, he's positioned here really well, catches recall. The iframes are gonna be there, fortunately though.
Yep. Not much you can do, you know. I mean, you need to be very instant with the burst, very hard to catch the Hirara. Just with one dude. That's why usually it's the Eudora that gets her, gets the stun. Everybody can just follow it through.
Zar, the way he's been positioning himself.
Yeah, very aggressive.
You know they want something before this next objective.
It's all up to CY right now to be the guy to carry Guangzhou Gaming, right? Like, he has the way to stop the Fanny. The only way, as of right now, they got a full peel for Sai.
The waves. It's just really Zar holding onto this position.
It's kind of crazy.
Guangzhou have no idea he's there.
It's a very small dino. No big guy stacks on Bomba.
Still looking for those stacks. Now they spot out where Guangzhou are. They fully reveal the information, and Zar, he's just waiting. Sao reveals just much more info.
Oh man, great golden hour. Catches Sai. Oh, Modi gets bursted down straight up. The consecration already baited early. Direction can't even use the black shoes. Gets cut-throated down to the ground as Recall goes into the bottom lane. And Spirit don't even want to go for the Lord. They want to go for top 8. They want to qualify to the knockout stage.
What a play from Spirit. Could this be it? Recall goes in. Oh no, but it's bursted.
A big chomp down right now. Spits it, not a Sulfur. He going to pick up the kills. He flickers in. Sai, very low. That's a win in nature as well. TS, now they say it's enough. We're going to go for the Lord. Guaranteed.
Yep, Modi's back. Xing will be back too. There will be much more reliable wave here for Guangzhou, and TS are going to play it safe, but that was such a great plan coming in from TS. They knew they had enough burst, so if they had to deal with a target from Guangzhou one at a time, they had enough damage to do so. Now Sunset Lover even picking the Divine Glaive will make things all the more difficult for Guangzhou, for them to go up against Spirit in this scenario. As we take a look at that, yep, it is going to be the Divine Glaive, the Lightning Truncheon as well. So you have to be very careful. Even Modi earlier on, you saw how they were able to deal with him only with the Oracle as his somewhat of a defense item for magic damage. Now there's really starting to play the kind of game we're expecting from Spirit. They have a Lord marching up top, but it's Zar. Again, possibly looking for an entry from the opposite side.
So for Guangzhou, it's all about how they react to this. It's not the Evolve Lord just yet. They actually still have a shot at defending this with a Lilia. But it gets very difficult knowing there's an 8.7k gold lead and a few stacks already on Hiko. Caught in the Thunder's Wrath. Black Shoes used very early on. Lord up top, going to be able to take the turret down already. With the priority on the bot side as well. Both side lane base turrets have fallen.
Such a great tool to create space. Golden R laid down perfectly just so Spirit get that base turret. So now they're looking to take out even this last one in mid. The damage from Hiko too is already no joke. Sao catches one.
Bomba's just trying to zone right there, and he does well. Circling Eagle, now the retaliation on Bomba. Doesn't have the flicker. Tornado takes him down, and Sauer is able to cable out of there. 1 for 3. 1 kill for 3 base turrets. Spirit will take that any day of the week.
Yep, 15 minutes in, they finally exposed the base here for Guangzhou Gaming. Though they do show some signs of life, it takes a bit of time before they actually go in. They need to ensure that there is actually a target that will easily be within reach, but they're really pushing forward this time though. Guangzhou want to somehow equalize the map as we're taking a look at it right now. But you gotta pay attention to Zar and how they protect Sai.
That's for sure. Double Sky Piercer? Wait, Tower, oh my god, brother, you're playing with fire, bro. Just dashes into a Brody, Mathilda, and Hirara. What do you think about this double Sky Piercers? They're going up against... Hey, they steal the purple, but they don't go to their own purple, man. Bus.
Okay, at this point, the kills are pretty much spread between Recall and Sai, yes, but...
Well, what's the point of stealing the purple if you're going to leave the purple for TS?
Yeah. TS are just too quick.
You gotta explain this to me, Brig. Or maybe the panel needs to explain this to me.
The panel will have the telestrator to do that for
Some
us.
of these games, I feel like I need to be streaming, man.
Rain Day will have the telestrator to do that for us.
Yeah. Okay, please.
Now they will not have that.
LaFell, please, telestrator on that moment.
Yep,
Yes.
Yep, you can highlight that. Okay, so we have a Lord now. We have a Lord now. It is still going to be Zara on the opposite side dealing with the waves first. And TS, I don't think they'll have as much problems with this. They have to still pay attention to the burst. Sawo with the conceal.
Look at the waves, though. Zaur can just end the game. If Guangzhou Gaming want to take this fight, and now they're going to have to fight 4v5. Recall, oh, he goes in, gets the alternative, golden hour, isolates him for the rest of the team. No! Flicker in, a shot to the face, and now it's Modi. All alone, the circling eagle used to get away. Modi dodging away from the bullets. Call him Neo the way he's dodging from those shots. Sign of Bush, torn apart memory. Maybe if they didn't get double sky pierce, nah, actually it doesn't even matter.
So close, Sunset Lover, at least they got the flicker down, but that's about it. They've only gotten battle spells out from TS. I feel like Hiko even uses aggressively. And now with the Lord and an exposed base, Guangzhou Gaming, they only have so much to rely on. Xing and Sai will have to go for the defense of their lives. And Kid Bomba has a flicker too. Who knows if he actually finds another surprise Daytona's welcome.
At this point, Spirit's gotta drop the ball for them to lose this game. Guangzhou Gaming, they have the clear. But it's going to be delayed by Spirit. Sawa with a golden hour onto the Lord right now as the waves come crashing down. Modi gets away with cutthroat on Xing. Again, not given the time to use. Choose. A big chop down coming in. And spits him out, gets a two-man stun. The rest of the team capitalizing. He goes unstoppable. And Team Spirit confirmed their slot in the knockout stage.
It's a reverse sweep to get into top 8. Team Spirit make it through and get past that lower bracket after falling to Vamos earlier this week. And Guangzhou Gaming will unfortunately have to end their journey here, but what a fight did they show us here up against Spirit. It was so close for them to make history once more. With the experience, you just see Team Spirit eventually coming out on top.
It's just so sad to see after that great game one for Guangzhou Gaming. Even our panel, well, one of our panelists, Mr. LaFell, said it's that Nihao energy because they're always the ones kind of like walking up and say, yo, hello. But here it was more Daichen energy. Rose goodbye. Like, I mean, they were just chilling, reacting, going in randomly. Double Sky Pierce.
Yeah, because even if you look at the post-item or post-game stats, which our studio will also talk about later, it is confirmed they stuck with the double Sky Piercer up until the very end, but we saw it with 2 kills, 1 kill each. It stayed the same, and now we have to talk to our winners. Another team making it into the knockouts as we throw it over to the stage.
Thank you very much, my friends. It is done and dusted. Team Spirit move on to the knockout stage. A huge moment here. And Sunset Lover joining me on the interview, of course, with our translator, Asal. A few questions to ask. First of all, game one, what do you feel happened there that the game slipped away from your fingers?
Расскажите, пожалуйста, вот первая игра, как вы считаете, почему буквально утекла она у вас из рук?
Can I just say in English? Okay. In the first game, I think that was a draft diff, you know, because we have only the start draft. We won the start and we troll a bit in some fights. And then their pick was much better because our main character, like Brody, cannot play the fight normally because of Grok and because of Alice. And I think it was hard game because of that.
So that's in game one. Of course, you brought it back in 2 and 3. Do you feel like you were able to lock in? You were talking about, yeah, there's a bit of trolling in game one. Did you just lock in going into 2 and 3 to close it?
Sure. We do our best on the game 2. We also won the start. Our draft was much better, you know, and we was so confident in that draft, so we just stomped them.
And how are you able to choose things together? Is this with your coach also who's kind of helping you out, making sure that you have the proper draft for every game as a reaction?
What's again?
is it mostly all you together that are selecting what sort of draft you're going with, or is it more your coach that also is feeding in info for it, countering what your opponents have?
The main drafter is Kid Bomba, and coach and Savo also helping him a lot, and all of us can just a little bit help with our roles, you know, like Kid Bomba asking me, for example, Sunset, what do you think about this match and that draft, and etc, etc.
Very good. Then you've been to a bunch of tournaments at this point internationally. It's been a while that you've seen all of this stage experience. How do you feel this MSC is different than previous MSCs and M series that you've been part of?
First of all, it's not in Asia, you know. The weather outside is like so different. It's the first time when tournament in Europe. Here's a lot of difference, like the food, the weather, the I don't know, atmosphere, and also I like the tournament. I like the atmosphere here, and finally we did it to the playoffs. So I'm excited.
Honestly, it's not your first time, obviously, at knockouts either. There's been a lot of surprises that have happened here, results-wise. Do you feel that you're expecting all of these upsets that we were seeing? You know, Team Liquid being eliminated, also being a big part of them, or through scrims, you were kind of expecting crazy things to happen?
We didn't expect that Team Liquid will just lose to everyone, but we can understood that it's not Team Liquid meta, you know, there is Assassins most of all, and Carl TZ is more tank jungler, so I thought Team Liquid will be like top 4 maximum, you know, but it was so unexpected that they lost. There is also so unexpected that Aurora will stomp all of them, stomp all of the teams for the first match, you know, and they looks like the favorites, you know, of the tournament. So we'll see what will happen next.
It's the beauty of MSC. You never know what you get out of it. One more time then, Team Spirit victorious. Thank you very much, Sunset Lover, for joining me. We'll bring out the rest of the team because, as we said at the start of today, it's all about crushing keys. You guys move on to knockouts, and I will ask you to join me over here. Spasiba, my friends. Come on over. Come on over. We're going to open up our wall for the first time of today. 4 matches, 4 eliminations, and 4 players, or 4 teams advancing. Join us in here. It's time to crush Guangzhou Gaming's key. Does any one of you want to do it?
No.
Zarigo, you ready?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. All yours. It only makes sense that quite possibly one of the best junglers MLBB has ever seen is ready to go. And he'll be the one to crush Guangzhou Gaming's hopes. Keep it going, my friend. I know he's so used to putting pedal on the metal in the game, and here it all goes down. Team Secret to the knockout stage. Going hard in the paint, no matter the moment. And this is what happens when you get eliminated from MSC at the Esports World Cup. You get smashed to bits. And that's the lesson to be learned. Team Spirit advance. And there's a lot to break down. I know telestrations are set and ready for this one. So please, my friends on the panel, all yours.
Well, the hope of China crushed in that moment, metaphorically and also in this set. The gatekeepers of Team Spirit do it yet again and gatekeep another region trying to make it to the knockout stage for the first time while Spirit go through. But it was so much more than that. It was a tactical masterclass. It was also a showcase of the young talent, Zauer Egoist, Sunset Lovers, comfort in mid with the Eudora 3 times in a row, Naisu. There were so many things that went right for Team Spirit that, yes, GZG disappointed, but it's really what Team Spirit brought to the table, showing that they proved to be in that knockout stage.
I like hearing that from Sunset Lover too, you know, that when it comes to the draft, Kid Bomba's the one really helping them kind of make those decisions. And it's one of those cases where it's like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Eudora 3 games in a row. We saw Kid Bomba play the Barretts a couple times now too. And the game plan for them was really standard. I mean, even, yes, Zara Egoist to pick up a Fanny like this. Mind you, he got a couple kills plus the first turtle without even the purple buff. So there was just really good execution from a team like this for Team Spirit. This is something, again, that we expected. I would have been surprised still, though, if it was Guangzhou Gaming to send them out of the tournament. But you saw the key crush there, man. That felt like there was intention.
That was brutal.
That was a brutal key crush.
Yeah. I mean, like, speaking of brutal, this is basically reliving the nightmare for Guangzhou, because this is basically the same situation where they're 1 game away and they got match point.
Yeah.
And then got reverse swept. So this is 2 times now where they almost went to top 8 and then get reverse swept like that.
Well, one of the interesting parts about these 2 regions coming up is you get to see these different styles. And he mentioned Aurora Gaming, which suddenly became the favorites after their performance of constant wins and constant meta shifts. One of the things they pioneered is the Eudora. That was given 3 times over to Sunset Lover. You would probably not see that in a matchup with Team Spirit and Aurora Gaming given to anybody 3 times in a row, if they could help it. And of course, that was just one of the many things that showed up in these drafts. Nice.
Also, you called it, Rain Day, the Marcel. You know, the Marcel, you mentioned that in the draft. And I think that was also really a good decision to go ahead and bring it up, just because, again, you were able to go ahead and obviously use his snapshot that's built in that kit. The golden hours that we usually saw from Sawa were pretty on point too, whether that was to kind of zone out the members of Guangzhou Gaming or even to stall out like the Lord pushing himself. You know, you can kind of hold in there, but then you can line things up. We saw that with the stun with the Eudora, the Rhapsody shots with the Granger in the hands of Hiko. There were so many ways for them to kind of choose the way they wanted to approach a team fight, and that's what Marcel kind of lets you do. Plus, just kind of having that sustainability with the Revitalize that he built in is another way that this composition from Team Spirit worked really well. So alongside Coach Coldstar and then, of course, Kid Bomba, great draft.
But also, we got to say that Guangzhou Gaming, unfortunately, that draft has a lot of exploitable holes there, right? Having the Lilia is pretty strong early game, but as we said, basically three heroes have a lot of bursts that made it so that the Lilia cannot be a part of the game. So that's already making it into a 4v5. And without your mid helping out, both your EXP as well as your roamers can't really stay in front for a long time because there's no damage threat to the people that's threatening the front line. So I think that they were very ambitious with the draft, trying to make it so that they can win early, they can have a heavy push, which we saw-ish, but also even the items, nicely, right? The cast was talking about it, 2 early Sky Piercers.
2 Sky Piercers.
That is very greedy. Usually we only see 1 in a team. If you have 2, the problem is the Sky Piercer gives 0 value unless you get 3 or more kills. So before that, it's just a wasted slot. And because of that, we see Brody did not have enough damage, right?
He was like defense. He was like defense Brody.
Yep.
Yeah. One of the things I love about the comments that we just saw were actually the mention of the atmosphere in Paris, the fact that it's Europe, it's different food, it's different weather, and Sunset Lever and Team Spirit will be moving on. The team that will have to find their way back home will be Guangzhou Gaming. And instead of LaFell doing a breakdown of what went wrong, we decided we'd just do an exit interview with May.
Right now, we're here with team captain May. May, could you walk us through what happened in that match?
那么现在呢，我们可以看到我们团队的队长 May， 请告诉我们在这次比赛当中发生了什么事情呢？
我们觉得就是还是实力不足吧，没有办法抵抗对面出招的方式。
I think we still didn't do well enough, and we are still a bit weaker compared to the other team and counter against their tactics.
Okay, so was it because of the gameplay? Was it comms issues? Was it the meta maybe that didn't suit them?
那觉得可能会是什么原因呢？是因为这个现场的一些技巧呢？是因为最新的一个这些版本呢？这些有效的战术呢？还是哪些方面呢？
我们觉得版本变动对我们队伍的改变很大，因为来到 EWC 赛场，马上就经历了一个很大的版本变动，使得我们之前练的阵容都没有办法有效。
I think, in fact, the meta change had a big impact on our team. Since we came here and we realized that we have to try to adjust our team and try to adjust our tactics. So that will take a time to get used to that.
Understood, understood, very understood. But how did it feel
Sekarang
to go
selanjutnya ya kurang lebih
so
nih.
close to the knockouts?
是的，那么我们非常理解您的状况，但是这个比赛非常激烈，就是几乎都快要赢了。您现在的感受如何呢？
就是感觉还是比较失落吧，因为还是没有进到8强。我觉得，这是中国赛区离8强最近的一次吧。
Yes, actually, I'm a bit disappointed because we are getting so close to get into the to win this knockout stage. This is the closest time we come this far, so it's a pity.
But it's only going up from here. May, that was a wonderful performance nevertheless. So what's next for you and your team?
但是呢，我们并不会止步于此。那么我们相信您刚才所做的表现呢，也是非常棒的。在未来呢，有什么打算呢？
我觉得未来就继续征战好下一个国内的联赛，还有世界赛吧，争取在世界赛上把中国赛区和东亚赛区的内容展现出来。
Well, we will go back and continue practicing. Hopefully, in the future, in the next game and matches, we can show our ability. Hopefully, we can be in a better position next time.
Obviously, yes, yes. And we are waiting. Once again, May, thank you. Do you have any messages to anyone back at home?
是的，我们肯定会也是期待着您有如此的成就。那对于您的这个粉丝或者是国内的任何的战友呢，这样来有没有什么想对他们讲的？
还是感谢大家能一直支持我们，然后也对我们抱有期望的队伍说声抱歉，因为这次我们没有能做好。
Well, first, thank you very much indeed for all the fans who supported us, and I do feel sorry. So for this match, we didn't reach your expectations. I'm sorry about that. Next time, hopefully, we can be the winner.
We can't wait to see you again. Thank you so much for your journey here at MSC. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
非常感谢您来到现场。那么我们期待着再次能够见到您。谢谢。
Well, thank you, Turner, for that one. It was great to talk to May. We know that he wanted to get them into a better position. He did, but they were one game short still of the knockout stages, which means there's still more to prove. There's still more coming for China and the region in MSC and in MLBB. Reminder, we've got 3 more series coming up, so get your pick'ems in. If you have a chance to do so, well, here are the ones to guess on. Pro Esports, Entity 7, Onyx, Selangor Red Giants, Team Falcons matchup between another Team Falcons and PH and Mena going toe-to-toe. All of these are decider matchups. All of these we're going to talk about soon. We're going to bring back the panel in a moment after we go on a little bit of a hiatus because Pro Esports and Entity 7 are coming up soon. Again, get your pick'ems in. Tell us who you think is going to win if you have a chance to do so and be right. Maybe you're on the other side of things. We had a 92% earlier that went the other way around yesterday. Can you guess? And maybe surprise all of us. On the other side of this one, we'll talk Entity 7, but I do want to let you know that if you're a fan of Acecraft, there's a new way to play in We Fly Together. It's some co-op. Sounds fun.
Lumpang dulu. Yang paling nanti jam 18.00 bakal balik lagi sih. Sekarang yang kau apa? Yang pirak-pirak itu ya deh. Sekarang kita mau makan. Terus bye-bye.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
He thinks he can come in here and play my game!
He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet here at Paris, France, in the Port Expo de Versailles. It's such a great time here to get going with MSC, and continuing on with our coverage, you can be a part of it too. If you want to co-stream, make sure to look at these prizes, look at the opportunity, because you might be able to win something. You might also be able to gain some viewership or just be a part of the conversation, which is trending all over the world. Some cool news, MLBB has actually peaked out this EWC's viewership yesterday with 1.6 million overall viewers in that matchup, I believe, between Onyx and Aurora. The highest peak of EWC 2026 so far. So all of you watching have contributed to that. We appreciate you. If you want to be a part of the streaming side, make sure to scan that QR code that you just saw and join the fun. All right, welcome back to the desk. My name is Rain Day. It's been a great day so far. We see Team Spirit move through. Guangzhou Gaming go home. I'm with Naisu and LaFell, and it's time to now start talking about a matchup that everyone wants to see. It's Pro Esports versus maybe the hottest team in all of MLBB right now, Entity 7.
Yeah, man, I would have said, you know, Pro Esports definitely was one of the teams to surprise everybody, but I think Entity 7 last night took the mantle and just showed it to the whole world, because you're going into this matchup now after defeating an opponent like TLPH last night, the defending champions of last year's EWC 2026 MSC. And you ride into this matchup. You have all the confidence in the world now to go against a team like Pro Esports. I think, you know, I don't know. People are still talking right now about that matchup last night.
I mean, I gotta tell you, Randy, like, so far, the Clash of the Champion Breakers here, both have really showed up against the MSC champions. Or is it really just the MSC champions not rising to the occasion?
Yeah.
That's an interesting question. You know, you could look at it as maybe there wasn't a grasp of the meta. The very first question I asked about Team Liquid PH, which many people have seen, is actually, is it that the utility jungle is the more comfortable way to approach this than the assassin meta jungle? And it seems like, yeah, the meta was, I think, maybe not understood by Liquid, but also I got to give props to Entity 7 for capturing a win after having a pretty disappointing result and showcase in their first game as well.
Yeah, just again, what they were able to showcase in last night's match against TL was amazing. Pro Esports too. I think most people, the first big play that they really were taken by for MSC was, again, Coily, what he was able to do on the Hirara early on of MSC, and just, you know, Pro Esports, again, are one of the teams that just seem to have adapted really well to this just fight meta. And both these regions are known for that. A lot of other regions around the world of competitive scene for MLBB are just really good. Certain teams or certain regions are really good at just scrappy fights, team fights, where it almost feels a little chaotic. Yeah. But it's not to them. You know, like they're executing it really well, and you know, some of the teams that aren't used to that have struggled here and there, but this meta is just so fun to watch as it develops.
And one of the things that's developed is this kind of dark horse conversation, but really the new era of MLBB, which has been a talking point here for the last couple of years, supporting these new regions like China and, of course, South America, the Americas coming into maybe their forefront, Cambodia in different ways as well, taking to this main stage, having a chance to get to knockouts. There's a different macro kind of storyline happening as well, LaFell.
Yeah, honestly, like looking at MSC, this is just a different kind of zoo, right? We have underdogs, dark horses, maybe even eventually a black swan, yeah, crouching dragon. Like there's just a lot going on.
I'm trying to think of something to add to that as well.
I mean, like quack.
Is there an ugly duckling?
What is? We asked this on the caster desk last night. What is Entity 7? Are they literally just an entity?
Oh dang! So
like what?
That makes sense.
What kicked down the cavalry, man? What was it? An entity?
They're haunting a lot of people. 7 of them? 7.
I mean, like, here's the thing. I really feel like we also got to talk about how this is very emotionally charged for a lot of the players, and sometimes that can actually, I would say, screw over their game plan, because sometimes they want to be aggressive, but then emotions start to come up because, again, you see your keys. You know your keys again. In fact, even my boy here, Naisu, he teared up after seeing the key getting crushed for Guangzhou. Like, his tears just went up. But props to you. You held it in. You stayed professional.
You helped me.
And because of that, we love you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's the only reason we love you.
The rest were like, okay.
That's right.
Jadi
sports in their roster here, and I think this is a team
sekarang kalau
maybe
lupa ibadah
more of a
guys,
dark horse. I think they themselves have said we are as good as anybody in this tournament. We have a chance now to go to the knockout stages as well. It started off really a great performance on the Belleric with PPP, and to me, he's a guy we needed to hear from before we jumped into the set. So we actually had to turn to talk with him earlier.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna. Now we are with PPP. 5 Ps, right? Yes, okay. So we are with, what do I call you?
PP.
PP. Okay, so we just keep it to PP. Okay, PP. Coming into this, it's a high pressure match. This is another elimination match where you are up now against Entity 7. How do you feel about this match? Did you sleep well last night?
បាទអញ្ចឹងអានេះជាពេលវេលាឬការប្រកួតមួយដែលមាន pressure មានសម្ពាធច្រើនអញ្ចឹងបើសិនចាញ់ថ្ងៃនេះមានន័យថាធ្លាក់ហើយអញ្ចឹងយើងប្រកួតជាមួយនឹង Entity 7 តើអ្នកបានសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្រាន់អត់ហើយមានអារម្មណ៍ម៉េចដែរចូលក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះសម្រាប់ការកេងពួកខ្ញុំកេងបានគ្រប់គ្រាន់ហើយសម្រាប់ការត្រៀមខ្លួនពួកខ្ញុំត្រៀមខ្លួនរួចរាល់ហើយសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតប៉ះ E7 លើកនេះ So regarding my sleep, I did get enough sleep for this match, and we are ready to take on E7 today.
Very nice, very nice. Were you surprised about the results from E7 yesterday, considering they made a huge upset here at MSC?
ចុះបងអូនភ្ញាក់ផ្អើលចំពោះលទ្ធផលថ្ងៃម្សិលមិញដែល Entity 7 បានឈ្នះក្រុមគេខ្ញុំអត់ភ្ញាក់ផ្អើលបងព្រោះដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំក៏គិតថា P7 អាចឈ្នះ Liquid ដែរ I wasn't surprised at the result because I thought E7 could take on Team Liquid.
Oh, can I ask why?
How do I?
នឹង
E7 លេង Just watching the competition or the match between E7 and Team Liquid.
Oh, okay. What do you think makes them so strong? What makes E7 so strong right now?
Okay, E7 ខ្លាំងចំណុចអីខ្លះគាត់ខ្លាំងចំណុចដែលគាត់វាយគ្នាហ្មងគាត់របៀបគាត់លេងចូលគ្នាត្រូវល្អ They're strong in their way they attack and the way they combo together.
Okay, so we're talking about team fights, and when we're speaking about team fights, Belleric has also risen in such popularity here at MSC. I'm wondering, from your perspective, what makes Belleric so strong right now?
អញ្ចឹងក្រុមច្រើនប្រើ Belleric អញ្ចឹងតើ Belleric ខ្លាំងចំណុចអីខ្លះBelleric តាន់ហើយអាចអថាក់ទៅ Golan យើង Golan ដែលវាយមក Belleric ហើយអាចមានអាទី stun ច្រើនវាល្អសម្រាប់អ្នកលេងតែងឥឡូវហ្នឹង Because Belleric is a tank, he can take on the gold lane a lot and can even stun other opponents.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that the Belleric can do right now. Is that something that you're comfortable with? Do you like the meta right now for the position?
Okay, ហើយតើអ្នកបងអូនមានអារម្មណ៍ថាការ meta មួយនេះគឺស្រួលលេងឬអត់វាមិនស្រួលហើយក៏វាមិនបានដែរបង It's not easy, but it's also not difficult for me.
Okay. I like this. So coming into this next matchup, do you have a message to your fans?
Okay, អញ្ចឹងចូលប្រកួតលើកនេះតើបងអូនមានអីដែលចង់និយាយទៅ fan របស់បងអូនសូមឲ្យអ្នកនរគ្នានៅខ្មែរទាំងអស់ជួយគាំទ្រ Pro Esport ពួកខ្ញុំផងហើយកុំភ្លេចជួយមើល live Pro Esport លេងផងអ្នកខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណ I just want to say, everyone, please, all the Cambodian fans, please support us in this match and don't forget to watch the live stream.
Thank you so much. for the translation. Thank you so much as well for this interview, PP. Hope to catch you soon because we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, PP saying that he respects Entity 7 and actually could have seen them winning that game. They obviously did. They won 2, but also noting he loves the Belleric, the potential to disrupt the gold lane, Naisu. We've seen it all. We've seen it in his games. We've seen it at this tournament. Yep. But a lot of confidence and good to hear some thoughts heading into this matchup from PP.
Again, it's regions like Cambodia. It's teams like Pro Esports that just thrive on this current meta that's developed, over the past week now up to this point, and they show it. So, whether it's the Belleric, whether it's whatever they want to put in the hands of their roams or their gold lanes, even the jungle, again, Coily. There's so many things to highlight here throughout Pro Esports' lineup that's worked so well for them. And, that's something that is going to, I feel like, potentially take them into the knockout stage here. But they have a tough opponent now after the momentum from yesterday.
That's a great point. And that opponent, of course, is known as Entity 7. They are from the Americas, Latin America, South America, North America. They share one slot this year. This is the first time that we've seen South America take that slot. And now, not only that, they have taken down the defending champions of MSC and Team Liquid PH yesterday, which many are calling one of the biggest upsets in MLBB history. Whether that's true or not, we do know one thing. That has been a phenomenal performance so far from everyone in Entity 7. And we had a chance to talk with Shin earlier with Eterna to see how they're feeling after that historic win.
It's Eterna here with Shin from Entity 7, the team to beat one of the favorites, or the favorite, the defending champions, TL. And I think everyone is talking about you right now. What did that victory mean to you and your team?
Dieron la gran sorpresa el día de ayer al ganar esta partida. Todo el mundo está hablando de ustedes ahorita. ¿Cómo se sienten ahora como equipo?
Nos sentimos bastante felices, bastante emocionados, con mayor confianza. Pudimos dar un buen draft y bueno, conseguimos ganarle a uno de los mejores equipos que yo considero.
We are very happy. We got our confidence back. We managed to get a win against one of the best teams in the world. And I think that now we have a better draft and we can win now.
And what happened? Did you expect it to go 1-1, 2-1, 2-0? Because that was a 2-0 victory against TL. Was that something that you expected?
¿Y tú esperabas que fuera el resultado 2-0? ¿Esperabas que fuera un 2-1? ¿O cómo te sientes el haber ganado un 2-0?
No esperé un 2-0, la verdad esperaba un 2-1 o incluso que nos ganaron, porque bueno, ellos son considerados los mejores, digamos. Así que esperaba que nos ganaran, pero ganamos.
We were not expecting a 2-0. We were actually expecting a 2-1 or even losing the game because they are actually one of the best teams in the world. But we won 2-0, so that happened.
And now they're confident. So let's check, what is your confidence level up against Pro Esports today?
¿Qué tan confiado te sientes en contra de Pro Esports hoy?
La verdad no los conozco mucho. O sea, lo íbamos a revisar ahora, pero... bueno, estoy acá haciendo la entrevista. Y bueno, la vamos a revisar ahora después de esto, para ver cómo son.
To be honest, I can't really say because we didn't know them. We were just about to check them out, but I'm here doing an interview, so maybe after this we'll check them out.
Okay, so does that mean I can't ask them? I can't ask you about what you think is the strongest about Pro Esports? Have you not studied them then?
Eso quiere decir de que si te preguntan qué es lo más fuerte de Pro Esports, ¿no sabes porque no los has visto?
Exactamente, no los conozco, no lo he visto, no lo he revisado y bueno, eso vamos a hacer ahora.
Exactly, I don't know who they are, I don't know how they play, and we're just gonna check them out.
Wow. Okay, this is the first time I've ever talked to a player and they have not studied the next matchup. That's good to know. Good luck. Do you have a message to your fans back at home, and considering they were up very early to support you yesterday?
¿Tienes algún mensaje para tus fans, ya que se despertaron temprano para ver tu partida ayer?
Sí, que nos sigan apoyando, ganemos, perdamos. Bueno, la fe es lo último que se pierde, así que gane el mejor equipo.
Yes, please continue supporting us. The faith is the last thing you lose. Please continue supporting us even if we lose or if we win. And thank you.
We will always support you. Thank you so much, Shin from Entity 7. Thank you so much for the translation. Who's going to throw it over back to you guys.
Wow, great to hear from Shin. I mean, that was kind of playing on a knife's edge, but in a way that maybe we didn't expect. No prep, but staying present. And LaFell, I mean, hey, something's working.
I mean, like, if I beat TL, I'm like, who cares?
I didn't know them. I don't know who's next. I don't know who I am.
We didn't text. Who are you, man?
You know what?
Hey, they came in no pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
And no expectation. And also
32% say they're gonna win.
Well, how can you not have a little bit more than that? They just took down Team Liquid PH. You got to know that there's something to the tank. Can you continue? But against pro esports, that's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, guys. Some quick early thoughts before we head into the draft. I mean, this is looking to be a really good matchup.
Yeah, man, it is. It's going to be tough to call this one, especially, again, after what Entity 7 showed us. I have no idea because pro esports definitely looks good, too.
I mean, like, for me, as long as they're able to get a good draft for Coily, it's going to be great. That Yusichin didn't work out. Everything else looks good.
Well, Cambodia and South America continue their run. One of these regions is going on to the knockout stage. In a moment, we'll find out who.
Oof. We started off the last day of groups with a reverse sweep. 2-1, you know, to the side of Team Spirit going up against Guangzhou Gaming. And boy, after game 1, I was kind of scared for Team Spirit, you know. I was thinking, will they make it out of this alive?
Well, they did. You know, Guangzhou, they really tried their best. Honestly, that first game was incredible. Game 2 felt like a bit of a lull, and then it picked up, and Team Spirit were victorious at the end of the day. Sunset Lover was very proud of himself and the team. It would not be their first time that they had made it to a knockout stage, and there's more to see from Team Spirit as they crushed that Guangzhou key at the end of it all. But we still have 3 more games today. Best of 3s. There's 1 team advancing to knockouts, 1 heading back home. Let's start off with our second matchup. Please join me in welcoming Pro Esports. Having played the longest game of MSC so far, Pro Esports have shown their mettle. The pressure is on their shoulders to send Cambodia back into the knockout stage after an almost 2-year drought since MSC 24. They have what it takes. Can they apply it in practice today in this matchup of champion breakers?
You know what, Milosh, this is gonna be a very spicy one because Pro Esports will be going up against Entity 7. Yesterday, they shook the world of Mobile Legends by eliminating the defending champions. But their job is far from over. For their tournament life, for their region, they are ready to do whatever it takes to stay in the game.
You heard it even in their pregame interview with Eterna. They're coming in with just good hearts and spirits, vibing through this. They have their own preparation, more focus on themselves compared to what their opponents are setting up. So we're about to get this one started, please. Entity 7, please, Pro Esports. My friends, you may go. Place your keys, players. Take your positions. The bout, again, a reminder. You win this game, you make it to knockouts. You lose, you are out. Goodbye here at MSC as both captains. A little shake, and let's get this one started once again. Back to our panel.
2023 was the last time that the knockout stage hosted a Cambodian representative. Can they get back here in 2026 at EWC here in MSC? And on the other side of things, South America and the Americas making maybe the start of one of the biggest and most historic runs we've ever seen from the bottom side of the bracket. Can they do it again and take down Pro Esports for a spot in the knockout stage? All of that coming up here. And of course, LaFell, Naisu, I mean, so much has been determined by the draft, not only in this meta, but also so many great moments can be determined by your participation in Rhino Day. A new interactive happy effect. I wouldn't dare start this very important series without mentioning it because, of course, what's more important than spamming some emotes in game?
That's the best. That and the recalls.
Recall, yeah. I was about to say, yeah.
Rhino Day, get those emotes.
The third one is all chat easy.
Yes.
Yeah. After like a 30-minute game.
30-minute game.
All easy. And I gotta say, this one is gonna be very difficult to call. Like, I feel like even if we try to go for a coin toss, the coin will just stand in the middle.
Yeah.
It would refuse to show heads or tails because even they're like, well, Entity 7 defeated TL.
Call it.
What was that?
You gotta call it. You gotta call it. Call it. Oh, I was like, was that you, LaFell? Like,
oh.
What are we playing for? Come on, man. A little No Country for Old Men?
This is tough to call it, man.
Come on.
I'm calling it.
You stand.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, be men.
I'm calling it.
What do you call it?
That's pretty good.
Heads.
Heads. That was
Who's
what?
on heads?
Famous scene. Come on, man.
Good question.
I have no idea because, yeah, we've seen Pro where I would say where they fall short if the game goes extra long, where it does seem like they get a little bit desperate on trying to end the game early and then it just doesn't work out.
Yeah.
And also the draft of the Yi Shin, where they go for hyper, where everyone else's utility is only Coily, which on paper it sounds like a good idea, but maybe just a different hero.
If we had to break it down, like draft-wise, as we look at what maps what map we're going to be playing for Game 1, the Eudora was a main point of contention for a lot of these teams, where they just go ahead and grab it, like we just saw with Team Spirit. Utilize that with Sunset Lover 3 times in a row. So expect that to be one of the big trades here. Obviously, junglers too, but you know, with this, again, hide on bush. If I recall correctly, he is the only one that has been with Entity 7 all the way back in their appearance to the wild card in 2024 at the very first EWC, you know, and now they have this mix from the Latam region, from Amber, and they've made it all work together. It's kind of like these pieces of the puzzle that all came together where, you know, we've seen Doom struggle even in that gold lane, but then the adjustments that they made when he played against Teddy was all that they needed to do. So you can't really count out either of these teams because over the course of their matches that we've seen now, they've just adapted so well.
I know Shin and Hide on Bush have gotten some conversation. I want to point out Doom. I think he's been great as well. I think he's a big part of why Entity 7 was able to win. I've been seeing so many focused conversations, as they should be, on the jungle and the EXP lane, but the gold laner, when playing well, is that extra win condition that opens things up for you. In this moment, you're seeing that win condition maybe get taken away, which was clearly the Marcel 100% win rate, Fanny, the Zushin, as well as the Uranus, the Phoveus, and the Atlas, all gone. And a fun fact here, LaFell, about Coily.
Yeah, Coily led Pro Esports to an undefeated regular season in MPL Cambodia Season 10, getting both the regular season MVP as well as the finals MVP. And now for him, he is going to grab the lane. Shout out to Rainy for calling all the heroes, by the way, because we got to talk about how Pro Esports, they're batting out all the front lines, making sure that I think they just want to go for heavy dives and they don't want anyone to interrupt that. And then for Entity 7, I feel like the Fanny is a respect. We've seen, even though Pro Esports did lose, Coily is very strong at a Fanny.
Yeah, Coily, again, you know, one of the...
Eudora pick, let's go.
I'm just expecting it to be the Eudora.
And then Belric?
Eudora, Belric. But Coily, I think because of what he showed mechanical skill-wise, he's fine with it, and that's why they just go ahead and grab themselves the Ling. I mean, imagine too, you know, the Ling doesn't have as high as a win rate as the Hirara, but when you put it in the hands of a player like Coily, you can really do some amazing things across the map. No surprise there, Belric, and there's the Eudora, right? So that is the mainstay, usually the trade that we see over on red side at first phase. Now, I wonder if Pro Esports does something different here with their next two picks.
So basically, like, the coach is asking, like, can you use the Ling? And he's like, I mean, just don't get stunned.
Yeah.
Right? What's so hard about that? Just don't get stunned.
High execution, man. And when you have a high ceiling character like that, which clearly has a low win rate, doesn't mean it has low potential. Because the best players bring out the things that if you're not comfortable with it or you're just playing it for the meta, you can't bring out. You just don't have the time to get that comfort.
And now the chill as well as the Harv gets picked up here. So they want to be able to basically ignore their gold lane for a bit. Harv should be able to take care of himself against majority of gold laners now, unless Entity 7 goes for a like Esmeralda gold, Paquito gold, which by the way, Paquito is still open.
Yeah, that Paquito's still open.
But I feel like Hirara, no?
Yeah, maybe just take the Hirara, unless they let it slip through, but just because they're willing to go ahead and play something else for Hide on Bush. Because they could just want to prioritize something else here.
That's true. the reason this is important just joining us. If Aurora doesn't get picked here, which he will, it could have gotten banned in the next phase. So yeah, not a jungler they preferred outside of her. Willing to let her get banned out.
Yeah, for now in TT7 they have a strong opening, especially because they
lagi
already
bagus
have
banget
the
pada
counters
Link,
towards Pro. Right now I feel
Tapi
like
Colin
when it
aja
comes to the
yang
Cho as well as the
ini.
Hive, we have to see what the matchup is. And the Cho, I just
Yang pengen
think
Link.
that Entity 7 might build a draft that's not easy for the Cho to get a kick. For example, if Entity 7 is able to get up like a Barats, yeah, I think it's going to be hard for this Cho to really do much.
So maybe they ban it out, you know, for Pro Esports, they want to ban one of those tankier options out. You already got a Belric to deal with, you don't want to deal with the Belric plus the
yang lain
Barracks.
tuh
But this is like from
tetap
Pro
tayangin ini gak, tetap tayangin Kamboja gak. Oh penasaran ya, pasarnya udah pasti tayangin. Oh final Luka wajib dah. Luka. Oke, grup itu kegedean anjir lagi. PUBG final deh 35 ke. Di rokok mana? Kayak ke AFK lagi dia mah. Kalau tetap biasa ya. Nah, yang lain tetap terbiasa.
Picked up, and because there's a Hive there, we still don't know whether this Esmeralda goes gold or EXP.
I think this is just the right combo. I feel like they have enough presence in team
agree.
fights. And I feel like that's how they have thrived. I feel like that was kind of the way that they put their strategy together to tackle Liquid PH yesterday. It feels like they're getting more of what they want here today, Naisu.
Yeah, and I'm expecting on this one too for that Belric to have the flicker. Remember in the previous matchup we saw the Belric Esme combo, but it was a revitalized Belric.
Yep.
So this is the answer over here on this side for Pro Esports. They'll take Valentino
Moskov.
Yeah, you gotta take.
I think so.
I feel like if they want a marksman, I think the Moskov works perfectly here against Pro Esport.
I agree with you.
The only reason they don't pick it up if they pick up a Paquito Gold.
Paquito Gold.
It's only either or, but I prefer the Moskov.
Well, the Melissa still available also.
Oh yeah, true.
And you do have a Cho, which that would do okay against, right? I'm curious. I feel like the Moskov, they played it yesterday, didn't they? I think they did play Moskov.
Yeah,
and Doom had a pretty good game. If I'm Doom, I'm thinking, I mean, it's comfortable. It's in the meta. It serves what we need. I like it. I think the combo might just be, do we do this or do we do Melissa instead? What's your take?
Well, they go carry.
Oh, carry.
Wait.
Which is interesting that they go carry because... Yeah.
It has a good lane against Harif, but then after that, there's no high HP hero on Pro Esports.
Hey, that's exactly what I was thinking. You're not gonna have, you don't need to shred through anyone, and you know, carry has one of the lowest ranges, attack ranges for a marksman, so you're gonna have a difficult time.
Maybe they just want to rush Lord later on with the Harara to just get it.
Yeah, blitz the Lord, perhaps.
Very interesting.
Yeah, interesting choice there. Maybe also just that has one of the things where it's like
berarti main culik ini.
Was banned out.
Yeah, well, this is going to be an exciting one as well. Our second series of the day begins. Pro Esports from Cambodia versus Entity 7, both on dream runs. Will the dream continue, or will one wake up to find it was just a nightmare? Ready for our Series 2 cast. We've got Trex and Brigida.
We're jumping into the land of dawn for the second series of the day. Entity 7 coming off of the momentum of a big win, while Pro Esports trying to recover themselves after yesterday's loss. Two different stories looking for the same dream. This is game number 1. Trex and Brigida bringing you the action. How are we feeling, Brig?
I can't help but think about what our panel was also wondering about before we headed into this game. The carry last pick and choice here for E7. Is it really comfort? And are they looking for a specific angle to play around this? Because you don't really see it paired up with a pick-off-centric setup type of roamer. It's more on a Bellery that you see in the hands of Backwind, but we probably will figure out what the plan is for E7 here, because again, laning, it's pretty much guaranteed. You could see it just now. Kozin is not having the best time of his life.
Yeah, but honestly, this is also a pretty comfort pick for Kozin. We did see him on it yesterday, a little bit of damage.
Oh, Shin flickering out. That was close for both mid laners. Both flickers are already down. Imagine that.
Yeah, already some aggression, but still no deaths on the field. Taking a look at the emblems, both
mid laner and roam on the side of Pro with some speed to move around the map, and the Bargain Hunter into Kuza. But look at the damage already on a Doom. A nice pick off by PP.
This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. You wanted to rely on the carry for the laning, but even then it was just a bit of help even from PP, together with the concussive blast just taking you out. Not to mention even another trade at least was taken, but that's just onto PP. So I think they're gonna be okay with that. Shin though in mid without the flicker won't be able to survive that attempt from Coily on this lane. Does Hidon Bush find one? I don't think he will find a re-engage from Coily, and the damage too from Sa.
All before turtle as well. 700 gold lead in the hands of Pro. If they can translate this into a turtle, we're looking at 1.5k gold lead possibly. It's going very well for Pro, but Entity 7,
whoa, what?
All around the map now.
That was a solo kill.
Down to the bottom as well.
Dude, there's no way. Okay, he does get to dash out of this. Doesn't have the Purify, but this is looking bad. Both sides are not in favor of E7 just yet. Pro, they will have enough time to catch up to this objective. E7 are bursting it as much as they can, but the way of the dragon lands onto Hidon. Goes Tempest of Blades and Coily finally securing the turtle. E7 no longer want to fight Trex.
Exactly what we thought. You get that turtle, and now Pro has a huge lead. Luckily, Doom didn't go down the second time. He has already taken a death though. Purify is going to be up on the top side. Akashi taking the death, so both off lanes just kind of suffering. You add that up with the mid lane as well, the pressure. Wait a second, a little bit of action. Kashi should be able to get away from this, but the pressure that Coily's been able to bring in the mid with Saw and P, Entity 7 is having trouble dealing with it all this early in the game.
Yep, Pro Esports have seemed to polish the early game, and they're dealing with E7 really, really well. This is something you were seeing from E7 yesterday when they were just able to dominate against Team Liquid, but right now Pro, after that loss, it seems like they've learned so much. Just even looking at the level advantage, you don't want to see your gold laner almost two levels behind at this point in time in the game, and even your XP lane. But wait, Coily? All alone up top though. Does he get caught? He's willing to exchange some blows. He can afford to.
Yeah, should be okay. Coily's been amazing on the Ling so far. Been amazing on the Assassin so far. The day that they beat SRG, the Harara was on point. But the pressure that they're constantly putting on Doom.
He didn't even have to move as much. PP was just there to use the Way of the Dragon, and Saw with the Wrath of Dryad IMU. Second time we see Doom taken out. And Pro Esports didn't have to sacrifice much to get it.
Yeah, I don't know if Entity 7's just not getting the vision right now on Pro. If Vigeen and Shin are just unable to keep up, because Pro are attacking these off lanes non-stop. And Entity 7, they shift up to the top, but all they're going for is Gold Crab, and they're unable to really protect their offlaners. They're having trouble keeping up with the rotations, and now we're looking at almost a 3k gold lead before second turtle into the hands of Pro. This is only going to get worse and worse very fast.
I'm only starting to think of how E7 could maybe utilize the Eudora and the Hirara together to at least burst down a single target from Pro, because you don't really see much tanky heroes on their side. I think this is also why we question the carry pickup, because you don't necessarily need to shred anyone from Pro Esports lineup. But just the same, I don't think Shin and Hidon Bush have enough room to just connect and find a setup. Granted of how Pro Esports are so good at just limiting their movements right now, and they're again starting this objective. There's a setup coming in. Sorry, I'm Felix focusing onto Vaguin. Doesn't even get to use the Wrath of Dryad on time, and there he does, but the follow-up isn't going to be there. Counter Wrath of Dryad coming in from the original one. That's E7, but it's already a double kill for Coily. Two-man knockup from PP. E7. They just couldn't find their footing in this game yet.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like the best thing is to not even maybe go for that last turtle, play it slow, go for plays on the off lane, go to keep that gold at a minimum deficit, but at this point, it's a little bit too late. We're 4k ahead into the hands of Pro Esports, 8-1. Towers are going to start dropping to the boss side. You've got Coily up on top lane, taking tier 3 as well. Hidon Bush is going to just have to watch. They are going to go for the 1v1 up top, but I don't think that's a good idea for Hidon Bush.
Okay, Coily doesn't have the Tempest of Blades, fortunately for E7, so Hidon Bush will be able to get out of that. I think there won't be any chase, but here in mid, you see Akashi trying to hold down the front, Coily trying to catch up as well. Vaguin goes in, does have the Wrath of Dryad, but it's actually the backline that Coily's after. He finds both Shin and Doom at the same time. Kuzin taking care of the rest, and a complete wipeout for Pro.
These are not fights that E7 should be going for right now. It'd be one thing if it was Begin who had taken 3 or 4 deaths. It'd be one thing if it was anyone other than your offlaners. Doom unable to output any damage. Akashi just getting shredded down immediately. And while that's happening, Begin tries to make that engage and Coily shows up and just completely destroys the back line. And so why does Begin even go in for the Wrath of Dryad? This is the time that they need to kind of back off, alleviate the pressure, and try to stay as safe as possible. One more big lose like that in a big team fight, and it's a wrap.
And it's already big enough of a lead you're seeing from Pro Esports. 6.8k approaching 7k. You see most of it significantly in the carries, between the jungler, between the gold lane. So the spread of the lead is just looking too good for Pro Esports right now. The conversions are starting to come in. Hide on Bush though. Kozan, is he actually going to take it out? Sorry, I'm Felix with the last hit. Oh my goodness, Pro Esports, the leads just keep getting bigger. Way of the Dragon onto Akashi, and he uses the falling star mode, but he fails to survive.
At this point, it's looking like a bloodbath. Just about anyone on Pro Esports can 1v1 anyone on E7. Where do they go from here? Like I said, I think the best idea is stay together. No one can get caught alone. Even hide on Bush, even the Harara, who's got tons of iframes, tons of defensive measures to escape, is getting taken out by a Harith. Not even Coily, not even someone tanky, didn't even need any help. And hide on Bush goes down, sitting at 0-2 and 0. E7 has to play it safer.
They've only ever taken out one member from Pro. It's only PP. So as much as I also want to see them try and play the macro, it's just going to be too tough. So playing it slow, I agree, might be one of the ways to go until they feel like they can't afford to engage in a fight. Because not even Akashi could just tank the damage. You see him falling down even to Sorya and Felix one-on-one, and now there's another way of the Dragon landing onto Vagin. There goes the Wrath of Dryad and the falling star mode. This might just be a counter engage coming in from E7. But the clapback, the answer and response from Sorya and Felix and Kuzen, it's a triple. It's only Akashi and Doom left, but look at Coily getting back. It's gonna be another attempt, but it's a shot from E7.
It's all right though, honestly, for Pro. I think at that point, they didn't even have to keep that fight going, but they wanted to try to get Kuzen, that Maniac or Savage. Another Zamon's Force drops. Kuzen should be able to get away safely here. Sorry, and Felix going to get involved. Akashi chasing down. It actually might be bad for Kuzen.
Yeah, he doesn't have mana. It's a good thing PP and Sorya and Felix were there, because that would have been shutdown after shutdown for E7 if ever they did actually find the kill onto Kozen. So we're looking at the replay right now. I think this is one of the moments where it could have been really good, honestly, for E7 if only they were able to maximize the Wrath of Dryad a bit more. But the sustained damage from Kozen is just too much. There's no one to deal with these high mobility heroes who just constantly surprise the back and attack the back lines.
Where do they go from here? Once again, we keep asking the same question. Pro Esports so ahead. I mean, we've seen leads like this come before, and I mean, teams have been able to turn around, but NT7 with their composition, you've got Doom, you've got who hasn't been able, I mean, 0-4-2 on a carry. This is a late game hero already. And the thing is yes, you normally use this to shred, but another pick?
It's gonna be hide on Bush at that. It's at the exact same time they get to pick up the Lord. Two-man setup coming in from Sorya and Felix, and Kuzen will be there to provide the damage. Doesn't care about the Wrath of Dryad. He is just gonna go for the kills. Fortunately, he has a flicker for Vadim, but there he goes. It's a double still for Kuzen, and all turrets, outer and inner turrets, falling to the hands of Pro.
I mean, he can do that right now, honestly. At this point, it's like, let's just see what we can do. Let's throw the line out. If we don't catch nothing, it's okay. Look at him under the tower right now. They popped the Holy Defense, get some minions still through. Wave coming down top. This could be game ending.
Okay. Pro Esports have an entire wave and a Lord marching up top. They're still going to focus and try to take down the turret first, but he goes charging in. Vagin doesn't have the Wrath of Dryad, but he's still going to go for it. Finding another kick, it lands onto Shin. Coily too with the Tempest of Blade. There might just be a shutdown right now from E7, but that's about it. As they're looking to get more Vagin. Hide on Bush. 3
Langsung
members
aja
already
ender.
eliminated from E7. Can Doom and Akashi deal with this by themselves? The Lord's already in the base. They're trying to go for more kills instead. Akashi down to half HP, finds PP. But that might be at the expense of his own life. But Kuzen, he finally finds it.
They're playing KDA Heroes right now. Pro Esports not even looking to end it. They want kills, they want blood. Trying to recover themselves after yesterday's loss. Kuzen right now, 9-0-7.
Wow.
He's untouched. Sorry, I'm Felix Samuel, 5-0-2. Overall, Pro Esports have completely dominated, but maybe the best plan was to target on base in that last push because the clock is still ticking. 72 seconds for next Lord. Would love to see exactly where Doom's at in the items. Has he got Trinity in just yet? Fully out, there it is. Has finally locked it in. He's hit the AK gold mark. Maybe we start to see a little bit more on the side of Agin. You haven't finished the antique cuirass yet for physical defense.
Yeah.
You have at least got radiant armor in, so there's a little something there. Only 2 items in onto Shin. They are behind, to say the least.
Yep.
And yeah, you have some damage output from Hide on Bush, but the thing is Hide on Bush can't last, can't actually get in there. And every time you do get past, Star and Felix catches you, or Saw steals the Wrath of the Dryad and catches you, and it's the same thing for Akasi trying to come in to absorb the damage.
I feel bad for both Hide on Bush and Doom. Really, you want to find these creative angles. Oh, Coily actually tried to take down that base turret all by himself without a wave. Could have been a possibility, but there was fortunately quick response from E7, but it doesn't change the fact that Pro are still ahead. And going back, Hide on Bush, aside from the fact that there's so much catching up to do, I agree, it's just so tough for him to go in. You have to anticipate. So much punish. Sorry, I'm Felix. Sa. There's just a multitude of ways that Pro Esports could turn things around with this lead, so E7 could probably not afford to just put themselves out there, but they'd still decide to get out of their base. Now it's Akashi down to half HP, PP in the backline! He's gonna find shit all over again, the IMU Wrath of Dryad. Or it's not actually the IMU, but there you go, finally, it's a shutdown from Doom! Finding Kuzen too! E7 turning that around.
Yeah, able to get a big catch, and the damage does seem to be there. We talked about this the other day. All it takes is 2 items for Eudora to really start outputting. It took about 12 minutes to get those 2 items, but Shin is finally there along with Doom. Pops a speedy light wheel, and the combo with all of it together, it's a lot of damage. Saw everyone just had to essentially run for the hills. 2 members go down. Lord is still coming, though. Pro Esports unable to stall it.
Yeah.
It's just going to be 3 pushing in.
Great timings from E7 here. The Wrath of Dryad especially. Coily, they're going for Hide on Bush. Had to force out the iframes. There's just too much damage already from each basic attack that you get to see from Coily. But just because Kuzen and Sorry I'm Felix aren't here, E7 defend and live for a bit more longer in this game.
All right, so Entity 7 able to defend, but they still have no inhibitors, have only taken 1 structure away from Pro Esports, and Pro Esports are hungry for the end.
PP wanted to go for something there. I think it took a bit too long. E7 too were just really grouped up together, so I don't think it would have been easy for him to find a target. On top of the fact that Pro Esports, they're not all ready for the engage just yet. So E7, again, defending. They're taking it slow. Bit by bit, we're getting there. We saw Doom on the 8K gold mark earlier. Now he is actually complete.
Yeah. All it took was a couple minutes, a couple kills, a little bit of gold between the teams, some shutdowns, and he now has the rose gold in. Be prepared to see some item swapping. This is big for Doom. This is big for Entity 7.
Oh, it's Shin all over again. They really want to go for Shin. First Wrath of Dryad, final use here by Vagabond, but gets knocked up by the Temple of Blades as well. And Kuzen on the other side, trying to take down Akashi, will be able to do so as Doom falls to the hands of Coily. Hide on Bush goes in. He finds a trade, but it's just going to be Coil. Is it? No. There's a wave coming in mid and top. Hide on Bush and Akashi will be here to defend, but Kuzen is just going to set his eyes on the base. Salmon forced to end it, but they clear out the minions. Another potential outplay from E7. And can they do this? Kuzen finding Akashi does eventually get the kill, but the minions have spawn checks.
5 seconds for Shin. Kuzen drops him on Force. Hide on Bush with the iframes to still defend. Kuzen just wants free shots.
Hide on Bush the spot. Shin doesn't actually land and finally gets the burst. And now E7 defend once more.
Entity 7. Like I said, the momentums from yesterday's game still hold strong as they hold strong for their life in just game number 1. A beautiful defense, honestly. Hide on Bush all alone. Able to get some nice outframes. Akashi also gets back to the base. Pro Esports felt like they had it, but now Entity 7 working on the Lord.
This is something our panelists mentioned this back in. Flicker! The drive! Can they finally get this objective? Yes, they do! E7 turning things around. Hide on Bush finds a double, and Sa is all alone here. That's not your base, but he's being cased.
That's not your base. It's looking reminiscent of yesterday's game where Pro Esports had the lead and just couldn't finish it. Entity 7 right now. You know, we gotta say, they got that dog in them right now. And they are ready to push this game to the limits, pushing Pro Esports to the limits. It's 30 kills on the side of Pro Esports.
What if that was the plan all along? You know, we need to suffer a bit.
Yes.
But we get to a point where we just get to rely on
builds character.
Yeah, you build character, you know, and this is something E7 have been building for 17 minutes now, Trex.
It's the villain arc right now. You gotta go through pain sometimes to be ready for the big battle, and Coily can no longer win the 1v1 against Hide on Bush.
That changes things significantly in this game. E7, they still have the Lord, but will be dealt with by Pro. Sorian Felix doesn't find the setup there, and E7 are looking to disengage. Coily doesn't get access to his purple buff too. Imagine that, E7 are suddenly the ones in control. That 10k gold lead is nowhere to be found.
No, we are officially in late game now. Maxed items all around. Immortality has been picked up by Doom along with the Rose Gold. This is what I was talking about when we talk about the item swapping, and this is where a carry becomes extremely dangerous. Late game carry, probably one of the most vicious marksmans you can go up against. Once you have the capability to start hopping around with items, the amount of damage, it's just so hard to pick off. You add that up with the Purify instead of going for the Flicker, it's a problem. How does Pro Esports catch that? Now, they've been able to find some moments, but the problem is before they were going for Shin, before they were going for Hide on Bush, but I think they need to change their priority on where these Way of the Dragons are going to be landing, where these Wrath the Dryads with the IMU that's stolen are going to be landing. They have to be a lot more careful about how they approach these fights if Pro Esports wants to win out.
Yeah, because I feel like the fact that they always go for Shin is just so Coily could freely go and dive in, right? But even if he gets to do that, I don't think Pro are able to handle the damage that you're seeing from Doom anymore, like just by themselves, like without them allocating the right amount of crowd control just so Doom doesn't get to cast the speedy light wheel efficiently every now and then. So there might need to be, yes, I agree, a bit of change in terms of targeting for Pro here, but can they find Doom? This isn't the best KDA you're going to see on a carry, but we're in a different timeline now. We're 19 minutes into this game. I feel like this would barely matter, but ooh, that's a lot more defense items getting picked up. I think Doom has the Immortality and both the Athena's Shield in his build, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Picked up Athena's Shield. Okay. Gets rid, or wait. So that's, no, because you get some shield from the Athena Shield. So it's, you sell Athena's, you go into Rose Gold, you pick up Rose Gold, you go into Immortality, you pick up Winter Crown.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing, I don't know. Oh!
It's a lot of buy and sells, but who gets this retry? It's Bandit! Not even a retry holder! Doom finding the last hit on the objective! And now it's a disengage for E7. They don't want any trades.
A lot of resources wasted on Akashi there. And that helps Entity 7 secure this Lord, enhanced Lord at that. They need to try to sync up these waves as much as possible. They may not be able to end here, but they can at least take inhibitors. Pro Esports on the other hand, this is what I was talking about. They have to think about a lot harder on how they do these fights for the 1v1.
Okay, iFriend, Hide on Bush. Might just go for the outplay here. Coily no longer has to test himself. Blaze Shin! Flickering in, can he make it? He doesn't catch Coily. Also gets to pick up the Immortality just in time. Whew.
collect it, prepare ourselves, because the Lord is making his way downtown.
Yes. PP, can he find something here? Okay. There's the Lord. Kuzen still has Zaman Force, and they pretty much will have enough time to deal with this Lord, at least for now. E7 are not able to maximize it enough to take down a turret, and they're going for Shin! Whoa! Winter ground play, falling Starfall, but still gets knocked up and caught by the way of the dragon into the Wrath of Dryad. Don't find Coily though. Sorry, I'm feeling to the center. And it's another immortality block for Doom. 3 members are down for E7.
A beautiful catch by Pro Esports, but minions are on the base. They have to go back to defend. It's only 2 members up with 40-second death counters on Entity 7. Hinakashi and Hide on Bush do what they did a few minutes ago and defend the base, but Hide on Bush is going for the steals, trying to disrupt the waves right now. Big kick.
He gets caught. He does still have some iframes left and a couple dashes, so he will escape. But that just means he's the only one left right now. Pro Esports, they're making their way to the base 12 seconds before Shin makes it.
They've got a cannon minion. Can it be enough to close? Hide on Bush is making the big sprint back to the base. He's got an immortality.
Okay, the immortality's popped though. Kuzen with his Zaman for Shin going in. Do they have enough defense? Immortality's popped for PP, bro. They gotta get back.
It just keeps happening. I don't know if it's luck. I don't know if it's chance. I don't know if it's pure skill at this point. Entity 7 just keeps on hanging on. We're 23 minutes in. Another Lord on the map. Akashi's up in 17 seconds. And it's a 5v5 once again. Pro Esports trying to make their way to this Lord. Do they burst it down? Hide on Bush picks up a purple buff. It's down to the wire once again.
Yeah, Shin has to be very particular of his positioning this time. Lord already will have HP back in, getting bursted down. Both Wrath of Dryad's already committed out. But it's still Coily who finds the objective. It's a shutdown towards Hide on Bush. Have seemed to find the perfect engage against E7. Akashi, the only one left.
When in doubt, Saria Felix continues to get those big sets for the team.
Pro Esports are not letting this get to another 30-minute game. They're ending it right here. 1-0 against Entity 7.
Okay, so lessons have been learned for Pro Esports. After being unable to finish a game yesterday that possibly caused their overall defeat, they were able to close it out today, even after going the distance, even after Entity 7 giving it everything they could. Pro Esports collect themselves and make the plays that matter to close things out. What a game one, Brigida.
Yeah, that was, I like that you mentioned it was just game one. It was just game one. And you kind of saw how E7 were planning to play around this draft. They sort of answered their questions here and there, especially towards Doom on the carry, but you just have to respect Pro. The mechanics, the macro, and their ability to just bait out reactions from E7. I think that really mattered, especially in that last sequence, because it was E7, I feel like, who were just desperately trying to do something because Pro Esports were already there. They were already positioned around the objective. They were bursting it down pretty much.
I think a lot of those fights that Entity 7 did win out on was when Pro Esports was coming into them, right? Was attacking onto them, was causing the advance. But towards those last few fights that Entity 7 lost, they were forced to try to make a play happen. Vagine makes the engage, the rest of the team follows up.
Oh, why? Why am I standing on my...
Standing on the chair?
Standing on my seat, yeah.
No, you're actually that height.
Yeah, no, I'm just that tall, guys. Please don't get confused.
Well, it was an amazing game one. We still have a couple more to go, possibly. Let's give it back to the panel and see what they have to say about this.
Thank you. I'm glad we're finally seeing what Brigida does off camera right there, because standing up on a desk, that's the least amount of it. I think this is such an exciting back and forth, guys, when we look at it with, of course, Kaisu and Lefel to break that action down. I loved seeing the competition, and it wasn't a
Dari aku belajar aja. Oke. NC. Paket barengan ada kan nggak tahu organisasi sama apa enggak. Sama dengan organisasi sama WCT.
The rest of the team to stay into that game as long as they did, but eventually it comes down to that one Lord take, and then, you know, I'm sure LaFell will go through this later on, but that Lord, it comes down to getting that retribution off, and, you know, when you're already kind of at a back foot, trying to get in the zone of that is so difficult. I mean, look at this, 39 to 16 for the kill counter here. Like, this has to be the most.
Look at Kozin as well, 143,000 damage dealt. Doom only did 87,000. The highest coming in from Entity 7 is high on...
Ya, kemana?
Onik jam berapa, Onik?
Ya, habis ini. Habis report lawan X7.
Suara gue jelas nggak ini?
Jelas.
Oke. Lu di YouTube ya? Gue belum setting yang di YouTube, Jir. Something went wrong.
Iya, kemarin gue nggak expect banget itu hasilnya, tiba-tiba bangun pagi LPH udah kalah. Padahal lawan sama S7, cok. Timnya berantah, cok. Keren, cok. Keren gua, cok. Alah.
Pro esports, because there's not a lot of high HP heroes, so it doesn't fully utilize the passive that the carry has, but more importantly, it doesn't protect yourself. And we're going to be seeing that in the clips here, where starting off, this is basically what happens in the early game, which, by the way, what Pro Esports does so well in this game and previous games on how they got a 10,000 gold lead is they perform the best at an open map, right? When everything is still there, they can capitalize on everything. Where if you're going to be looking at the map here, you can see that in terms of the position, they're playing a 3-2 position, right? So 3 at the top and then 2 at the bottom, because one of the reasons that they understood is that Doom made a crucial mistake where this is basically like the safe place for you to be as a gold laner, and multiple times Doom actually stays in this area, which, yes, he wins the lane, but you're going up against a Ling. Ling moves very fast in the game, and we can see here, that's basically how it keeps going on. See, Doom moves forward again, gets ganked. I'm only showing this clip, but it happens multiple times as we see in the game. I feel like the first 3 to 4 ganks are all in the gold lane, so that is something that could have been remedied if they pick up something like a Moskov, because Moskov can basically protect himself. He doesn't need any rotation. And you see, honestly, there's no rotation going to the gold lane coming in from Entity 7. And this also shows why I would say the best win condition for pro esports is just to play outside of the base. Once you get inside the base, it does become quite difficult, because if we look at the square that Entity 7 always forms, they try to clump up together, but what Entity 7 does is they split them up. It's not a front to back, it's front and back. As we see the team fight coming up here,
they are pulling the front line away, and then you can see a clear separation here where the front line as well as the back line is clearly separated, and the one going for the back line is both the gold laner as well as the jungler. Massive damage, and there's really nothing that NTT7 can do, and this is why NTT7 keeps losing those team fights. They just get separated, but then things start to change when we start going into the map here. Get into the base. This is one time where I would say they made a grave mistake, where they're put into a situation where we can see multiple members got stunned up by PP on this Beleric, right? A very big ult hits onto basically everyone. Look at all the taunts there. Everyone was taunted, and that's the reason why they lost this fight. But then we go into the base, which, by the way, hide on bush. This
crazy. Man.
I would say this is a career-defining highlight where you can basically show to all the teams, like, this is what I can do, right? On the Hirara. But also, this is why they cannot end the game. This is something that they've done in the previous draft as well, where they're so good at splitting the fight. But what if there's no way to split them up anymore? They're always going to be clumped up, and you're going to make a mistake. So I feel like that's something that they have to look forward to, where you can play at open map perfectly.
Right.
But once you're inside the base, what's the next step? We see that the Joe try to kick someone else to separate them, but sometimes it's not that easy.
Yeah, and it feels like, I mean, I'd rather be, if I were, and if maybe you guys let us know in the chat as well, I would probably rather be pro esports in that situation where I have all the energy, all the momentum, the gold lead early on, everyone's doing well, and the only issue is how do we get through to that final portion of the base. I feel like it's a scary type of situation that we saw NTT7 put themselves in, and the Moskov did come into our attention in the draft. Is it on your attention now, getting Doom on something more comfortable, something he could protect himself more from those picks coming in from the room?
I think it was almost unanimous when a lot of people, when that carry was picked up in the draft, that last pick, I think some people definitely shared their sentiments about that. Even the casters, I heard them mention it too. And it is one of those things where, again, in late game, and we saw this late game get to that point where, yeah, the carry can shred even through the Lord, right? But yes, maybe something like the Moskov where you have a little more space to work with. You can play the long game if you want to, stay on the other side of the map, join the fights with SOD. You know you're up against a matchup like that where Kozen gets his Harith. Again, this Harith is Kozen's probably one of his best picks that he has in the gold lane, and you saw just how they played that. So Moskov might be one of them, but I think even for NTT7, they really need to get the ball rolling in their favor early on, because I feel like that's where they're able to go ahead and build up.
Also, when you do get a lead, you got to make sure that you're very disciplined, because something that we were not able to clip just because it happened so fast, but once they got a lead, we saw Coily on that lane trying to run away, and then Shin tries to stun him, even expanding that flicker. That is one of those situations where if you can catch him, you could have ended the game. But he couldn't, and then that's just an avenue that Pro Esports saw, like, hey, he doesn't have a flicker, we can go in, and then we can start holding the map again.
And that's how Crew
use his expertise and ability going into the next stage. Hide Bush has been getting a lot of conversation on the LATAM side. The man of many hats. Hide Bush does it all for his squad, leading as the jungler, captain, shot caller, and taking on coaching and analytical duties whenever needed.
That's a lot of responsibility.
That sounds underpaid.
Hey, we don't know his salaries, by the way.
If they go forward to the knockout stage, you know?
Hey, that's a big salary.
That's a big salary, but, you know, give it up to Hide Bush. Again, like I said, he is one of the mainstay members from NTT7. Very, very experienced player. Even now, just showcasing a lot of what they're capable of doing. So, you know, to know that he's also shot calling and doing all this too, that's kind of is a huge statement for himself and the team.
Well, we asked what they would do about Coily's Ling. They ban it. They don't want to deal with it. The Hirara also banned as well in response, alongside the mainstays, Freya and Marcel. Fanny and Valentina, which they didn't like, maybe a soft counter to the Beleric, which they enjoy playing, but this time it opens up an even stronger pick, the Atlas first, which could mean a Eudora response here on the side.
And I wonder if they want to pick up a Nolan early, because Nolan is filling the spot of what a Ling wants to do, a Hirara wants to do. Because I feel like if you have to go for a Yeast and Shin, then, I don't know, there's just too much counters now.
I like how just by simply panning out the Ling and the Hirara, it already changes the course of the draft, and then it'll change, you know, obviously in the game too. Atlas being picked up, and they took care of the Valentina, so you don't have to worry about a Fatal Links being stolen by Pro Esports. If you're NTT7, you can build on that. But this does leave open now quite a few options to take right on the swing. So you still have the Belric available. You can go ahead and, what else? Power play move. What else is in the mid that you would actually go for here now that you have that? Or do you just go ahead and secure something else?
I feel like it is fine to delay it just a little bit, which, by the way, honestly, very good opener coming in from Entity 7, because betting on the Fanny as well as the Ling and then the Valentina, that proves to be, I feel like that's a good way to open up going up against Pro Esports. Just that if they do win and Pro Esport lose, Pro Esport can take that first pick again and then deny them of this strat. Anyways, when it comes to the mid, I really feel like it heavily depends on what your jungler is going to be. For example, if you're going to pick up a utility jungler, say Fredrin and a Kai or whatever, you need a mid with a little bit more range to back him up whenever he does go for those neutral takes. But then if you're using something with damage, like a Nolan, maybe even a Harley, you need a mid that can set it up. So that's why we see Valentina's still being okay, even though it's a mid-range, not long-range, but you got crowd control and you got some amount of burst damage, making it easier for those assassins to actually get the kill. So I really feel like it's dependent on what the jungler is going to be.
Okay, so we got word. It is, they're going to go ahead and sort things out here for this draft. I'm wondering if we'll still see that, at least the Atlas picked up or not. Probably same bands I'm expecting, but what was that one combo we saw? Was it just yesterday where the Nolan was picked up and that amount of bursts that they had? Because Nolan's only been picked up, what, literally twice, I think it is so far?
One of them was from Guangzhou Recall, using the Nolan.
Yeah.
Even in a game that they lost, the burst from Nolan is insane, because the buffs make it so that the Nolan can basically spam his abilities, making it very hard to catch, but also just does quite a lot of damage. And now the Uranus as well as the Zushin picked up, and I feel like this is kind of a deny, saying that if you want to go for a tank jungle, hey, good luck.
This is already different, right? Uranus, Jushin going over on those first picks for red side here for Pro Esports. Now for Entity 7, you already got yourself an Atlas. You know that you can play around the setup potential. You know that too. You're gonna have to get through some purifies, but you can take your jungler now, hold on to it. Maybe the mid lane option as well, just so you don't get things banned out, because you already have to deal with the Jushin.
I would say Eve is not a bad pick, yeah. Because in terms of damage junglers, now it's like all the niche ones, like the Nolan, maybe even the Saber, Hanzo. Oh, Gwyn. Oh, totally forgot about Gwyn. Gwyn as well as the Moskov gets picked up here, which Entity 7 for now has a lot of crowd control.
Yeah, there's the YSS you mentioned too. So YSS being picked up. Again, this hero does not have
a great win rate.
A great win rate. Is it only one game? One game win?
One game win.
Yeah. One game win right now for the YSS so far.
That was
with Aurora, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday. Moskov, though, picked up. We wanted to see that adjustment. They've made it. Also taken out 2 of the picks that were used on the side of Pro Esports last game in the Valentina and the Ling, adding Guinevere to the rounding of that first 3. YSS, will this be another bit of drama that continues? Because if they have this and it loses again, goes to about 1-7 in this tournament, and you gotta start saying, guys, we need another option.
The YSS is just, I mean, most teams have either just gone with it or they go with a double fighter in the side lanes to try to make that work. But you can already see some of the focus again on XP options for Entity 7 to be picked up here.
So I feel like Entity 7's got to ban out that Paquito.
Yeah.
Right, Paquito is, I think, will win Pro Esport Draft. Because right now, this Isin Shin is not a bad pick, because it's not going up against the Ling, it's not going up against Aurora, and it's not going up against the Claude, right? So for now, in terms of the dive, it's just the Guinevere. And at that point, kind of the same thing as before, just don't get stunned, right? And I feel like there's not enough threats here. Pro Esport, if they pick up the Paquito here, I think it will really make Entity 7 difficult to finish up their draft.
Yeah, Paquito open. It's going to be a Harith, though. So, again, this is, this is his pick. This is Kozen's, one of his favorite, if not the favorite hero that he's got. You just saw an amazing game performance here from the previous match in game 1, so you might as well go ahead and get it. This is, so for this YSS, you still set it up, but you also can lean towards the Harith power spike later on if you have to.
I feel like either Eve or Gort might be okay here, because there's not too many dives go in. So I feel like either Eve or Gort should be fine. And yeah, I feel like the Hive has so much kill potential even after first item. So again, that's just Pro Esport playing their map. As long as the map is open, we're gonna split the front and the back, and they're able to do something with it.
We have a technical pause here. We're continuing on this draft. The importance. The Zushin and the Uranus were left off of the ban list this time around, and Pro Esports will grab. As you see, sorry, I'm Felix on your camera. He said in response to, why is your name Sorry, I'm Felix? Well, just because when I go at you and I take you down, I want to say sorry for my actions. But then I want to introduce myself as well, Naisu, which is polite.
Yeah, I like how he, he picked up the Sora in the previous game. You don't see Sora too often anymore, man. But he played it near perfectly, and a lot of the initiations that he had or the setups that he had, you kind of remind yourself like, oh yeah, Sora, still a threat when it is picked up. But again, these XP options that are left on the table are important here.
Yeah, I feel like we just don't see enough Soras just because in lane some of these very tanky boys like the Barats, even the Uranus, kind of makes the Sora feel a bit annoying to play, but once you avoid or overcome that obstacle, everything becomes fine. So when it comes to the draft, looking back into it, I'm not 100% on Entity 7's draft for now.
What do you think about Barats?
Barats?
What do you think about it? It's available.
And I feel like it could... Wait, he wasn't banned. Oh, yeah. I don't know, because right now for Entity 7, kind of like the same as the first game, their draft doesn't answer the problem. And that's kind of a problem in itself. Even if they do pick up the Barats here, I don't necessarily feel like it solves a problem, because then the Zushin as well as the Hive, they both can have Purify, and catching the Ishin is going to be nigh impossible. So I think it's okay in lane. It's just that after that, I'm not so sure.
Okay, there's the Paquito you were looking to see. What rounds
I'm
this out?
thinking Eve is okay.
Yeah,
if not Eve, Gord.
I was gonna say Eve or Gord. Gord is really taking a sit down too. Yeah, he's picked up. He's, teams have kind of figured out how to play against him, but obviously you still have so much threat with his ultimate, the little bit of stuns.
I feel like Hylos is fine.
Yeah, Hylos could work here. You help with that slow or the speed up for your team. And even the stuns too. So this is, again, playing around your YSS, but this is a bit of a different game plan, just because even if the YSS can't scale up the way you're looking for, then you lean towards the Harith. The Jushin too, even with that nerf, again, she's still a threat. It's almost like that, the Sora to an extent, where it's like, oh yeah, there's still a lot of utility that's available here to set things up for your favor on the team fight. And the answer is going to be the Gatkacha. So a good, sturdy lineup to go ahead and protect your members here if you're Pro Esports.
Yeah, I feel like they pick up the Gatot here just because the main threat is going to be the Moskov as well as the Paquito, and his passive works really well going up against physical damage dealers. So we'll see how it turns out for now. Pro Esport does seem to have a pretty good draft. It's only like, can the Yusuchi work out?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, guys. Not waiting too long, though, because Game 2 is right around the corner. Yusun Shin's been a topic of conversation here at MSC. Over 5 days of play here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. He's gone 1-6 so far. Will it be 1-7? Or will it be 2-6 and start to turn things around? It's Game 2. Maybe that's a little bit of a sneak peek of what's going to go down. We got Trex and Brigida on the call. Let's see if Pro Esports can move themselves into the knockout stage.
We're jumping back in. It's match point for Pro Esports, but if we take anything from game number 1, it's that Entity 7 will push them to their limits. Taking a look at the drafts, Brigida, I am a fan of Entity 7's draft here. So much combo play, so much ability to just work together, and even if one member misses a skill, someone else can back it up. Pro Esports, on the other hand, they went for this YSS, and the only time we've seen the YSS work so far, which is once, is with the double fighter. They take the risk, they pick up Kuzan on a comfort pick with this Harith. Do we think it's worth it? Do we think this can work?
That's something we figure out here because even their mid-duo, right, feels like it's been patches ago since we last saw them both together. But now that's not looking great, Rex, to answer your question. As of now, Pro Esports are not making this worth it.
And this is where one of my thoughts on why the YSS has trouble. It's such a high crowd control meta right now. And when we take a look at Entity 7, literally every single hero on their lineup has some form of, if not big, but at least small crowd control. Small stuns, big AoE stuns all around the board. And it's going to make Coily's job so hard here, especially with the fact that they don't... Ooh, a little bit more action.
Mystic Injunction, that's going to be PP, a very tanky hero though, but yes, they might look small, but they could eventually become bigger. They could link up. You mentioned it. The hero synergies you're seeing. It's an Atlas Guinevere all over again, and we've seen countless times these two heroes being played together. But Kuzen! If he goes down too, that's really, really bad for Pro. Both carries have been taken out, but there might be a trade here. Coily finding Hide on Bush.
Surprise Hide on Bush re-engaged on that one. I felt like maybe he'd just go for the runaway. Maybe didn't expect the Mountain Shocker to get the stun. Maybe he thought he could get a quick Violent Requiem off if he could get the stacks off. But he does go down. Still not a horrible trade for Kuzen, but the thing is, it does give Pro Esports some time to tie things up here.
Yep, and they will try to secure this objective for themselves. Hide on Bush jumping in. Mystic Gush together to the burst is coming through for E7, but PP still alive. Does finally get taken out though. He needed a flicker. Akashi needed the flicker to get that. And on the other hand, sorry, I'm Felix, the zoning, he's done. It's just so much for Pro. Coily got enough space to get the objective, and Sa's still alive.
How did Hide on Bush stay alive there though? Sorry, I'm Felix. Brings him down to about 10%, but Akashi goes down. Coily able to get a quick pick off. And just when it felt like Entity 7 may have gotten a lead there, Pro Esports escape with a decent trade along with their Lord. I mean, along with Turtle.
Kuzen knows them in force. Vagan doesn't have the Fatal Links too. PP will be there to help them just a bit, and Doom might not go for the follow-up and re-engage. Still level 3, but he's about to get it really, really soon. There you go. But it wasn't in time to find a punish onto Kuzen. So at least for now, Pro Esports, they are behind in terms of kills, but somewhat because they were able to just allow Coily to bounce back, I think that's what really matters the most for now. They at least kind of recovered what went away or what nearly went down for them in terms of their win con. But PP? Oh, he has no way out of that.
No way out at all. A small pickoff for Entity 7. You know, you mentioned it. Coily getting those 2 kills is huge, especially after taking the death early on. It's what you want on this YSS. He needs to be able to scale, especially with the odds that are stacked against him. With how much crowd control's out there, every hit's gonna matter, and he needs to make sure the damage is stacked up, and that's what you want to see from YSS in these types of fights. Luckily, Sara and Felix also doing a decent job. He's taken a death, but Akashi has as well. Death's pretty spread out amongst the field.
Hide on Bush, the way that they're able to constantly engage and do it alongside Vagan, I think is something Pro Esports really need to pay attention to. You kinda are put in a spot when it comes to using your phraseless. Coily and the amount of ways that he needs to dodge everything, I think is eventually gonna take a toll on them. If Pro Esports are not able to create enough space, and the way it's looking right now, it's only Soria and Felix who can afford to do that. PP might be someone you expect to go in a bit later, especially with the AOG. But let's see right now, they're both holding the turtle. Both
Parah anjir, jadi atur, jadi good laner anjir. That Hunter strike in right before this fight. Might be able to do a little more damage, a little more speed.
Oh, Kuzen. Is he going to use the Zaman Force now? Akashi onto Kuzen right now. Does force out the Zaman Force. Roya and Felix too trying to go for the zone. Akashi has a lot of damage. Mountain Shocker already used. It's Pro Esports taking control of the objective. E7 couldn't even get close.
Yeah, Akashi thinks he can go for Kuzen, but wait a second, little damage.
Why? PP actually jumping in with the AOG. Does knock off a couple members from E7, but it's actually Sa gonna go down. Akashi finds him and PP next. Soria and Felix, does he still want to go in? He finds a trade onto Shin, but are they still gonna fight this? Kuzen showing up, does have the Zaman Force again. He's going after Hide on Bush this time. But the dash is a bit too much! Now it's Akashi trying to find a punch. Soria and Felix with the help. And Kuzen gets out alive, but Doom, he does not even going to be there!
What are you doing? Not like this! Jumps in thinking he's going to be the hero. Jumps in thinking he can save the day, but Coily was ready and waiting. The back and forth of that last fight. And I mean, let's be honest, both teams made some mistakes. Both teams threw some bodies in when they shouldn't have. On the boss side, Doom gets 1v2'd. Sarian Felix makes his way up to try to help out, and honestly, this is not a bad play. Look at the amount of damage Sarian Felix is able to output. Gets the kill onto Shin, and at this point, E7 has to back off, but Koizen's not done yet. He's under the tower, and the fight should have ended there. Once Koizen backs off and Akashi's back off, but for some reason, Doom felt like he could be the hero.
We gotta see Doom Moskov last night, or Doom carry game 1, who was very particular and cautious of his positioning, because he's getting caught a lot more often than we expected him to be on this Moskov so far in this game. Kuzen, another Zaman Force already used, and hide on Bush. He is no longer afraid to deal with him. Even without the Purify, Kuzen was just ready to take that fight on. So we're seeing another turtle in just 4 seconds. E7 have yet to take a single one over to their side. Can they actually make it and position themselves around it this time?
Yeah, it's definitely important for Entity 7 to maybe try to gain some ground here. They're down about 3k gold though, so if they lose another big fight, it could look very similar to game number 1. So honestly, smartest move at this point, just give it up, look for play elsewhere. Doom is on top side, gonna be able to farm, take advantage of that, maybe get a tower somewhere on the map. But Coily already on his way back up along with Saw, and Doom doesn't know they're coming.
Yeah, sorry, Felix is just someone E7 are having a hard time dealing with at this point. You really want to expect the damage from Shin, but there's not enough ways to just hold down Sorian Felix on this Uranus. Enough time for the Mystic Gush to just really shred him down. Also has the Purify, so that adds to the problem. Out there onto Fagin. Does have the perfect match. Is going to be safe, but even then, right, they gave up the objective, but I don't think we saw any trades across the board. Not even that tier 1 up top was dealt with by Doom, and I think it's also about time they kind of feel a bit more pressured, because Pro Esports, they're just dealing with all of the win conditions one by one.
In the position on Pro's map right now, they've got their bases covered, right? It's always 2 on one side, 2 on the other. As Coily kind of rotates around, they are going to kind of conjoin into this mid-tier 3. That's the last tier 3 they want to try to capitalize and take to open up this map for themselves. But they are strangling Entity 7 right now, cutting them off from all entryways to try to take any towers from Pro. And if one of them does go off alone, it could be a death sentence. Speaking of death sentences, Begin should be able to get away here.
Bagin's only on the Radiant Armor as of now, and you're seeing at least 2k gold leads between the junglers and the gold laners of both E7 and Pro. It's not looking good if you're waiting for the damage to come through for E7, because you have a lot of setup. You have a lot of ways to just target members from Pro Esports, but without the damage, it is gonna be very, very tough. Akashi, though, holding this bush.
There's too many of them. I don't know if that's a safe play right there. Hanging out, hiding out, keeping vision. He's a spy in enemy territory right now.
He's not moving.
Just don't move, don't breathe. You know, see how long he lasts. Lord is going to be up, and this honestly not the most horrible position for Akashi, but he is going to make his way up. They know that Pro Esports want to rush this. Hide on Bush might try to look for the engage.
Okay, Vagin, does he find one now? Uses the perfect match, but doesn't find a setup yet. Going with the Crimson Pico, they just want to lock onto Akashi. And they find a mega kill for Coily there. Kozen now with the Zaman Force, does force out the Purify, using the Fatal Links. But they don't get to capture him. And now it's going to be Sorian Felix targeted, but with the Purify out, he's still going to be okay. AOG in for PP. They're going to set up with a trade. Spatial migration onto 2. SOD! But can Doom make a difference? Consistent from Shin, but Pro already got what they want. It's just the Lord.
Pro takes the Lord, losing nothing. So many utilities wasted. I'm sorry on Felix that by the time Doom shows up, there's just nothing to hold Pro down. But E7 doesn't want to stop.
Okay, concentration. No Purify. E7 probably wanted to go for him, but it's still a Uranus. He can still make it out alive. Now E7 have to deal with another Lord Siege incoming for Pro. This is nothing new to them, though. But the wave clear
I guess it can be handled. It's a Moskov and a Gord in their hands either way.
Yeah, they definitely have opportunity to defend against this Lord push. Pro Esport, the major objective is definitely take these tier 2s and try to maybe get one inhibitor. Holy Defense is up on that top lane.
Iya, gua sampai Onyx
they may not be able to
produk doang
get
berarti.
that, but a second wave incoming after.
Pro
Looks
YouTube.
for engage, or if NC7 makes a big mistake, it comes too far out. That could be the advantage that Pro's looking for here.
Multi-shocker in, Doom gets caught, Mystic Push forced out too from Shin, and now they're already gonna take out all turrets except for the base turrets here for E7. This is a lot of control going over to Pro Esports alongside the Holy Shields too, so I think they will be very happy with what they've been able to take, at least with this first Lord.
Yeah, they get the tier 2s, they don't break through, which means Entity 7 has a little more life to spare. They still need to play it safe, because if there's a big team wipe, trying to contest a Lord, or you get caught off guard, then Pro can definitely end things. But if they play it safe for another few minutes, which we've seen them do before, they can even survive another Lord push, honestly, as long as they don't mess this up. Like you mentioned, they have great siege potential. They can hang out in the base, they have the magic push, they have Doom who can shred, and they have Akashi who can defend anyone who tries to jump in. So the possibilities are there. Taking a look at the items, taking a look at the gold spread, Kuzin once again is so far ahead of Doom. It's been 2 games in a row where Doom locks in his 3rd item so late in the game. And yes, we're going to start to see that shred, but by now it feels a little bit too late, because even Sarian Felix so ahead of his opponent in the XP lane. It's just problems all around the board for Entity 7.
Yeah, I think they'll have to wait for a moment where they could just really rely on sheer damage to deal with Pro. Because at this point, if they just really want to go for the setups, the captures, I think these 3 Purify spells you're seeing on the side of Pro will not make it easy for E7 to pull off a combo like that, unless they find ways to force it out and actually target on specific members of Pro. But that's the thing, the damage is spread out. It's really, really well spread out, and now Sorian Felix tanking a majority of the damage, already forced to use the Consecration, but in exchange, why was Vagin there all alone? There was no follow-up, no one nearby from E7, even if he wanted to go for the setup on Kuzen.
Well, Vagin was looking for Koizen. Everyone else focused on Sorian Felix once again. Entity 7 shouldn't even be starting fights right now. I get it, maybe look for a pickoff, but don't force anything at all. Let Pro Esports come to you. That's where your advantage is going to be. Let them dive into you, back up, and look for the re-engage. You have the crowd control to do that.
I guess it was also a desperate attempt. They really wanted to at least get something right, because we were failing to see trades from E7 ever since Pro Esports were able to bounce back. Ever since Coily was able to find those 2 kills, which made that kill towards Coily in the first minute of the game almost insignificant already. So it's Pro Esports with almost 9k gold lead. Very, very similar to what happened in game number 1, Trex. But does Pro find an easier way to close it out this time? They have a lot of tools to engage. They have Sorian Felix, they have an AOG, and even a Crimson Beacon from Sa, so they could just catch them by surprise. But the question is, they have to calculate it well enough. And will they be able to do so now against E7?
Alright, so Entity 7 just has to hold strong under these towers as Pro makes their engage. Nice Mountain Shocker!
The engage actually came from Coily! It's not from anyone else, and now it's Kuzen's really taking down this base turret in mid together with the Zaman Force. They're gonna transition to the top. Hide on Bush, trying to defend it as much as he can. Vagin going in too. Does he use the Fatal Links now? He does, but doesn't catch anyone. Hide on Bush on the Spatial Migration does find Kuzen and force out the Purify, but he's gonna get punished just the same. It's Doom left to defend. They had to make room for Doom to defend.
Vagin catches no one and barely gets all the Purifies out. Sarian Felix gets Consecration back. This is bad for Entity 7.
Vagin doesn't have the ultimate anymore. Akashi waiting for the perfect timing, but Kuzen with the Zaman Force is just bursting everyone down. AOG doesn't last to anyone, but Coily already goes in. Pro Esports, they have the base within reach. The minions have spawned, but they have another wave coming down bot. But E7 are pushing them out. And Sogi doesn't connect. Flying Clouds from Akashi. Where does he want to go? Sorian Felix being shredded down. Consecration! They finally find a target and take down one.
They got to go back to the base, though. There are minions down. They finally put another kill on the board after multiple minutes. We're back to a 15-plus minute game, Brigida. Entity 7 somehow still surviving. We did predict that since they had all inhibitors up, the defense was possible. It definitely could have been cleaner, maybe not lose all 3, but Entity 7 is once again in this position that they were in game number 1. Once again, they need to not make the mistake of jumping in. Don't force it. Be careful if you do.
Okay. Hide on Bush nearly caught someone there, but that's just all gonna be for this tier 1 in mid. And yes, E7, how are they able to do this every single time? In every single game that you see them. Even if they don't get a hold of the early game, they just find a way to at least push the game to a much later time. And that is when you expect Doom to really hit his power spike, right? We're approaching 20 minutes in the game. All members are almost at level 13 to 15. Pro Esports, though, they want to rush this. They don't want to allow for E7 to find any opportunities. But Fagin from behind.
From the back.
From behind.
From the back.
He's going to find anyone he can, but it's taking a while. Does land the fatal links and the shutdown from Shin.
Kuzin able to find Shin, that's huge. Zamon's force drops and Kuzin still popping off, but on the top side, Doom. Base race, Akashi on. Okay, Akashi's got to get back.
Yep, PB and Kuzen are looking to use this wave down bottom. Doom already recalled as well, but the Zaman Force is already here. Does Kuzen use it now? They don't just yet. They're trying to deal with the poke. There you go, Zaman Force. Spear of Misery from Doom, pushing him out. But they have another wave. Can they create enough space? They want to go for the end, but Doom's defending to the best of his capability. Sa already almost going down. A flicker from Doom. Pro could not fight.
Pro, maybe look for the re-engage. No, they didn't go for the Lord. They wasted their time trying to come into the base, and now Entity 7 is on the chase. SOD onto Kuzin.
Oh, Doom wants to go find the kill on Kuzin. Purify forced out as Vagin lands the fatal links, and now it's PP who's looking to go down. Coily finds a Mountain Shocker onto Vagin, but the flicker from Akashi! He finds Kuzin, but he goes down too!
Now Doom continues to push forward as Entity 7. This might be the time to back off. You got your target. You finally killed Kuzin, but at what cost? Akashi goes down. This is reminiscent of the previous match before as Entity 7 tries to rush the Lord. It's hide on Bush versus Coily once again.
Okay, Consecrations. Ryan Felix already using it as well. He's being shredded down by Doom right now. Coily's still alive though. It's a concealed play from PP. The knock-up's onto Vagin, and there goes the taunt. It's onto hide on Bush. He has the spatial migration out of here, but it's Coily, and there's Doom with the SOD, fighting hide on Bush first. AOG doesn't land onto anyone. It's Doom making things possible all by himself, but can he? He's being chased. He's being chased.
It's a 1v4 right now. Doom against the world, getting free hits. Can they stop him?
Sorry, I'm Felix. You're starting to feel the damage. Doom, though, he's surviving, but not for long. It's finally a pickup by Pro, and they have the Lord marching in mid.
Shin now also getting cornered. The magic touch to find Coily.
Salmon Force from Kuzen doesn't make it, but it's enough. Shin cannot defend this all alone. Akashi, it's all on you, but they don't care. They just need the minions. Pro Esports make their way to knockouts and sweep Entity 7-2-0.
It was quite the roller coaster for Pro Esports. From an amazing victory on day 1 to taking a loss and getting sent down to the lower bracket, to 2 grueling games against Entity 7. They finally secure their spot in the top 8. They finally secure their spot in the knockout stages.
It's unfortunate you saw a bit of disconnect here and there. Entity 7, they definitely wanted to do different things across the map, and they tried as much as they could, but the synergy just didn't work out for them in terms of their heroes. And what we once thought was a really good start was just turned around immediately by Coily, finding all the kills in the early game, allowing him to get back almost immediately. This is one of the instances you see.
Hari ini. Gila. Langsung saja ke match kedua.
Did everything they could to hang on in this series. Sadly, Pro Esports was able to keep it together for them, but for all the Cambodian fans out there, they're going to be moving forward, and for all the fans out there, we got an interview ready for you on the stage now. Take it away, Rose.
Pro Esports officially heads to the knockout stages after eliminating Entity 7 in a clean sweep. And right now on stage, we actually have Kuzen for a little bit of a post-match interview, who said he's more nervous for this interview than the game that he played just now. How are you, Kuzen?
Okay lang po. I'm good.
He's a little jittery. He's shaking a little bit. Now, Kuzen, let's talk about game one. Come here, closer. I won't bite. Don't worry. Let's talk about game one. Game one, you guys had such an amazing lead, and you even broke records by getting 18 kills. But you guys almost also lost that game. What happened in that game?
Feel ko po dahil sa mahirap din po kasi yung parang comms po namin kasi magkakaiba po kami ng mga language, parang kaya nangyayari po talaga yung mga ganun sa amin. Kaya parang sa susunod na lang po parang i-review na lang po namin yung mga game namin para maayos yung mga ganun.
So he said actually in game one, he felt that it was more towards the comm difficulties that they experienced in game, as most of the players actually speak in different languages, which means that during critical moments, it's very hard for them to actually coordinate and organize their thoughts. And Kuzen, you are going further and further from me. Let's not go too far. It's getting harder. So how did you guys manage to keep composure knowing that you guys almost lost such a big lead?
Sa akin po parang inano ko po yung sarili ko na di po ako pwede mawala sa laro kasi ganun na po yung nangyayari sa game. Kaya parang positive na lang po buong game. Parang hindi ko na po iniisip parang reset lang po talaga.
I see. So he said that he actually had a mindset during game one that he just needed to lock in. He needed to be positive. He needed to just keep his head in the game because he cannot be outside of the game, or that could potentially cause an upset for the side of Pro Esports. Now, finally securing your knockout stage tickets, what are your expectations moving forward?
Siguro po sa susunod na mga kalaban namin, hindi na po namin iniisip, parang gagalingan na lang po talaga namin yung focus po kami sa team namin. Parang feeling ko kaya naman po namin makapalag dito kasi nakaabot po kami ng ng top 8 ay knockout stage po kaya feel ko para sa akin po kaya.
He said he feels like they were actually do really good moving to the knockout stages. You know, it's been such a journey. It's a roller coaster for Pro Esports here in the group stages moving forward. I'm pretty sure this young man over here is more confident to play the game than to talk to me. You know, one more time. Later on, you guys will be having a draw where the 2-0 seed pool will choose from the 2-1. Who do you think will choose you guys?
Hindi ko po alam pero baka sorry po. Baka Vamos po yata. Vamos po. Or Yangon. Hindi ko po alam
Why do you think Vamos is gonna pick you guys?
Baka isipin din nila kami na yung pinaka pwedeng makatapat po nila ganun. Pero tingnan lang po natin parang
He said he thinks that Vamos actually might choose them, but we'll see later on. Do you have a message for Vamos if they do pick you guys later?
Sa Vamos, wala naman ba parang good luck na lang. Galingan na lang natin lahat.
No message for Vamos. Good luck to us, and let's do our best. Any message to the fans back at home?
Sa lahat po ng may mga pinidin po dito. Maraming salamat po sa mga sumusuporta po sa amin. Kahit dala-dali pa rin po namin yung bansang Pilipinas. Saka sa lahat po nanonood dito, mga sumusuporta rin po sa akin. Maraming salamat. And sa girlfriend ko rin po sa family niya. Tapos sa lahat po ng pamilya ko.
Kuzen said that, thank you very much to all of the supporters, especially to the Filipinos in the arena that are showing the support for Pro Esports. He'd also like to say thank you to his family, his girlfriend, his parents, and all that kind of stuff. So are you ready to crush some keys, Kuzen?
Ready na po.
All right, Pro Esports, come on over. Who wants to crush some keys? Who's going to be the one pushing? Who? Will Kuzen be pushing? Who will be pushing? Who wants? It's okay. We'll decide as we walk. Come on. Okay, we'll decide as we walk. Who will be crushing? Who Who will be crushing? You? Sino magka-crush ng keys? Kuzen? Okay. Coily is gonna do it. All right, guys. You may take your position. Coily, you may head to the lever, and to the rest of the pro esports boys, you may actually watch. Watch close. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pro esports officially ending the journey of Entity 7 here at MSC at EWC 2026. All right, let us see the key and show it to the camera. Wow, such an amazing journey for Entity 7. Let's show it over to the desk to break down what happened in this series.
What happened indeed. Entity 7, the talk of the town, and probably still will be for the next 24 hours at least, have gone down. Their key crushed, their hopes for bringing the Americas a championship here at MSC now down the drain. However, they have done a lot here, I will say, and have certainly represented their region very, very proudly. So you should be happy with all that you've completed here, Entity 7. Hold your heads up high. And like Eternal likes to say, we'll be waiting. We'll be waiting for the next iteration. Rain Day and Nice-Sue, and of course, LaFell back on the desk, guys. What do we say after this one? It was a 2-0 from Pro Esports and Entity 7. Key crushed.
The key crushed, but you know what? They made a statement around the world, I feel like. Yeah. So they'll still go home, and hopefully they hold their heads high. They unfortunately couldn't move forward to the knockouts, but you know, to take down an opponent like TLPH is a statement in itself. And again, it's also showing just how strong Cambodia is right now with Pro Esports and this lineup that's going to be going into the knockout.
Kalau lihat jadwalnya harus sebentar lagi deh ya tuh 15.30 aja. Udah lewat tuh kupanya. Nah, lagi ditonton ini, tapi kayaknya 20 deh. 20. Tapi udah kualifikasi. Aku kualifikasi perkali 3 ini, 2 tim ini. Bisa slot 2 tim lagi. Oh iya. Tim Arki katanya nih ada pengumuman baru. Kita coba lihat. Masa iya si Atur jadi god laner, Cok? Bukan jungler. Betul dah, atau enggak XP atau kali dia. Kali di mabar dia tuh XP, Cok.
Halo Pape. Aku mau request 1 player tambahan dong.
Hah? Untuk apa? Bukannya lusa udah lock roster ya?
Iya, kan kita butuh 6 player, Pape.
Oh iya. Ya udah deh, boleh. Player kayak gimana yang kamu mau?
Bebas untuk role mah. Yang penting ganteng sama mahal. Kalau udah juara, bonus lah itu.
Enaknya aja kamu mahal. Bisa juara gak?
Bisa dikondisikan itu, Pape. Yang penting kita lengkapin dulu nih rosternya.
Ya udah deh. Malam ini saya coba cari, terus mungkin lusa udah saya suruh datang ke GH. Gimana?
Oke, mantap. Ditunggu, Pape.
Oke.
Jadi siapa player itu? Bebas gua mah. Mau tier 2 juga nggak apa-apa. Yang penting mah mahal. Kan RRQ banyak duitnya.
Ya, udah gua aja dah.
Mas, itu ada orang di depan. Katanya sih player baru disuruh datang sama Pape ke sini.
Oh, ya udah, suruh masuk aja.
Oh, siap, Mas.
Lah, ini player kenapa, Di?
Iya kayaknya.
Keringnya nggak.
Lu kesini beneran disuruh Pape?
Iya.
Keringnya nggak.
Dan saya hanya mau bermain jungler.
Lah,
Gimana ini, Di? Nggak pernah ngerolin sama Arthur. Iya, gimana dah?
sebentar. Masalahnya nih. Lu punya ini gak, Tur?
Ya udah deh.
Jadi beda aja, kayak ya, terus jadi beda, Cok.
Jadi gimana? Udah siap bawa nama rakit?
Siap dong.
Kalau sudah kita, Cok. Ada tanya tema kita. Kita lihat kita tidak apa kan papi gelo. Gelo. Sarko cicok. Gelo. Tapi lemon kita itu kuatnya di ini guys. Kuatnya di apa ya? Kuatnya di ini apa namanya teh? Kuatnya di jungle tank dia nggak tahu sih harusnya ya harusnya lah. Harusnya ya bila
8 ya mulainya ya.
Cici sini.
Hahaha.
Oh kan debaternya si Sucujen dari X-Lander sih pada X-Lander gak sih? Rancok. Ntar. Oh, ntar. Oh, tercanda. Oh. Oh. Tapi yang udah.
Lu di live di mana dah?
TikTok, YouTube.
Enggak, maksudnya restreamnya MPL.
YouTube. Biar gak resek.
MPL apa EWC, Cok? Oh, YouTube sih.
Hah?
Restreamnya MPL apa EWC?
Restreamnya
Iya.
Ya, dari EWC aja, bercepat. Kalau mau Indonesia ya silakan aja, tapi mereka tuh agak telat dikit itunya. Oh. Enggak. Kurang itu. Buset. Makan. Tuh. Oh, cuma ini. Oh, coba bilang. Oh, ya, berdua. Saling kepeter. Udah. Oh, salah bentar. Masih rutin. Cek. 56. Liv. Oh. Liv. Apa? Udah mulai belum di situ? Belum. Pokoknya lagi main chess. Oke, Mas Liv. Oh. Kok soalnya dipakai di apa? Di MPL, punya MPL. Besok aja kalau mau MPL sok. Kenapa? Besok aja pakai, nggak apa-apa. Ya ini nggak tahu nih berapa menit ininya. Kenapa MPL-nya? Bedanya berapa menit nih? Oh, per detik deh, bukan menit deh. Semut juga detik. Lebih ke 50 detik deh kalau sama WC-nya perbandingannya. Berapa detik? Nggak, 5 sampai 10 detik pikirannya. Oke. Hanya misalnya gini, EWC wawancaranya duluan. Nah, di MPL ID baru beberapa detik itu baru itu mulai apa namanya? Wawancaranya gitu. Iya. Kok mendengung ya telinga gue. Remis mantap.
Is the big key now, and of course it leads into our Crunchyroll story of the day, which is, can the Sky King finally exact vengeance? There can only be one, and so which one will it be? Renmar, I mean, this is the story, and of course Onyx and SRG, history is going to be made whether
malah ngeblank ya. Sorry guys. Nah,
one of these teams win or lose.
Drew in the, I believe it was the group stages, which meant that Onyx ID then couldn't go into the group stages, or in the knockout stages, excuse me. And then last year in 25, Onyx PH fell to SRG in the semi-finals. So Onyx in its Indonesian form, Onyx in its PH form, has not had good standings against SRG and MSC ever since we moved to EWC.
I think the only one is just Kelva, really, who's got like a positive win rate against SRG at this point in time, knocking them out during the M series. And I think at this stage, SRG and Onyx, I have to agree with what LaFell mentioned earlier. Onyx just looks like the better team as of right now, considering the overall performance based on the games we've seen so far with SRG.
Yeah, and the thing is with these two teams, we've seen both of them stumble. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Onyx obviously stumbled a little bit later, SRG a little earlier, but in some ways, SRG proved themselves in that extra match, which now has maybe given them a little bit of an edge. Maybe they fixed some things. We don't know. Obviously, it's hard to guess these types of things, Renmar. You can see the players in the back room at EWC getting ready, talking strategy, maybe just relaxing here before getting on for a very important match.
Yeah, my question is, which jungler are we going to be getting?
That's a great question.
Are we going to get both junglers? Is it going to start off with Uni? Will it go back to Zakai's starting things off? Because Uni, he made his presence felt right away for SRG.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think a lot of people have been questioning whether or not Uni should be part of this starting lineup, just to initiate things. And I don't think it's a bad idea, because so far, I think Sakai's has lost a little bit of his confidence, especially for the past couple of matches. It's not about bad decisions. It's just, I pressed the button too fast, I got nervous, and I reacted too slowly to it. Uni, on the opposite side, is actually able to not only play mechanically, but I think more importantly, brings a shot-calling element, alleviating some of the pressure from the IGL cram.
And maybe just some confidence as well. And especially after you do a moment like that, I think you just find yourself feeling that you can get the job done. But against this team of Onyx, it's going to be difficult. You talk about the gold standard in Kelroy, you see Sans, Kiboy, Kairi. Well, we have so many different players who can make a moment and make it theirs that SRG is going to just have to play their game, because it may not be possible to stop Onyx playing theirs. We had a chance to sit down with Loopy earlier on to talk about how he was feeling coming into this match.
8:30 here, and now we are with Lutfi from Onik. Onik, welcome. Hello. Earlier, he was a little bit nervous about his Indonesian, so he will try his best to do it in English, and then I will help translate in case he needs it.
Okay.
But, Lutfi, first question. Okay. What did you learn from your loss against Aurora yesterday?
I think gameplay.
Gameplay.
Yeah.
What about gameplay? Was it your gameplay that was lacking? What was wrong with your gameplay? Apa yang salah sama gameplay kamu?
Mungkin kemarin kita banyak mistake lah.
He feels like they made a lot of mistakes. What kind of mistakes are you talking about? Was it comms? Was it execution? Was it draft?
Banyak yang mungkin bisa eksekusi, bisa draftnya mungkin kurang pas.
He said there are a lot. I don't think Lutfi's giving me anything here. Anything specific, Lutfi?
Perbedaannya
Ada specific
nggak? Nggak ada sih ya, mungkin gameplay kita lagi kurang bagus lah kemarin lah. Mungkin kita bisa adjust di hari ini.
Okay, so he mentioned that it's the gameplay that was still lacking yesterday, but he's trying to repair it today. But what do you think about SRG? Because this is going to be your next matchup. SRG, a lot of people are saying that SRG aren't as strong here at MSC. Do you agree with that?
Menurut aku ya, dia mungkin perlu adaptasi sih, mungkin kayak ada gameplay apa namanya? Mungkin gara-gara PES juga kan, dia butuh adaptasi lagi. Tapi menurut aku cukup strong juga sekarang SRG.
Okay, Lutfi says that SRG are still strong, but it looks like they're still adapting to the meta, and probably it's because of the patch. Is that the same issue that you've been having as well with Onik?
Ya mungkin.
Maybe. That's what he said, maybe.
Oke, teman-teman, kita mulai
He's
nih.
not giving me anything. Lutfi, talking about the meta and talking about the patch, it looks like teams that rely too much on their EXP laner aren't doing as well.
Mungkin gara-gara ini ya, apa sekarang kan banyak kayak XP tebel-tebel gitu ya mungkin ya. Jadi kayak kalau semisal XP-nya agak susah, mungkin ya gamenya bakal ketutup, soalnya Assassin kan rada susah kan kalau yang pakai sekarang yang damage gitu XP-nya. Jadi harus banyakin main XP badan.
He thinks that in this current meta, that the EXP laners are required to utilize heroes that are a lot more tanky compared to damage because of the new assassins that have been showing in the meta in the jungle. So he thinks for EXP laners, they need to get used to playing heroes that are a little bit more tanky. But are you used to it?
Sorry?
Are you used to it? Kamu udah bisa pakai EXP lane kayak gitu?
Bisa.
He can. So it's not going to be a problem for you?
Apa tuh?
Akan jadi masalah nggak buat kamu?
Oh, enggak sama sekali.
No, it won't be a problem. What's going to be your problem up against SRG? Apa yang bikin SRG kuat yang mungkin bisa jadi problem untuk Lutfi?
Ya mungkin kalau dia bisa di-share nggak ya? Mungkin kalau mereka perang sih ya, mereka lumayan jago lah kalau lagi perang gitu, perang gede gitu.
So he mentions that the team fights may be the problem there later on up against SRG. Do you have a message to SRG before your match? Ada pesan nggak untuk SRG sebelum match kamu?
Good luck aja, good luck bang.
Good luck aja. Untuk fans-fans kamu, banyak loh fans-fans kamu.
Ya dukung kita terus.
Support them always. Thank you so much, Lutfi, for this interview, and good luck for your next match. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, the conversation and the translation there, thank you, Eterna, for that. It was great to hear from Lutfi talking about EXP, getting a little tankier and having a little bit more responsibility in this assassin meta. But on the flip side of it, they're going up against SRG, the Malaysian 5-time MPL champions, looking to go back into the grand finals yet again. And obviously, when you see this squad, Cram, Sakai, Stormy, Yumes, Innocent, there's one person who's missing. It's Uni, and he won the last game. And actually, Eterna talked with him.
Cek 1-2.
I'm now with Uni, the super sub from SRG. Uni,
hello.
You caught us by surprise yesterday. Were you surprised as well that you came in last minute?
Yeah, of course I'm surprised as well because I expect to be played yesterday. Yeah, so yeah, surprise.
Surprised. How did it feel? Were you suddenly like nervous? Like who came in to call you?
My both coach came to me and then said that I might be player next game, so just be ready.
And then I play. And then you played very, very well. Did you enjoy your performance yesterday?
Yeah, of course. I'm enjoying with my performance yesterday because maybe not too good, but still enough for my team.
Still enough for your team. Since you're here with me, does that mean you're going to be playing again?
Maybe.
Maybe. But if you were to be called in today, are you prepared?
Yeah, of course. I'm always prepared. Yeah.
Always prepared. How do you stay prepared?
I don't know. Being at sub, sometimes you just need to always be ready, because you don't know what will happen on the future, right? So just be ready always.
Is it challenging for you being in that mindset always?
Sometimes, but we cannot choose, right? We don't have a choice. So
Okay.
basically, we just be ready.
We're very proud of you, by the way. Very, very proud.
Thank you.
And
Semenjak
let's say
gua
you are
gabung
going to be the
agensi,
starting lineup.
penonton gua
You're
nggak
up against
ada
Kyrie. I think a lot of people are talking about Kyrie. Everyone knows
Apa gara-gara
Kyrie at this
suspend yang
stage.
kemarin ya?
How is that for you? Mentally taxing? Are you okay with that? Is there anything specific that you have prepared up against Kyrie?
Benar-benar nggak ada.
If you ask me, I didn't think so much about it. I just play with my team and focus with my team. I didn't care.
Dopret nih, bentar lagi nih, Dopret
I
nih.
facing off. Yeah. All I just go through with my team.
That's amazing. Is that mentality from yourself, or did someone help you bring
Yes,
that mentality out?
myself,
From yourself?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much for this interview. But before I let you go, just in case you are going to be playing, because we don't know yet,
Yeah,
right? We don't know. No one knows. Do you have a message to your opponents? Do you have a message for Onyx?
My message for Oni, good luck. Yeah, good luck. Just good luck.
Just good luck. May the best team win.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Uni, for this interview. It's been an honor, and we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
All right, well, Felix says, sorry, I'm Felix. He says, good luck, I'm Uni. We'll figure out which one is the better entrance, the better hello. And will Uni even be playing Rinmar? That's the question, but he felt like he was.
Yeah, I have a feeling this might actually be really pressuring on Sakai's even more. Because imagine if ever, SRG loses game number 1 and it's not a good result.
Right.
Are they going to stick with Sakai's in? Are they going to bring Uni in for game 2? And then will that continue on to game 3? There's so many things you have to think about now for SRG, especially in the junglers.
I think what it really boils down to is whether or not Sakai has the confidence to, nail the mechanics. I think a lot of the decision in in-game shot calling will still boil down to Yums and as well as Cram. So I can't necessarily say, yes, Sky technically was the underperforming one and Uni has to come in, but there's a lot of outside factors that Uni brings from outside of the game that really alleviates that pressure. But I'm really looking at the mid lanes here. I think that's going to be the game changers.
82% say that Onyx is going to take this win, and obviously you can understand that SRG have had a history of maybe playing the people in front of Onyx in big moments, but this SRG has looked like they fought.
Oh, kita lihat. Tapi kayaknya bakal yang mainin itu Unai deh kayaknya.
Bakal apa?
Yang dimainin jungler Unai.
Oh, oke.
Nah, Serki Unai. Karena Serki sini udah kebaca polanya. Soalnya tadi kali aja kalah sama apa ya? Aurora itu udah kebaca ke gameplaynya. Ini moga si Sergi atau Kos Arcadia ini harus mainin Unai buat biar baca pattern, tapi ya di satu sisi juga kelemahan Sergi itu udah open ketahuan banget tuh. Kelemahannya ada di ininya, ada di Kram.
Oke guys, mulai nih ya.
Gue kayak kalau mau main Mecha Melody temen mau nggak sih Kak?
Representatives in the knockout stages.
I won't say if there's a preference to one side or the other. I just want to see some damn good MLBB. Speaking of which, let's bring out our teams. First up, it's none other than Onyx!
Langsung saja.
Their fans are worldwide as they are greeted to the stage. MSC 23 champions, semifinalists last year at MSC 25. One of the names most synonymous with MLBB, now walking the razor's edge between qualification and elimination. A narrow loss to Aurora put them in the lower bracket. Their tournament run hinges on beating yet another fan favorite.
Yes, indeed, Milosh. And of course, their opponents, the strongest in Malaysia, the Giants. It is Selangor Red Giants! Starting off as a fan favorite and now entering their do or die match. Will the 22 knockout stages?
Makan, udah bilang.
There's a lot on the line and a lot to do in the game
Speaking
itself.
of
Our matchup, I think we should get him.
Makan, Unai
A
pemain.
lot of possibilities.
Sekir.
One continues their journey and
Kenapa? Karena
one's
patternnya
ended
si
here
Sekir sudah
today.
kelihatan daripada
Boys,
Unai.
you may place your keys
Oh,
and take
yang
your
benar,
seats.
ya. Ya, makanya
And of
diganti.
course, to our captain, you may meet in the
Yang diganti.
middle for a handshake, a fist bump, completely up to you. Oh my goodness. Milosh, this is going to be one hell of a match. I am ready, so you all better get in your seats, grab your snacks, grab a friend, because it's time to head to the land of dawn.
Grab a friend indeed. You might need a buddy here. You know, they in middle school or even younger, you have to walk in pairs.
I was
hold
usually
hands.
alone.
You didn't have a buddy? Buddy system? Oh man, I'll be your buddy.
Aw. Too late for that though.
Am I 30 years too late?
Yeah, 30 years too late, but
It's
hey,
okay.
it's never too late for new
It's-
friends.
Thank you, buddy.
I got you.
Thank you, man.
Thank
Rick
you.
Barr.
What is
Gideon.
happening here?
We had a busy top of show, but guys, I mean, expand a
Ya,
little bit more
jangan,
after we
jangan
let everyone know
beras
My
kali ini.
Champions pick is available. You can pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds. The event sadly ends on July 27th, so you can go ahead and scan that QR code on your phone or your tablet. Make sure to get involved.
I'm telling you, Rain Day, people have already lost so many predictions at this point, and again, I think two regions who are obviously going to lean into their own regional biases into the individual teams. It's going to be an entire part of the world just cut off just like that.
Yeah, in game I lost. I don't know how much amount of guess coins today. I was overly confident looking at the favored odds that we had with our guess coin game within MLBB itself. But hey, here we are. You know what? There's something in my head. These two have a very important choice, and I said it that way, Cho, because it's Yums, it's Kiboy. Kiboy is undefeated with the Cho this MSC so far. He's led to some high-profile wins. One of them against Aurora yesterday, 2 days ago, yesterday. Yesterday. And we know Yums, great show player.
And that's the thing. I think that there's so many similarities between these teams that it's really tough to say who's going to come out on top. So winning your lane may not necessarily be just about the draft when you have players of this caliber. We've already have the gold standard in Kelra and Innocent, who again have been compared time and time. I just don't know who's going to win the matchup because the last couple of times we looked at those lanes, I think the current score is 2-2.
It is. It actually is. It makes it even tougher again for the choices in the gold lane. I mean, Rain Day even brought it up earlier. Fighter, marksman, what version are we going to get? Obviously, Freya is going to be contested between these two, but if you overcommit too much on dive, wait a minute, that's Uni. That is Uni.
It looks like they got the super sub here this time around, part of the lineup instead of Sakai's the Sky Prince to take him on. I think maybe this is a show of confidence, and maybe this is one of those like, hey, we need to make sure that every single one of our players are going to do good. If we can alleviate that pressure, like you mentioned before, then Cam doesn't have to be so in his head about the shot calls.
The issue here for many people who are happy, elated, surprised, excited to see Uni on the team of SRG is what happens if they lose game one. Does that put Sakai's in an awkward situation where kind of momentum, trust has already been lost there, and maybe on himself, maybe from his teammates not making that first cut? Does Uni just go 2-0 and then they risk losing? These are the things we'll be following along with, but a major, major choice there. SRG do stick with their sub as we go into Expanding River. And we're going to bring up another little thing about Uni in a moment as well, because he is the talk of the town, guys. He is really the one that we've been highlighting before, and for SRG, it could be the difference. We've seen it be the difference.
I believe it should be the difference at this stage. And I think that at least with Uni being, everybody has been raving about him in comparison to this guy's the second best jungler within Malaysia.
Langsung
this
Saja
time around, now that he's on the international stage, he's got to show everybody he's more than just a second. He's looking to be maybe the best jungler in the world.
Some good drafting choices here for Onyx. They battled the Selena right away. I mean, we've seen some very important Selenas getting picked up in the first phase red side as a response to even all of these really mobile assassins, but we've seen it because of all the vision that it provides, the momentum stopping that it provides as well for teams that really want to go fast. And Onyx said, we don't want our tempo to be stopped. We love to play fast. We love that up-tempo play style, and you're not going to be able to stop that from stop us from doing that.
They like to scramble. They like to get into the scrum in rugby terms, right?
Yeah.
They're all just going to try and contest for the ball, which in this case is tempo. And I totally agree with you. If we look back at the two series that we've already seen here today, a lot of it is lack of information to make that correct decision. So here, I'm thinking about supports. I'm already thinking about people who can open up the map, because that's been a very big problem here at MSC. You try and open up the map and all of a sudden it's a 5v4.
All of these assassins just making it so much deadlier for roams and mids to go around. You really have to have someone who can face check real quick. And then even if you face check, even if your mid laner is one bush behind, you're just wondering, wait, oh, my mid laner's gone because I went ahead forward. It's such a difficult time for Roman mids, which is why, again, we go back to Kiboy and Sans with Stormy and Yumes, how they're going to handle positioning themselves in the river. Will Onyx go back to some really old favorites, such as the Kadita to surprise? We know when Stormy plays, when SRG plays, they like to put him a little bit more in the backside of the formation, a little bit more behind to really help support the gold laner. But how can you do that against a team that want to dive you literally with a Kadita?
I think that we talked about this. Actually, we talked about this in our second segment yesterday about the big trades, about how you should be able to dive with the right heroes. That Atlas trade has been put up onto the chopping block. They banned it out, so only Beleric and Valentina are still available, but they also introduced the fact that we're also going to influence the assassins. Hirara is gone, and I think that SRG took a really big lesson yesterday after realizing that they can't just do the Ling Hirara trade without any punishment.
You got to get something, and maybe something on the other side. Somebody said the other day, sacrifice an arm to keep the body. And so maybe sacrificing some of the priority in the assassin matchup in order to get something else where you have the lead and can play around. Two teams, two different styles, one more aggressive, one more disciplined, maybe macro-driven and SRG. Onyx want to play freely. They've got the first pick available. I mean, the Ling is available. You also do have the Eudora, which certain teams have prioritized.
I think that as of right now, I don't know about you, the Beleric openings and Eudora openings have been kind of weak. I do think Ling's not a bad idea, but that just immediately tells SRG, hey, we got to start looking for a strong EXP laner to control that side of the map.
Yeah, you'll end up getting the Beleric Eudora most likely, and then the EXP, maybe Red 3, they pick up either the Uranus or the Barretts, whichever is open. But Onyx still decide to open up with the Beleric. They're willing to give up the Ling unless they're trying to signal to SRG, go ahead, pick up the Ling, we're ready for it. It will make you think.
Right.
Again, we've seen that Beleric get swapped over to XP very rarely, although most likely we are already seeing the roam pick here for Onyx. I wouldn't be that surprising too, because you still have some assassins on the board. Yeah, the Fanny's gone. If ever the link goes to SRG, you still have the Nolan that Kyrie plays with very well.
I think this is a three-step process, right? It is get the Beleric first, then pose the question to the opposite side. Do you want to show your mid laner? If you pick Valentina, then we can start choosing other mid laners that can attack your backline as well.
Right.
Things like maybe even Farsa, but this is under the assumption that that Ling is still part of the question. So we currently have three simultaneous equations going on, so algebra nerds, go at it.
Zushin, a great pick, usually on the ban list, and the Paquito, which is a great pick as well, because it doesn't show as many of your cards. We mentioned the hesitancy and the struggle maybe between the gold laners here on the fighter meta, but Paquito could be flexed to a gold lane. It's not a guarantee that he's not, even though it's most likely not the case, Renmar. So what does this set up for now the answer with Onyx?
I think you can go Barretts into EXP for Onyx.
Even Esme.
Esme possible too if you want to look at the matchup, but
Uranus around.
Uranus, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Uranus Barretts compared to the Esme, even though Esme is the normal counter that you see now up against a Paquito in lane, and they do go for the Uranus. That constant disrupt, you still end up getting the link for Onyx. I wonder if SRG are thinking about going back to high? No, it's going to be too slow.
I think the only scary thing is whether or not they're going to, see the previous games. They saw Recall.
That's what I was just going to say. Paquito jungle, it's possible.
It is possible, but it's not one of my favorites here because again, it falls off. That's the big problem when you're facing up against Ling. Ling will naturally outscale you at level 15. Paquito is great in the early to mid stages of the game, but if you don't find that snowball lead, then it becomes impossible to get past the Beleric as well as the Uranus, which again, I think that Onyx have taken into consideration.
Question is also the underperformance of Ling. We saw some very high skill ceiling performances in our previous match. But with Uni, there's already a confidence conversation. He feels like he has it, but you can't not understand you're here in this moment. And do you want to play Ling? And also, do you want to play Paquito? Because if you're saying he's not going to trust playing Paquito right away, coming in as he's going to want something a little more safer, then you kind of expect, okay, maybe that is the EXP lane, and we can understand their draft a little more.
Well, we might be able to get a tell from SRG if ever the, let's say,
the bans.
They don't have to worry about the Esmeralda anymore. Because I'm thinking that Harith is still going to go well for them. Harith has done very well against lineups with the Ling. Once you get your power spike, even though you're in the full team fight, despite you going up against a Belleric, as long as you get away from the taunt and the Wrath of the Dryad is gone, Zaman Force gets dropped, and that even sends any Ling back away from the fight. You get the tempo with the Cho to help scale it faster. You move the Paquito away from the gold, you put that in the EXP or the surprise jungle. I could see the vision in it. It could work out.
What are they forcing mid here? I mean,
that's what I'm trying to figure out. I see the Eudora ban and it's like, but wait a minute,
look guys, I'm coming back, bro.
It could be a red herring. It could be saying like, you know, hey, Paquito might not go into the EXP, he might go into the jungle, but just in case, we need to show as if we are going to lock in another assassin in red 4.
I mean, that would have been a good mid pick as well, because with the Belleric, you don't need the Valentina as much. And so maybe just saying, hey, we're going to limit your options. Now you're going to pick something that kind of would have done a better job for us in this lineup. You're a little weaker as a result of that.
This might actually be a jungle Paquito, because if you look at the Cho and the Juicing together, they're not a combo. But if you put the jungle, if you put the Paquito in the jungle, then you get the combo of the pick off and then burst it down right away. As much as you use Cho as a means to just get that little crowd control, a lot of its value really comes from the fact that you can minus one someone right away.
But that's on the assumption that you minus someone with a full damage build. And most of the time, and right now, I think they have lack of damage. They have no form of scaling. They have a great form of peel, great form of catch, but if he's building like War Axe nonsense like that and not second into Malefic Roar, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
I mean, you look at a great gold laner there, and you see this team fight, you see the in and out and the pick-off potential from Ling. I mean, Onyx are looking very strong, very traditional in some ways, but very hard to beat.
This is good. This is good. Mid lane bans on the side of SRG, and this should be a Melissa ban for the side of Onyx, right?
Melissa's not been played at all today. Banned, I think, once, maybe in our first set, but surprisingly not seen very often getting. What do you think that is? Because it's not a Melissa ban either. Just not worried she's coming out.
I think because they have potential answers, they maybe try and get the resources out of it in a different, seemingly a different way. Because keep in mind, if you do end up picking Melissa, I think Sans is going to go for like Yi, Farsa,
exactly. With the Valentina band out, you can't go to the E-Farsa. And if ever SRG are thinking about going back to the tanks, if they show it now, tanks in the jungle, excuse me, if they show that now,
makanya Melissa nih. Walaupun ada, walaupun ultinya pencipta penjaga lah ultinya.
Anything like that, then the lack of dive maybe is what's gonna hurt Onyx. We did hear last time that the Melissa pick up from Yangon Galacticos was a mistake, and they didn't mean to pick up the Melissa, but it worked out well for them. But we go back to a possibility that we posed very early in the draft, and it is still gonna be the Harris.
Melissa siapa nih? Ranger ya benar.
With the Cho getting picked up, with
Ranger.
them showing the Paquito.
Tadi sebelumnya Guangzhou juga pakai Ixia, tapi nggak tahu bakal mau apa enggak.
I'm thinking about this. Is there a possibility of Neomort here if Farsa shows? I think that as of right now they have an artillery mages because they've already got a couple of answers right here. If it's Farsa for sure, they've got the Paquito to kind of disrupt that. They've also got the Cho. Aurora, a very interesting option, very good for disengages as well. With some strong AoE from the Belleric, that's a natural wombo combo.
Yeah, and that will make
Aurora kurang damage-nya.
really badly in team fights. Well, I mean, it just means that Innocent will
kurang sih damage-nya, kurang damage Aurora mah.
I like this man. One of my most played heroes.
Iya.
Limited experience.
Tapi kalau secara laning, emang Aurora counternya. Tapi kalau tim fight-nya kurang, ada Cho, Paquito. Kurang. Kalau mungkin mid-lanernya back sana lah, bisa lah.
Ya, bener aja dihildain langsung. Nah, dipegangin Kairi.
And they go for the Hilda.
Interesting. Okay, so their entire lineup
sana sih gua.
Maybe focusing like utilizing this Hilda to kind of, you know, double up on certain things. But it does mean that we have to have that he is actually going into the jungle with this Paquito. And now the early game is a lot harder because as much as Paquito is strong in that early game, with the added addition of armor shred from Hilda, they could set up some potential gank angles.
Yeah, and real quick, besides the roam mid, I'm just looking how the Uranus and the Hilda will be handling the lane and making their presence felt. Whoever has more presence will win it for the team.
Well, Paquito Jungle. What a spicy way to kick things off. The one time we've seen it, it's actually won here at MSC. And of course, when you look at this battle and that trophy in the middle, both of these teams have lifted it. It's the battle of champions, but only one can go through. It's SRG versus Onyx for this third series of the day. And we've got Mirko and Trex ready to call action. Fellas?
Thank you so much, guys. We're jumping into the land of dawn. My name's Trex, and this is Mirko. We're going to be doing the live action on this game. We got two titans ahead of us, Mirko. It's Onyx up against SRG in a tournament life match. Someone's going home. Someone's moving on to the knockout stage. Typical emblems, mostly all around. A little bit of tenacity, though, onto Stormy, just in case the defense, for the possible aggression that could come from Kyrie and the rest of the team. But the big surprise pick here, and also surprise sub that we got to see yesterday, Uni, and he's already starting things off with the Paquito jungle. What am I looking for here? Looking for quick aggression, right? You have the Cho, you have something that wants to play quickly around the map. You have someone that's going to be a huge power spike on this Paquito around level 3, level 4.
Kornya bukan ini bukan innocent.
Possibly get some decent ganks, maybe on Kelra, maybe on Lupi, maybe an invade on Kyrie. That could be the win condition for SRG here.
Absolutely, man. I think that's exactly what they're going to try to play around. Cram already with the Master Assassin on the hill that goes from XP down below to try to deny Kyrie a farm. They will be able to get a camp away from Kai. On the link with Uni, walking up on the Paquito, taking the golem away. They'll still be able to get level 4 though, going up to the Lizard after the purple buff.
And killing spree as well on Uni here, right? Yep. So we're looking for big fights. We're looking for a lot of damage.
Mulai rusuh nih, seru nih, mulai rusuh nih.
I know we've been asking for this matchup, SRG Onyx, but to see it in the lower bracket as an elimination match instead of like a knockout stage match is just kind of sad. Just a tad bit sad.
Just a tad bit. Also a tad bit exciting. Of course. You know, we have to say this is also, it's unprecedented, but a lot of damage on a Loopy on the top side.
Doesn't even pop the consecration. You didn't expect that from Big pick up at the start of the game for Jigration. Now on Cram, there's no follow-up. Cram able to walk up, and now it's going to be Onyx zone away from the neutral objective high.
Mereka cak kusuk udah dibilang sekarang gini.
The Retri on his own purple buff is going to be free neutral objective
Berpaku lagi
again.
Wah,
even Retri it.
langsung
Just be able to pick it up.
guys.
And it's a slow game now as SRG take the lead.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see from SRG to make this composition work. Onyx has to be able to work around that. It's going to be a little bit more time for them to get to that point to be able to fight, especially picking up the Aurora. Yes, it's going to do well against some of these frontline fighters. You have the crowd control, but it's not a fast-moving mid lane. It's not an insane playmaker. That's something you would normally see Suns on. It's a slower hero. You get a lot of value and utility out of it, but it's not going to make those quick rotations that SRG is going to be making.
Those quick rotations for SRG up top as well, really threatening Lutpi earlier. Getting the pickoff is already massive for them to get the neutral objective, but then the whole team staying up top after taking a turtle, trying to abuse the fact that Lutpi had already used the Purify was also quite big. Made him a bit low. Also pops to the consecration for some reason up top there. Don't know if anyone really threatened him or it was just a mistap. But Lutpi will still be able to match this XP lead of Cram with an XP Crab take and a shove straight up.
Cram is playing this Hilda so aggressively, rotating around essentially the secondary tank, playing it almost like a roamer would the way he's playing on the opposite side of the river. Whoa! The Dragonfly
masih nggak terlalu ganyang gitu loh, disiplin dari kedua
dari gas tuh.
Justru langsung ganyang-ganyang. What the hell? Mati dong, langsung sebor.
This is huge for Uni.
Udah.
It's 4-0
udah
right now.
di press
Add a purple buff on top of that. And the thing about it is,
Waduh.
it's 4-0 kills in every single one of those kills. Let's take a look at the replay. They start with the big way of the dragon. And even though Keyboy tries to help out by popping that Wrath of Dry, it's just not enough.
Oh iya, kenapa ngambil
This is
Lilia
what
ya?
I was talking about. You hit that level 4.
Kayaknya masih ada
Paquito-nya
sama
and that's the thing about the Paquito. No pun intended, it packs a punch, insane damage in the early game.
I mean, what is he packing in
those ini Kera apa bukan Kera yang bisa gendong aja.
Ya tinggal gendong Kera nanti digendong.
Technically, they got an MMA advantage right now. Cho and Paquito, bro. With the physical defense reduction of the Cho, together with the crazy damage burst of the Paquito, no wonder they've just been deleted from the map.
You got the two best fighters in the land of Dawn on one team. Why hasn't anyone thought of this
Gue
before?
ngeliat sekarang tuh kayaknya Assassin kayak
SRG now
kurang-kurang
with a
gitu
decent
loh.
lead. Can they convert it into something more? They're going to move on to this bot lane. If they can start taking towers this early on,
gara-gara update-annya kali ya?
for them. Maybe get the lane swap in. Once they start taking some towers, Cram can get involved. Onic has to find a way to slow the pace. And
Wah,
Kiko and
hati
Sans
Sansnya,
hanging out
bro.
in these bushes, that's kind of what they're looking for. But Sans gets found out.
Yep, on the Aurora is going to get completely taken out by Kronos. Look, P gets away just a bit from that lantern flare.
Ya mati Keyboy-nya bro. Dibres pakai Paquito, mampus. Mati lagi nih Lutfi-nya.
This combo is just deadly.
Paquito datang lagi nih. Duk.
Ya, stansnya.
Retry from Kronos as well, but SRG got away just in time. Innocent as well, a level ahead of Kelra. Onic are already forced to play the scaling game.
Ya,
I want to go
udah.
back to where Sans got picked off just
Dikasih
now.
telur kah?
And
Dikasih
if
telur kah?
those two, Keyboy and Sans would have been in a slightly different bush, more on their side of the river, to where Keyboy was in the mid bush, Sans in the bottom, everything would have been better. But instead they take the aggressive route and advance to SRG's side of the river. Even though they're behind, even though they're not in a position to be in that type of position
Bener-bener ya,
on the map,
sekarang
Onic has to
Assassin
know what they're dealing with. It's 6-0. They can
Tambah
not only in fights but in positions on the map.
Wait, the dragon into Uni walking up. Oh, he walks away from the Wrath of the Dryad. Leaves it for the rest of the team just in case Onic try to capitalize on the Wrath of the Dryad. And this is where the question starts to come up. Oh, Kyrie missed the Divine Blade on the wall. A bit of panic there.
Puyeng sumpah dah.
Scram got close. But the question again, Trex. Usually the Aurora is split over the combo.
Assassin lu lance itu baru dah nggak apa-apa
with
dah.
single target lockdown, and this time it's with a Bellerin.
Tapi di Ruby
kalau nggak lance yang Roland
has to kind of
Roland
search
dapat
for it, and that means Sans has to constantly
dibers lagi Paquito nih. Ber.
Sanso has
Nih, ada dak duk. Oh, sakit banget Paquito.
perfectly timed. It's going to be innocent with the pickup as well. So P is going to be slammed down to the ground. Another pickup for Innocent. It's 10-1.
This is uncalled for at this point.
Lagi nih bilangin jangan pakai meta assassin.
The subbed in jungler. 5-0 this is his second game in MSC, and he is dominating the field. It's a mindset, right?
Where did Kyrie's health bar go? He almost got one shot by Uni.
Ada apa dengan Onic ya?
This guy got locked in for the items right now.
Irara ketemu sama
I have no idea where he's at.
Typical like that. Are we all surprised? Are we into third item at this point? Dude,
this guy has to be worried.
Anjir, di match-nya gila.
Kyrie gets the orange with the retry still. Holy moly, 5-0-4.
Alright, so SRG have now converted this huge gold lead into multiple towers, mid-tier 3 gone, top side all gone. And the way that SRG is moving among
lu link ketemu Paquito menang mana, Cok?
the map.
tergantung.
They are just
Nang paku lah jelas ini.
pressing Onic into their
Aku kan bisa ngindarin
base.
ulti.
They've taken buffs.
Ya ampun, datar kena loading dulu.
It is a
Bener nggak
tough
sih?
game
Paku
for
itu
Onic.
bisa
How
ngindarin
do
ulti
they
kan,
find a
beneran?
way out? And you said it. All they really have is Keyboy for the big engager. And for him to really get a surprise engage off, it has to be a flicker. Even Loopy.
Enggak, maksudnya kalau misal di hero, kayaknya assassin tuh kurang atau move factor.
The way you want to on a Uranus, and in the past, Uranus could still do it at maybe 0 and 2, could still do it at a 6k gold deficit, but we've been seeing how much trouble Uranus has been having in the meta currently when you fall behind like this. So it's going to be a while if ever that Onyx can really come online and re-engage these fights. They're going to have to let SRG come to them and look for the counter attack.
Ya, ketendang saatnya.
Aurora.
Baik banget, cok. Ya, Luit. Kah, dibebaskan tuh, mam. Sakit banget. Tarik anjing.
Mantap caranya, cok. Nah, tapi kurang sih, impactnya, cok.
Kurang tapi.
Impactnya kurang. Walaupun sama-sama mati 2, tapi kurang impactnya.
Itu apaan tuh, Naila kesurupan, cok. Naila kesurupan, cok. Kayak bisa megang semua jangan anjing.
Does lock in.
Coba dia juga mati 5 kali nih, cok.
Let's take a quick look at the replay. I want to keep our eyes on Kelra because
ambil back sana juga bisa, back sana nggak perlu.
Cuman auranya
kena
dulu.
Ini dia update sekarang kayaknya yang bikin rusak tim gede ya.
Update-nya pakai update yang sekarang.
Kayaknya ngerusak tim gede kayaknya ya.
Iya, kurang gitu.
Kurang gitu.
Untung Kelranya udah berasa nih
Get the damage reduction out so that it doesn't die to Kelra on the blazing duet.
Udah mulai kan, no.
But Yums, he's had one member in his eye. It's just Sans, dude, every time. Walks up, sees Sans, especially when he flickers.
Kunci megang piala.
Yums is on him.
Kata kalau juara kuncinya bisa
They do have
masukin.
some ability to defend here, right? Retry down for the purple buff.
Gak ke pattern baru ya, jadinya nggak langsung biru, nggak langsung buff gitu loh. Bisa kayak dulu.
SRG, I think at this point, take these tier 2s. If you get anything lower, it's definitely a bonus for the 7k gold lead. They could try to force things open.
Buff jadinya kayak nggak guna gitu kan.
Taking how much damage? Holy shield. Procs in the end, and the
Kayak orang
charge still
PHP
comes
yang
through.
objektif,
SRG now
jadinya
looking to
bingung.
get 2. Holy shields down before the 12th minute of the game. Innocent.
That damage again. It's a scary bottleneck to come into against Onyx right now, even with the gold advantage.
Look, Holy Crystal picked up already on a Harith. 11 minutes in, and he's on the way to the
sekarang nih
divine
mainnya
blade.
nih kayaknya meta tabrak langsung loh, meta hero dealer
SRG
di
respects the
early.
composition, right? You walk into that tower, you get hit by a big Fairy Glacier, you get hit by any of those big AoE skills. The possibility is there for a quick table flip, a quick turnaround by Onyx, so SRG has to play this smart. They can't brute force Onyx base open right now. 60 seconds for Lord, they just freeze lanes.
Solid for SRG. No real reason for them to push the tempo anymore. No real reason for them to take any risks. They have the lead. They can play it safe. Headcrab can take a beating as well, and he can get away from it. It's all good. Divine Glaive for Sans, though, and it's only a second item. 4.8 gold. That's painful, Kelra.
Dipaksakan di babi dulu, dipaksakan, diincar Sansa.
4.8k gold.
Dari gimana lagi main kan bawahnya tuh.
Mati Keranya di lock anjir sama Pakuito.
Oke.
Kurang
damage-nya.
Buat targeting si Sans doang tuh.
2-for-1 trade for SRG. Right in front of the base, 10 seconds before Lord. It's exactly what SRG needs. They're finding these quick moments that they know that as long as we get one more hero, we go for this big objective. We won't have them harassing us, and Kelra was the big problem in the last fight. So they know who they needed to lock onto, and Uni hasn't missed. 6-0 in 5, and with Kelra finally down, this is going to give the advantage to Innocent in a lot of these fights. We saw the gold lead earlier. We saw how much damage he can output as well. So if Uni does start to fall off, that's going to be their next saving grace. A beautiful engagement. Tries to stop it. He almost saves Kelra. He almost stops the big advance. But still gets caught off.
And this is the right side of that double-edged sword for Stormy. So many times in this tournament, he's going in, you know, even flickering forward, Crimson beaconing forward, and it just looks awkward. But that's where you find, you know, the benefits of having this crazy aggressive style on your mid lane on Stormy. When it works amazing. That shot into Kelra.
Sakit banget
This is such a good turn to take as well, man. It's going to be the far lane up there. Wait, the Dragon onto Loopy, Frigid Glacier, able to lock him down just for a bit of shooting.
Sebenarnya kalau mau lepas, kalau udah lepas badan sama aja sih.
Lord going to be dealt with as
Itu
well. And
cepet
SRG
kayak
are happy
gitu
with just the
monsternya.
base turret on the far lane.
Inisiator ya si Yumi ini ya.
Kayak waktu pas lawan Aura Turki, Yum dan Kram tuh sama-sama salah montek terus. Susah buatin mereka jadi kayak gitu lagi.
Atas menit 15 ya masih ada chance buat comeback sih.
I think at this point SRG
Dia punya Cloud, punya Aurora, punya apa lagi dia? Punya Ling kan?
Ada Ling di sini menang.
Oh, berkaca dari Aura Turki nih. Ini problemnya cuma di midnya doang tuh sama Rosa waktu itu.
Momen sih, by momen.
Kenapa ya nih Aurora?
Main by momen ini mah susah. Onyx menangnya.
Susah sih. Dengan Aurora tambah
Purify itu dua-duanya. Susah ini menang. Menang warna menang momen, mainnya menang momen kesalahan.
Taking a look at items.
3 more minutes.
3 more minutes. I mean, they have 2 inhibitors left. It's going to push down the top. I'm just saying it is possible. Kyrie, Kelra, Lupi, all of them have been playing a good game. Anyone else in SRG might have tried to finish this a little bit earlier. Anyone else in the 10K gold lead, they might have tried to shove things in. But the respect is there, and I'm wondering almost, is it too much respect? Are they playing too passive here?
Jadi badut
Kelra now also looking at almost getting maxed out on items.
Dan Kyrie badut
fully stacked as well. All they really need at this point is Lupi to catch up, Keyboy to catch up, so that you actually have a bit of a front line to survive the damage that Innocent and Stormy are bringing.
For sure. I think the biggest gap right now has to be between the frontliners, man, because the damage dealers, as you mentioned as well, they're on the way to their full items, right? We're going to get to a point where it won't really matter. Oh, hold on, Lutpi takes a big beating, doesn't use the Purify Nose. This is a pure 50-50. Now onto it. Kyrie doesn't get it. It's going to be Uni and Innocent, I believe. Kyrie wasn't able to get his hands on it, and without a purple buff, this will just be another free neutral objective, and then it's going to build from their treks. SRG, they're playing the same game because they know as long as they're able to build these small wins, get those neutral objectives, and then transition them into structures. In the end, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Dikejar sama Yum sama
I'm wondering if the reason why is because Kyrie
Ya,
wants
makanya
to
tuh
try to
lihat,
go for the steal
Ikram
here.
sama Yum tuh,
They want to
sama-sama
build up
pegangin.
momentum
Yum
that
tuh.
he wouldn't have
Kunciin
a
tuh lihat.
chance.
Tadi kunciin,
Onyx is keeping a close play. Look at you.
Cram as well. Jikundo now the way to Dragon, but it goes into a different angle. It'll back to be Kelra with a bit of count as well. He's going to be caught in top spot right now. Kai finds Innocent in the fight. Now he goes for the damage. It's only picks up that godlike as he takes Kelra down. Both gold laners out of the fight.
This is huge for Onyx right now. Kyrie, and this is what I meant. They hold on to it. Yes, we don't get the purple, but as long as we can drive, as long as we can hold things out a little bit, they do have a chance. The problem is that long lane, SRG's okay with playing it slow. SRG's okay with chilling out. The engage comes in. Kelra gets a good chunk of damage, and Keyboy plus Kyrie on the bot side freeze Innocent, stop him, and Kyrie's able to get the kill. And in that moment, SRG knows they have to back off. They don't want to play the long fight.
You gotta give props to Onyx, man. They layered their skills very well. The Wrath of the Dryad baited out the Purify. Then we saw the Frigid Glacier. Not the stun, but just the damage. Right as Kyrie jumped off the Finch Poise with his own Defiant Blade to burst Innocent down. So now Innocent, he's also fallen. Both gold laners aren't deathless. The only man who's deathless right now is Uni. Bro, 7-0-5 on a Paquito.
Who would have thought? Another pick that's, you know, another crazy layer to the meta right now. Something that at first you see it, you doubt it, and SRG is making it work very well right now. But they are having some trouble closing this out. They're finding great position. Yums always in a side bush. Cram always looking for an angle as well. Onyx has to watch out for it.
SRG are going to go for the commitment here. They see the Ling. It's insta-commit. No way for Onyx to respond to this. They still want to try, though. Look at the taunt again. It's going to be the taunt landing with the stun boost right there. Uni with the red tree. Keeps it clean. Sounds to the background, waiting for a Frigid Glacier. Plays down as the passive. Going to be propped in the sky. Jumps in on Innocent. Picks up the blades. Picks it up. Way to try to peel again. It's going to be Kyrie with the blades. Oh,
Reload kan? Reload kan?
In the back, waiting for a position.
Keren, Cok.
For
Diam-diam
innocent, but
belum mati
SRG
banget, walaupun
got
dia
the
udah
neutral
sekarat banget,
objective. Kai with the chase now onto Graham.
Wah,
No flicker available.
kacau
Keller wants to
sih.
go with the chase as Keyboy cuts him off. He doesn't
Kram
have
mati,
the
ayo,
drill.
kram mati.
No, he doesn't. Doesn't land a taunt either. It's not the Evolved Lord yet, so Onyx,
Kairi.
I feel, get the win with a mid and a gold trade. And if
Kairi.
SRG can stop these three members from recalling, it's going to be massive.
Cok, badak
Pincers
banget.
here, Uni comes in, this going to be bad.
Walah. Gila Keranya, Cok. Mantap gila Keranya.
Tries to get him down.
Bantu
Way
pick.
up top in the Lord. He's
Dekat,
going to come
dekat.
crashing down, but the mini wave's actually going to spawn in time.
Mundur.
Would be there. Kyrie with a tempest of
Wah,
blaze gets
dibalikin,
him out.
dibalikin, guys.
Against three on this Uranus. All he's
Dibalikin.
got to do is keep him away from the base as Sonic tries to clear this Lord. All he's got to do
Nice,
is buy a
Terra.
little bit more time. The Lord and the minions almost won SRG the game.
Wah, Kairi nggak ada buff
Ludwig
dia.
falls in the end.
Oh,
No
masih ada.
consecration, and now it's innocent back
Oh,
up
nggak
in the
mau.
Lanadon. Onyx with a Hail Mary play there, and SRG responding so cleanly, but it's not over yet. SRG still at the door. They're waiting for another wave to come down. Oh no, Frigid Glacier, the frozen as well. Innocent jump over to Monfort, but now it's going to kill. Going with lazy new by Innocent. Takes it. Kyrie's trying to save it, but Uni wants to stop him. Kyrie gets the shutdown, the double, the back and forth. Neither team wanting to give this up. We got a game in our hands.
What?
SRG versus
What?
Onyx. This really
Yep.
should have been a knockout stage game, but we find ourselves right here, right now, seeing it.
Dua untuk
Every
dua.
time you think it's going one
Harry.
team's way, something
kelihatan
else
ya.
happened. Uni with the immortality, then takes the shower shot by picking up the winner crown, gets the kill, but Kyrie pulls up in the nick of time. Not only is the game back and forth, but every single fight at this point is just tit for tat, punch for punch. And now there's only one. It's just Cram who's deathless on the Hilda. There can only be one. There can only be one. The wise man once said. Mr. Cram on the Hilda. Can you imagine that? The guy's like up in front, always flanking on a master
Normally
assassin.
that's the hero that should be dying the most. You know, that's the one that's like, oh, we just sacrificed the Hilda in the early game.
For sure. I mean,
Not Cram, though.
not Cram.
Not me.
He's built
No way.
different. 3-0 and 13.
Betul juga lihat Kramnya Bironi gitu, Cok.
Is insane. We're at 20-9.
Akhirnya
Onyx
banget.
finally with a grip on this game.
Tapi
It's
Ronin
down to
kayak-
tie game mode. The problem is Lord spawns on boss side long lane, looking hard for
Setupnya
Onyx.
siapa nih yang bagus?
Hajar ke dong Kramnya backup. Hajar.
Posisinya bagus ya nih.
Oh, satu tuh.
Udah.
Gak usah peduli, Kram. Jangan peduli Kram.
Kalra, oke, Kalra udah tampil di net. Aku digas, what the hell?
They gotta play it slow.
Kram, pokoknya Kram. Pokoknya Kram.
Tries to run away. BMI back again from Calres. Ludwig tries to stop Uni from getting into this Lord pit. In the backside.
Aduh, ketendang tuh.
Over on side. That was the
Mantap Keranya, Cok.
Onyx playing this game. Wave
Kalra udah berasa, Kalra.
Oh, mantap nih, udah sakit nih.
Someone's gotta go back.
Aduh, itu udah kuatnya. Tuh, untung aja. Tuh, mantap Kera. Tuh, waduh. Tuh, mantap. Nice. Dibalikin, Cok. Tuh, mantap.
Mapnya.
Gelo dibalikin, Cok. Mantap.
Nice, Uni kena bite.
Wah, mantap loh dibalikin, coy.
Comeback juga comeback ya.
Ini mid-game dalam gamenya nih penontonnya. Derly emang CRG memang kuat ya kalau udah bilang mid lane dan late gamenya. Halo Bang Paldi. Pak Rid. Halo. Hilang gawok lah.
Doesn't want to show them the same respect that SRG showed them 10 minutes ago. 15 seconds now on Uni.
On the line.
They're buying good time. They're buying really good time. They actually saved this mid turret.
Ayo.
SRG.
They're gonna have all 5.
Yeah, they will have all 5. Does Onyx
Tahan aja midnya, tahan
this
lu
here?
midnya.
There's so many towers that they have to get through.
This is
the
a big
Lord will
Lord.
take a good chunk of damage.
Tier 2 up top gonna fall down as well as Kai deals with the waves, but now it's gonna be the Evolve Lord into the bottom lane. Winter Crown bot again after using the Wind of Nature in that previous fight.
Kawas dari grupnya, wah.
Turn angle in, they're able to make their way forward.
Bisa dead harusnya.
Mantap. Langsung N aja tuh, langsung N. Pokoknya N. Mantap. Dibalikin gelo.
What? Anjay, sakit banget, Cok. Kelra, nice.
Dibalikin gelo.
Habis, Cok, kalau harus scaling semua, masalahnya Cloud ini.
Takes the distance in that one. Pure insanity, and SRG played so well. Uni played so well. Multiple members of SRG going deathless throughout that whole game. But Onyx, I think, you know, I said it.
Yeah, you did.
If they buy too much time, I think they need to end this now. SRG being a little too passive. You've got a 10K
game Kelra ya.
And they let it happen.
I think it's a mix as well, right? Like they were playing passive when they shouldn't. They were playing aggressive when they should be the ones playing passive as well. So many of these skirmishes were a bit too unnecessary with the 10,000 gold lead, having the macro advantage on the map as well. Here as well, right? I mean, the dive over under tier 2, it made for a hell of a highlight for Uni. But it wasn't the right call if you look at the macro decision making. Why dive a tier? Why dive a base turret?
Calls were made.
Sabar kok, mainnya sabar, jujur.
And SRG takes the first
disiplin lagi, disiplin.
But the possibilities at this point are on us, but Kelra, it took a
Makanya
little bit of time. The moment we
bisa
saw
comeback
that first fight,
Ya makanya nggak heran ya harus pegang salah satu ya tukeran atau Indonesian. Jadinya Indonesian dipegang. Jadinya kalah.
Ini BO berapa? 3 ya?
BO 3 ya. BO 3. Nggak 2-0 harus menang. Kita 2-1.
How we doing, Virgo?
Dude, I'm looking at that play again, right?
Well, say hello.
I know.
Say hello to the people.
I know. I just want to look at that play because
he's got to go back and let us know about it.
Dude, Kelra, I was just like, I don't know what that damage. I think he was fully stacked up. I think that's exactly what it is. He's fully stacked up on both corrosion, yeah, and his art of thievery. So that's why it looked like insta burst. It wasn't
literally just looked like he blew them up and didn't shred them down.
That's why I needed to look back.
There's definite insanity. Taking a look at some of these stats. You know, we got to go back to Uni, man, because he did have an amazing start of this game. 69,000 damage dealt, but the fact that Kelra ends up doing 127,000 damage. This guy didn't touch anyone for like the first 6 minutes of the game.
Bro was 0-1, I think, for the first 6 minutes of the game, and then he was able to get 2 kills on Stormy. And Stormy and a double up top, right? We get to see the highlights again, and that's where you're going to see the stacks that he was able to hold on to before that blazing duet. I mean, what a game!
Hey, yeah, they're ready at this point, you know. And we saw some reactions as well from the side of SRG.
Stand out in the job market with the new Google AI Professional Certificate.
Master
effective prompting and responsible AI use. Partner with AI to transform your research, communications.
Was on for Onyx, and they thrive off of those types of games.
So too.
It's not the first time we've seen them make insane comebacks like that, where all it takes is one play. And it felt like when it was needed most, Kyrie and Kelra, and even Keyboy as well, were just working so well together in those fights. You mentioned it during one of the moments where the layering of skills with everybody, from Sans getting involved as well with the Frigid Glacier. I mean, all of it from back to back to back to back.
It was well played. It was fantastic. I mean, when you see the guys who lost and they're laughing, they're smiling,
they know
it was a good game, right? Like Uni, after a fantastic performance, you saw it right there. Uni was laughing. He's probably like, dang, it's been a while,
I'm just happy to be here, yo.
I'm just happy to be here. I came in one game, got a game against GK, said it was easy on stage, and then now it's like, I mean, he proved himself, man. He had an amazing game. He's made me an Uni believer.
Yeah, so as we take a break and take a breather and prepare for the next match, we have something for all of you. Some more confessions.
Oh, God.
From what I hear.
From who?
From your bestie.
Renmar?
Ooh.
Just kidding. My bad. It's obviously nice.
Play is in our DNA.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome to a new segment here for the Mid-Season Cup. My name is Chris, of course, and we are doing Confessions with Lafel.
What am I confessing to? Like, why is this called Confessions? Nice watch, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. What am I? Okay, fine. Why do you want me here?
I heard.
Okay, what did you hear?
That you're Moonton's favorite talent. Do you agree with that?
Considering I've won basically all the trophies, you know, I've won multiple Best Talent Awards. That's the Greatest Talent Award, which is basically like international, you know, from everyone, and I won that one. Plus, considering all the jokes that I've did, and I'm still not fired, yeah, it's an accusation that's hard to say no to. I love them too. You know, they're my mama and papa.
So that's it. You kind of, you know.
Hey, you know, I would blame my other talents. Why are they not loved? Is it me?
Let's gaslight them actually, instead. That's a good idea. We'll gaslight them instead. Yeah. That's more than fair. I heard you're a big fan of Newton. So what was your favorite Newton's law?
The law of motion. And the reason why I like it is because there was a time that we had to prepare for tomorrow's show. But I got very bored. So I spent 3 hours learning physics about how Newton's law of motion really discusses about how sound is created, which TLDR is just a bunch of particles in the air that expand and contract, and a disruption in the air creates the sound.
I don't know whether to believe you based on what I just read elsewhere. Apparently you like to come up with things that don't actually make sense. So you could be lying straight in my face.
I could be lying, but hey, considering I'm Asian, I'm probably correct.
Did you have a smooth travel here, particularly for wildcards?
Do I smooth travel?
Did you have a smooth travel here?
Well, that's a good question, Chris.
The French.
That's a very good question. So first of all, getting here was already trouble. One of my flights here, I had to fly in twice, by the way. One of my flights here, they give me a ticket 30 minutes before the flight, and my house is 1 hour away. So I had to break a lot of traffic laws just to be able to make it to the airport so that I can check in time and then we can actually go in. And then when I finally arrive, right, to the airport, out of hundreds of people from the plane, they pulled me to the side. When I say they, I mean the police. The police pulled me to the side, and then it's like, okay, I brought all of my documents, showed them, and it's like, okay, you can put them back. I'm like, okay. So what's gonna happen? And they're like, oh, we're just gonna search you. And I'm like, oh, do you do this all the time? And then he was like, oh no, this is takes out his phone, presses a few buttons, and after 1 minute and a half, it's like, random. This is a random search. And then I had to go through all of that, and then he spilled shampoo on my shit. So I'm like, it's been fun so far. It's been fun. The police made me feel like a VIP, where there's two guys in front and 2 guys behind.
Escorting you in, yeah.
Escorting me, essentially. Yeah, I felt very much welcome. I have a very long name, by the way.
Give me it.
Muhammad Amirul Aiman bin Muhammad Kamal.
That is quite long.
Or you can call me Lafel.
Mine is Chris Tun, and that's it.
Nice. I met a girl named Zoe. And it's like, anything more? So,
chilling. That's it?
Z first name, O middle, and E at the end.
No way. That's actually kind of clean.
Yeah.
That'd be great for like talent.
She's cute.
Thank you very much, mate. That was insightful, to say the least.
Thank you for having me. You're a very good person. I have no idea who you talk to get all of the stories, but now I need to do my own confessions, finding out who gave you all of this.
It's all right. We're gonna get some people back. Don't you worry.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's my job for the rest of the week. It's all I do, actually. Thank you very much. That has been Confessions once again.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
Every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Selangor Red Giants leads the series. It's what I would have said if Onyx didn't make that insane comeback in game number 1 to lead this 1-0. One game away from eliminating the 2024 champions and advancing into the knockouts. Welcome back to the studio panel. Renmar, Gideon here. Gideon, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling hot, man. How can your blood not be pumping after a game like that? When all odds look like SRG was going to take it away because of their early pressure, somehow Onyx, they edge it out. Kill comes up, sets the standard once again.
Yeah, the Winter Crown plays, the Wind of Nature's just in time to survive onslaughts from Uni, especially right there in the end. But of course, Uni coming in for SRG as the starting jungler for this series definitely made a name for himself and showed up. 11 plus kills, 1 or 2 deaths, a handful of assists. You cannot doubt that this young man is ready for the stage. Let's look at what map we're going to be going to get, what we are going to get. Oh, Flying Cloud. All right, expect this to be a bloodbath. It's just going to be a lot of fights over and over again.
Yeah, and the punishes in the lane might not be as hard as we were hoping to be in the previous matchup, but at least what we have learned from the drafting side, especially if SRG is going to end up back on that red side, is probably to set up that same scenario, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Sans didn't have the hottest of games, but at the same time, you could tell that Innocent just wasn't 100% accustomed, because how often do you see just a randomer just show up, you know, coming into the mid, dropping down the stun, and more importantly, it's a delayed stun.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that you could really see the exact moment that it went wrong for Selangor Red Giants. Yes, it wasn't just the little decisions they made leading to the fateful moment wherein it was Innocent holding the Lord and SRG trying to bait a reaction out of Onyx, but it was answered by Onyx and Kyrie on the link perfectly, jumping on the Harith, taking the Harith out, and Onyx playing the long fight to eventually win out game number 1. Good bans here to start it out. We've talked about so many times how the Atlas has impacted this metagame, and the Marcel getting taken out by Onyx, while Juicin, used by SRG in game number 1, will be taken out by them on the blue side. Onyx continues to ban out Salinas.
I've yet to see a Hirara. I've yet to see a Ling ban for either one of these teams, but I think, you know, most things are pretty similar. Seems like Yeb has decided, you know, the Marcel alongside with the Selena, both of which not to worry about. They've been banned and they just need to breathe. But from SRG's side, I wonder what the opener is going to look like, because I would assume that if Hirara shows, they're going to take it. So what would be then the same response from Onyx? Is it still going to be like, hey, we don't mind Hirara into the link, or do they want to affect it right off the get-go?
If Freya's open, one of them has to pick up the Freya for sure. Honestly, I might be a little bit more in the boat that if ever it's available for SRG and you... Honestly, I feel like I don't even need to worry about the Phoebus because you can slot that into the gold. Just pick up the Freya as the first pick.
Yeah, and they also have to worry about that Fanny too. So luckily, the Fanny's gone. It's all up for play. Beleric Valentina is still in play, not to mention the Ling as well as the Hirara at this stage of the game. And I think that Onyx needs to make that final choice. It's either they open up the entire thing or they just answer to the Freya, which again has been very terrifying, especially when
Let's
say both assassins. Top lane, so the momentum will be left open by Coach CW and Coach Yeb. Ling and Hirara, will it be one of those, or will they ban out the Freya and just keep it honest with the Ling Hirara trade? Last ban, red side for Onyx, taking their sweet time. They ban out the Freya, Ling and Hirara is the active trade.
No, and SRG, based on the information that we got yesterday, they like to go for the Hirara here most of the time. And considering that they were playing an early game composition in game number 1, I don't mind them if they do it all over again.
Yeah, could work out very well for them. I think if they want to run back wherein Innocent isn't going to be packing someone with basic attacks and they want... Well, I mean, Harith isn't as the non-traditional marksman if we're looking at like basic attack marksman, then just pick up the Ling. But they did get their win in the previous series against GK with Uni on the Hirara, and it was a very good Hirara performance. They go for the Hirara. I wouldn't be surprised if once again we'll see Cho getting fought for in the first phase of this drafting.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised too, but at this stage now, at least we know exactly where the jungler is going to be. In game number 1, the big question was where exactly were the 2 flex picks, one on either side. We weren't 100% where it was going. And SRG was utilizing those flex picks as a mean to start affecting some of the other laners, right? And they're even using the draft bans to also indicate, yeah, we're going to be attacking you on this side. But the response, straight away, surprisingly enough, they go for Nolan.
Yeah, so that was a hero that we mentioned earlier, but that's if ever the Ling and the Hirara are taken away. So this was like, it's Onyx trying out, all right, instead of focusing too much on the Ling-Hirara trade, why don't we bring up the third option that people and other junglers in MSC have been bringing up in interviews, in quotes? They are honest and pick up the Nolan.
And I think there's a couple of interactions that will be shown here today. Number 1, at least comparative to Ling. Ling's able to get across the map really, really fast, make that huge impact, and has iframes. Nolan may not have iframes, but he has a much better early game. He's got a lot more damage to work with, just as much mobility as Hirara, arguably with purple buff more. And most importantly, I think it's going to be a difficult 1v1 because Hirara's going to try and lock you down. He's able to dash back out.
Yeah, but now we look at SRG. They pick up the Barretts. Obviously going to be going to the EXP lane for this one, so that's an honest pickup. Wouldn't be surprised if Onyx just balance it out and pick up the Uranus themselves. There we go. And then for the gold lane, that's what they're going to be fighting for. Now, you already have strong burst. I think some great sources of basic attacks from Onyx would be good. If SRG don't ban out the carry, wouldn't be the worst pickup in the world for Kelra. But if they really want to play through the AoE and knowing that technically this is going to be somewhat of a front to back, knowing that you have a Barretts that you're up against, maybe his good old favorite in the Beatrix might make a show up. I don't know why I said it like that.
I think that it's not a bad idea, especially if that Beleric is going to be able to pick up a foot instead of a revitalize. That does give him a lot less pressure.
Kali di expand. Nah, kali ini nih Nolan, aku udah bilang dari awal di game 1 Nolan. Kalau nggak Nolan ya Tuyok atau Harley juga bisa. Harley juga bisa.
Are they going to start leaning into, hey, we don't want you to play double fighters, or we're going to target Sands again?
Ya, kalau dari kondisi seharusnya mereka respect bench karena udah nyebelin banget.
Valentina, yeah, the Valentina might not be the best bet here.
Udah ada baru jadi agak kayak midnya Koce, please clearin deh midnya. Kasih yang aneh-aneh kayak Dora, kayak Aurora tadi sih. Kasih hero yang ada kaburnya sih. Gak kaburnya kayak macam Parsak, Loyi gitu, yang ada skill kaburnya. Biar enak sisanya dengan mempatin killnya.
Can't remember if you've picked it up, but it is a great pickup with all of the dashes that you have here. Momentum stopper with Onyx looking to play a much smoother team.
Jadi moga itu pokoknya harus banget ya kasih hero yang punya skill kabur.
That's just an extra way for you to get easier stuns.
I mean, let's not forget about the anti-CC in that ult, right? That's just a great way to just kind of disengage when Beleric tries to make a flickered Wrath of the Dryad play on you anyways. I do want to see what this last ban is from the side of SRG. Loyi is going to be the option. So Lilia, technically, low health pool, the Eudora does a pretty good job against it. Going for an artillery mage may not necessarily be that great, but Harith is going to be the red 4 pick for Onyx side. And I like the fact that they're denying it.
I think they're going to end up picking up a Vexana. Remember, we saw the Vexana as an answer to a lineup that has a Barretts, going up against a Eudora. They have the range. It's strong disengage, crowd control. It would set up theoretically for the Nolan and the Harith. Might be a mid lane Vexana.
It's not a bad idea. I think the real question right now is who is going to be the concussive blast user for SRG, because that mid wave, if assuming Vexana is going to be that very last pick, that's going to be like an impossible to contest for. It's just instant clear and you're just dancing around it for 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, got the catch and high loss both want to pack up their Revitalize, seeing that they're up against the Beleric.
Ooh, actually the high loss doesn't sound that bad. Now that Harith is already available, that glorious path will just slow him down from actually retreating. It's not a bad idea.
Bisa kayaknya.
excuse me, the
Karena cakapnya kena kledik gitu ya. Kupra.
But Vexana will
Dang,
miss that
Kupra,
one,
man.
whatever it is one.
Let's see if they actually go for it, right? Because doesn't mean it's the end of the world.
Siapa nih
There's
anak
not a
nih?
lot of people who could disrupt people like Yves, for an example.
Lilia.
That's so
Hello,
interesting.
Lilia, Cok.
I think at the end of the day, they still want to
Hello,
make
Lilia,
sure
Lilia.
that, hey, we don't have to stick around the lane for too long. I
Aduh,
am curious about
betarnya.
specifically whether or not this Belleric,
ini ya,
what are the
ini.
emblems? Is it going to be Brave Fight? Is it going to be Concussive Blast? That's going to tell us a lot about how this game is going to be played out, especially in the mid, considering that Stormy, he wants to move out of that lane fast with Yums to ensure that Kyrie can't find an angle in for a lane gank.
SRG needed range, and they got it from surprise initiation through their Kufra, but they are very close to mid-range. While for Salang or Red Giants, yeah, close to mid-range too. Honest with it. Good sources of damage for both, and this should be exciting. Will SRG force game number 3, or will Onyx sweep them here to advance to the knockouts? Mirko and Trex, let's go!
We're jumping back in to one of the most grueling series we've seen so far. Onyx up against SRG. Onyx came back last game, late game. They had zero control in the beginning, but were able to still get the win, and SRG continue to evolve in
Kayaknya kau early.
They're willing to risk it with some different picks. This is something they lacked at the beginning of the tournament, and we're already seeing how much more they're adapting to current meta.
Hey, that's
Mengingat ada Barat, Tirara, Kuprak, dan Dora. Tapi Doranya apa pakai Dora? Saya di situ ada Belleric yang bisa ambil. Ini. Buset, mati, mantap. Mantap. Kita loh Kyrie.
Onyx strike first this time around, and they instantly go into enemy jungle.
Beautiful rotation from Luffy and Kyrie coming to that mid lane.
Let's go.
Yums is going to try to stop it.
Kyrie, matiin aja, matiin Yumnya, matiin. Matiin Yumnya, matiin. Mantap. Ambil papinya, ambil papinya.
This is one of the good things about the Noland up against this Aurora. He's going to be able to dash away. He's got the escape ability. He's not, even if he commits to a big amount of damage, he instantly dashes back, and it's going to make it a little bit harder for Uni to catch him in some of those dicey moments. Yums maybe going a little too deep. Maybe should have just let them have that one, because now that Kyrie's got 2 kills already on a Nolan, it is a picture-perfect start for Onyx.
Can't get better than this, right? Especially after last game where it was SRG who dominated the first 14 minutes of the game, right? Like entirely early game, it was just SRG. Kelra this time feeling the wrath of Innocent in a winning matchup.
All right, so SRG, do they want to contest this? Again, they do have the Aurora, one of the highest prioed heroes in the meta right now.
Dramatic.
He's gonna get pushed.
Mantap.
Picks him up. Look, he's able to walk Yums down. Keyboy doing the same thing now, over to the purple buff. Uni still just level 3. It's like deja vu to game 1, but it's reversed. It's Onyx with the control. 2 kills at the start. Neutral objective without even using the retribution.
Uni using the retribution on his own purple, just like Kyrie was doing last game. It is a mirror match for sure. Can SRG pull off what Onyx did, though? You know, it seems like SRG's a little bit disconnected. Yums first goes in by himself to his own death. This time Cram maybe goes a little bit too deep while Uni's still looking for his purple. The full commit's not there, and 1 or 2 of them are going in and getting caught off. And I think they have to realize that maybe it's not the time, or if we are going to commit, everyone has to be together.
Slow for Onyx after this lead, just taking a purple buff, and only now really making that aggressive move. Double immobilization onto Lutpi, but he doesn't care. Keyboy got position.
Mantap kira Keyboy. Hello, Keyboy. Yum mati. Yum mati. Aduh, pada pinker dia. Wah, hello, mantap.
Watches it happens. They didn't even want the orange buff. Nope. We're not even going for this orange buff. We're going to lay a trap. We're going to get another kill. We're going to put Kyrie at 3-0-1 and Sans at 1-0-2. Let's get these damage dealers rolling. At this point, Uni's just sitting back and watching. He's trying to farm his own jungle. He's trying, I mean, everyone's just trying not to die at this point, let alone catch a lead.
That was one of SRG's fallback plans, right? It's Innocent. If you lose an early game, you can just play around Innocent. The rest of the composition, though, is made for early to mid. Sans has to use the black shoes there. Good move by Cram with the rotation, catching him off guard. But now it's going to take a little bit more to get that plan B sorted out. They're going to have to constantly rotate with Innocent now.
Yeah, look at them, literally hovering around him right now. Stormy and Yumes keeping him safe, but possible play in the mid. Onyx going to be pushing SRG back. I don't know if this is a turtle they want to fight for.
2-level advantage on the Retribution for Kairi. Golem gets reset. Uni still able to secure it. Now looking for level 7. Kai on the purple buff, though. This should set him very close to level 9.
To be honest, I don't know if Cram should be down here at this point. Is this really a fight that they want to take? Innocent, slightly behind, nothing too crazy. Does hit level 7.
Oh.
Taking a lot of damage.
That's why they went for the Lilia, man. Baraz is just going to get shredded down. Has to flicker out. He has the consecration still. Free retreat now. Yumes is able to find the time range on Keyboy, but he doesn't care as Kelra pops into Zaman Force. Lutpi with the consecration gets away. That is nothing to Lutpi.
And this is what I mean, right? They expend so much time on that turtle. They maybe could have got a push on top tier 3. They maybe could have, you know, if Cram would have stayed up there, if someone else would have gone up there, they could have rotated elsewhere and at least made play up on the map. But instead, they spend so much energy on a turtle they never had a chance to get.
So now it's the build back up for SRG. They send Innocent to the other side of the map, trying to get him farm. It's all they can do right now. And Uni, like you said, they went in for the skirmish earlier. And against a Nolan, if you lose out there, Nolan's going to be able to rotate around the map much faster than you. So what that means is he's going to take your green camps away. That's why we see such a big lead. 3 whole levels for Kairi on the Nolan. And again, he goes bot. When the purple buff is up, he knows where Uni is. He's constantly stealing these camps away. And it's going to get really tough for SRG because they have to feed 2. Uni and Innocent.
Yeah. It's a lot of mouths to feed when everything's being taken from you. Onyx already at a 4,000 gold lead. A lot of damage on a Loopy, though. They're going to go under the tower.
Yep. Black shoes just reacting to the Tyrant's Rage. The taunt lands on Yumes, and that's the damage of the Glooms.
Early-nya dapat nih, enak nih. Early-nya dapat banget nih, enak.
SRG away from that tier. Oh God, it's Kai even waiting in these bushes. Again, no chance, no space for Innocent to farm.
I mean,
look at the bush.
It's been the same for Uni too. He's barely able to move around. Early on, getting pushed in on multiple jungle points, and Keyboy's been loving just hanging out in these bushes, waiting for the next target to come along.
He is the bush.
He is the bush. Keybush.
He's a tree. Conceal from Keyboy. Look at the play again. Big chomp down now. He goes in the flicker as well. But
oh shit, tuh kurang mati gelo.
They're able to get Keyboy, but now it's going to cower up
with mantap. Kiranya. Aduh, keren tuh. Tuh, santai, mundur.
A bit of retaliation. Jumps on again. The Purify out, but now he's going to be on cooldown.
Upik. Mantap, Pik. Gila, Pik. Mantap, Pik.
I don't know if taking the death at the end of that was worth it. Finding Kelra at least is a saving grace. But the damage onto Cram, the burst damage of this team right now, with Kairi being at 4-0 and 3. I mean, it's true. It is very reminiscent of how SRG was doing Onyx last game. But the problem is, I don't think Onyx is going to give him time to breathe. I don't think Ooh, Innocent in a bad spot.
He's going to have to flicker out of this, man. There's no way. He might not even flicker. He might just take it.
Mantap, Keyboy. Hello. Mantap, Keyboy-nya. Kinosanya lagi down banget. Wah, Yum itu Yumnya. Oke, mantap.
Sometimes you got to just take it, Mirko. Sometimes you got to just accept your fate. Innocent knows there's no escape there. Onyx moving on to the tier 2.
Onyx has never won against Selangor.
Tahunnya tuh, hancurin tuh.
SRG on the defense. Can Onyx pull this off here? After a grueling game 1 of pushing the limits, it just goes to show Onyx diversity right now. We can play the long haul. We can dominate in the early game. Just give us the chance right now. What can SRG do? Having the carry just makes this all so much harder too. And the fact, we called it out at the beginning, taking a death early on, and now you've got 2 deaths, being unable to farm.
Let's go.
The thing is, it feels like it's been 12 or 13 minutes. It feels like they could get to late game in just a few minutes, but we are just breaking 9 minutes. We're talking, it could be another 5 or 6 minutes till Innocent even has a chance of really outputting damage, till Cram can actually hold down the front line. Onyx didn't really have the game in their hands until 18 or 19. That's a long way away.
Can SRG do what Onyx did to them in game number 1? Those are the questions that we need to ask right now. With this kind of composition, it's going to be difficult. They don't have the clear. Holy Shield already down up top again. Now down below, Lutpi ushers those minion waves in to deal with the Holy Shield. Takes a bit of a beating, but it's all for the orange buff to be taken by Kai, who's 5 levels ahead. Uses rage, but it's going to be responded over by Sons of the Black Shoes. Now as the taunt lands on Cram, and again it's Kelra. A big chop down throw to Gary as the Purify Cram low. Has to flicker back, and that's 2 big flickers as Kai secures the Lord.
They do bide some time though, clearing out the waves, but another wave is coming soon. But SRG doesn't have the greatest comp to defend. Yes, they have the carry to Shred, who has gotten in the Trinity, but still 1.5k gold behind. Taking a look at the jungle, it is a 4.1k gold lead. Uni just got his second item in, just got War Axe in.
The last time they met at a major international, it was SRG who knocked Onyx out of Group B in MSC 2024 with a 1-1 draw.
Well, revenge is here. It's in Onyx's grasp. All they got to do is close this out. And last time SRG was a little bit too patient. Onyx is ready to kick in these doors. And whoa, yeah. What? Was it a flex or what is it, a misplay?
We'll see with the result of the game. Comes down to that. Deathless Welcome coming out onto the Uranus now with no problem. Silence deals with him. Wave in the mid lane is good. Onyx gonna look for the slow build up into the siege right now as they go for the top lane. Lutpi holding in the front. Is it going to dashing forward as Kelra jumps in and get the fracture lands on Yums. Lord cleared out. Black Shoes comes down. Uni goes down.
Mantap Iboynya. Iboy mantap boy.
Lane is not going to be innocent with a pickup. But clean sweep.
Akhirnya.
And they don't just win it, they earn it. After game 1, pushing themselves to the limits. And then to prove they can finish things in style, they win game number 2 in a very quick fashion. You can see the smiles on their faces. Kelra, Keyboy, happy about it because both of those teams were tested in this group stage. Almost every team in group stage had some rocky games. Nobody was a guarantee. Everything was earned. And Onyx will move forward.
They will. Top 8. Selangor Red Giants. They will unfortunately be the ones eliminated. The key crushed today as well. The revenge was very late. 2024 was when it happened, when SRG knocked Onyx out of groups. It took them 2 whole years to regroup, to relearn, to improve. And fate had it with this matchup. SRG dropped down early by Pro. Onyx dropped down late by Aurora Gaming. Into the last chance for both these teams. It looked good for SRG at the start of game 1. They couldn't close it out. It looked great for Onyx in the start of game 2. They went for the throat.
Yeah, they did. They weren't wasting any time. They knew that they had the advantage. They didn't want to make the same mistakes that SRG made, and they were able to pull through. But with that game over, let's send it back to the stage. Rose, who we got up there?
What a series, honestly, guys. This is a matchup that we didn't see coming. Closing the group stages, we expected something like this in the knockout stages rather, but still, Onyx secures a 2-0 in the bag up against Selangor Red Giants. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kyrie! Kyrie! Kyrie, congratulations! How do you feel after finally getting your vengeance up against SRG? Because if we recall correctly, they dominated and defeated you guys back in MSC 2024. That ended your journey and Kelra last year's journey too for MSC 2025. So how do you feel today?
Mahal ko po. Okay. We've been waiting for a long time for this match and happily we succeeded today.
Happy. I'm pretty sure you guys are very happy. But did you ever expect that this moment would come at this period of time? Group stages elimination match, lower bracket, Onyx versus SRG. Or did you expect it, you know, in the knockout stages perhaps?
Yeah, we expected to meet the champion teams in the knockout stage.
You're the only one left right now. Onyx is the only one left because 2024 champions are gone. 2025 champions are gone. What does this mean? Do you feel like it's coming back to Indonesia? Do you think it's coming back to Onyx?
I hope so. That's all I can say.
Now let's talk about game one just now, okay, Kyrie? Game one, you guys were shaky. You guys were behind by a lot. You know, how did you guys kept yourself composed to be able to make a comeback to secure the win?
We just looked at the enemy's hero, the SRG's hero, and they were using Paquito and Hilda, which are very good at early game, but not that good at the late game. So we just had to be patient.
So the plan was technically to let Kelra snowball as much as possible, give him the resources so that when the time comes, it's gonna be him and you versus the world.
I think so, yeah.
Now, Kai, you guys are heading later to the draws after the last match. Am I right? So you guys will be seated in seed 2 with all the 2-1 teams. The 2-0 teams will be picking. Who do you think will pick you guys today?
I don't know really, but I hope it will be Aurora.
Why do you want to meet Aurora Gaming again?
Just because we didn't really lose that easily, you know, against them, and I think we have a chance against them.
I agree. You guys were the only team that managed to push Aurora Gaming to a 2-1, and people are saying they are currently the strongest team in MSC. And if people are saying that, I think we want to meet the best. No, Kyrie? So is there any message for Aurora Gaming? Who knows? Maybe that will make them pick you later.
Just good luck.
And of course, a message to the fans.
And to my fans, thank you so much for supporting us, especially my team, Onyx. Thank you. So all the Filipinos out here, thank you so much. And I hope you guys still keep supporting us in our next match. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kyrie. And now, are you boys ready to crush some keys? Okay, first up, first question, Onyx, who wants to be the one crushing the key? Key boy? Key boy?
Yeah.
Okay, let's head to the back. Come on, guys, follow me. It's time to crush some keys. And as we head our way to the key crusher, Key boy will be the one leading the pack. So, Key boy, you may head to the key crusher. And of course, Onyx, you may watch. All you have to do is press that lever all the way. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, as of this moment, Onyx officially eliminates Selangor Red Giants in their journey to
itu kunci juara.
EWC
Kunci juara dulu.
2026. All right, it's time to see the keys
Juara dulu,
as
cowok.
we show it to the camera.
Berbeda deh kuncinya nih.
It will take some time as the keys are oh so shattered. All right, look at the keys.
Kita kunci juara dulu kan.
And with that, let us throw it over to the desk
kan.
to break down
Beda
what
itunya.
happened in this series.
Tuh ini ada chip ininya nih
The
beda.
hope of a returning champion.
Ah,
Now
kunci
from
juara
3 at the start of
2020.
MSC, it's gone down to 1. With the key
4 ya, kalau
crush
nggak
from
salah.
SRG, it is just Onyx who remain, who have been your MSC champions here, ready to do it yet again if the tide is right. And they don't mind going up against even the at a good chance.
Babak knockout ya. Sekarang tinggal pemainnya nanti malam sih, tapi kayaknya gua gak bakal lanjut nonton ya. Bakal duel derby Falcon ini nggak tahu ya. Kemungkinan ya, kemungkinan menang Falcon PH lah. Falcon PH kayaknya. Falcon PH. Oke. Oke, jadi kalau misalkan ini udah kualifikasi, ini bakal dipilih sama yang 2-0. 2-0 kata teman-teman kita dari rupiah lah katanya. Di WhatsApp itu dengar-dengar katanya dari Mas Adi atau siapa nih katanya. Dari Cipi katanya. Nah, kepilih sampai 2-0. Dan pasti Vitality gak bakal milik Oni, gak bisa ya, gak bisa karena gak boleh sama Indonesia harus satu pasti. Jadi harus beda grup ya. Jadi misalnya Oni harus di sini banget, ini tim Pamet atau Raw Gaming. Mungkinan ya kalau gua pengennya sih tim yang ini tim Vitality udah gak bisa kayak antara Yangon, Raw Gaming, Pamet memilih tim Pirit atau Pro Esport, Konpea dan Odik ya. Itu sih gua berharapnya sih kayak itu wajar sih Vitality mau pilih Odik. Ini mal Odik harus berada di sini deh, tim apa Aurora Gaming supaya Vitality sama Odik sama Odik pecah-pecah di grand final ya. Jadi jangan dibarengin satu grup ya, soalnya pilih satu grup. Oke thank you banget semuanya yang udah mampir, udah memberikan sub dan like ya teman-teman ya. Thank you banget semuanya yang udah mampir ya, thank you banget. Dan sampai jumpa di jadwal berikutnya, itu tanggal Juli tanggal 29 ya. Juli 29 terakhir gua lihat tuh nih. Juli tanggal 29 antara 28 atau
2. Menang juga Onik.
28 29. Kayaknya ya. Oke gitu aja. Thank you banget semuanya udah nonton. Jangan lupa berikan sub dan like ya. Thank you bangetnya. Adios. Bye.